Hello, ladies and gentlemen. VP Wadau, guys from all over. Hey, great to see you. Great to have you again live on Mutembei show. This is your host, your one and only Jex, the moderator, and we are back. Did you hear me? We are back. Thank you for being part of this awesome experience. Asanteni sana for being part of this show. Pauline, we have been out for some time, but hey, we are back again. We are back with a bang, and we are back again. We are back again. I know you missed us, and as well, we have missed you guys as well. Poleni, but we are here, and we have a great show lined up for us. Hey, now I'm to miss. I can see many have already joined and began sending in their messages na kutuma salamu hapo kando. Thank you so much. This is Mutembei Live. This is Mutembei Live, and I'm your host, Jex, the moderator. Karibuni sana. Keep me company, even as we make sense on many things that have been happening. Of course, I have a lot to cover. I might not cover it all in this show, but awesomely, I'll try to make this show one great one, as we have always done. And you guys, for being part of this show, karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Let me know where you're watching me from. Nieleze unanitazama ukiwa wapi. Tuma tu hapo ujumbe niambie fulani wa fulani, I am here. From where? Tell me where you are and I'll be saying it live. Karibuni sana kwa show. Si nimewahata wadau. Kwa miss nayo, I've really missed you guys. I've missed being part of this beautiful show that we always have every evening. But hatimaye we are back. Hatimaye we are here. Fanya vipi? Like hii video, share hii video. Ni sawa sawa, ni sawa sawa. Karibuni kwa show, karibuni kwa show. Karibuni sana. I see guys commenting. Naona hapa comments zinakuja mbio mbio. Let me know where you're watching me from. We are discussing Mungiki today. Some guys have been termed and labeled Mungiki. Are they Mungikis? Are they hustlers? I don't know. We'll be discussing, among many other things. Maina Njenga today was in court, and Karua was the advocate. Nakwambia, leo ilikuwa ile siku, but now he's out. We'll be hearing more from this show. You'll be sure to catch a lot of information and a lot of details from this show. This show, as I've always said, is not a pro-government, neither is it an extension of Azimio. It's your show. Hii ni show yako, imagine. It has always been about you, and it is you who make this show happen. Let me know where you're watching me from. Karibuni sana. Thank you for joining me. I am grateful. I never take it for granted that you guys mnaingianga kwa fujo. Namuona nani hapa? Abdulrahman Ahmed unasema Ruto must go. Asante sana. Kevin Omondi, I see you. Unasema uko poa. Thank you my brother. Beatrice Namale from Saudi, karibu sana, I've missed you. I've seen Kwendo Honorable uko ndani. Unasema tulichezwa. We, sawa. Gordon Waganga, I can see you. Francis Shivachi, I see you. Walter Omosh, unasema hello, karibu sana. Beatrice Namale, I see you. Rasken, I see you. Fabian Kimboy, I see you. Gladys Bosbori, I see you. I see nani hapa? Lucas Owino uko ndani, karibu sana. Nieleze unatazama ukiwa wapi. Kenyans, let me know where you're watching me from, and I'll be reading it live. I see Douglas Osinyo uko ndani, unasema mimi niko ndani, karibu sana. Namuona Rwanda Rangi, you are in, karibu. Nyakundi Nicholas, I see you, you're saying you're in, karibu sana. Wadau, fanyeni vipi? Like hii video kwa YouTube, share hii video kwa Facebook, tufanye ile kitu wadau, tufanye ile kitu. You guys are just amazing. We love you here at Mutembei, and this show is always your show. Caroline Sauer, I see you uko ndani, unasema Mr. Zakayo must calm down. Pastor Joseph, I see you. I see George Mboro uko ndani. Nelson Kogay uko ndani from the US, karibu sana. Gideon Kipto, I see you my brother. Alex Karani, I see you. Guys, karibuni sana. I know you have missed us, man. I love vile mmechangamka kuingia, nami pia nimechangamka kuwa your host tonight. My name is Jakes. Welcome to this wonderful show. Alex Karani unaniambia uko ndani. Karibu sana. George Mboro, this is what you're saying. When they were voting, they were hustlers. Now they are Mungiki because Gachagua must be Mount Kenya's kingpin by fire or by force. Hey, wadau, maoni yenyu nataka kuyaona hapa. Are these hustlers ama ni ama it is the Mungiki guys, eh? We sawa. Someone says that those guys, when they wanted our votes, these were not Mungikis. They were hustlers. But now, hey, they are termed Mungiki simply because Gachagua must be Mount Kenya kingpin by fire or force. That is George Mboro. Maoni yako kali kaka, asante sana. Naona mnatuma ujumbe. Let me know where you're watching me from. Josphat Loluju, I see you. Sheila, I see you. Unasema uko ndani from county 001. I think that's Mombasa County. I'm not sure, but I think so. But karibuni sana wadau. I thank you for joining me. I see Monster Ambiko ako ndani. Nani mwingine? Wewe uko wapi? Nieleze where you're watching me from. Share this video, like this video. Fanya ile kitu mbio wadau. Tuchangamkie hii story kibao. I have a lot of stories to share. But above all, I can't share it alone without you guys tuning in, without you guys joining me live. Joining me live. Poleni sauti yangu kidogo imekuwa hoarse, but I'm well. I'm well. Kahoma tu pale kule, but I'm good. I'm good to have you in this show. I see Vincent Okoth. Unaniambia uko Mwingi Town. Karibu sana. Rosa Kinyi, I see you. Unasema uko ndani tu sana. Karibu sana. Joshua Loluju. Unasema you are live from Laikipia, my brother. Asante sana. Damaris Namjala unasema uko maeneo ya Saudi. Watu wa Saudi, habari yenyu? Soon I'll be asking you guys mnifunze kwa salamia na lugha za huko kwenye mlipo. At least we learn some languages even as we enjoy the show. Pastor Joseph unasema this politics watching from Ugenya. Watu wa Ugenya vipi? Na leo watu wametoa mmetaka kutoa deputy governor wa Siaya, we wadau, we politics ni kibao. I don't know which ones to start with, but tutayaguza yote. I see Jack Captain uko ndani. I see Atinda uko ndani. Atinda Douglas, I see you my brother. I see Edward Odero unasema you're watching from Kisumu Dala. Odero vipi? Thina di my friend, how are you? Griffin, I see you. Griffin, sorry. I see you my brother. I see this other guy from Barango. Is it Barango? Yes. Anasema Joel Barongo, sorry. Ako from Rimuru Road. Karibu sana my brother. I see you. Asante ni wadau. We. Karibuni tu sana. Watching from Nigeria. Karibuni. I see who else. I see Kathy Hagway. Hey, majina kali wadau. I see Lawrence Otende saying I'm watching from Nigeria. Good job. Karibu sana. Nelson Kogei, I see you. Shikel O'Neill, I see you from Migori. Karibuni sana. This is your show, and as usual, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. I see my brother here, Omolo Akondani ya studio. I see my sister here, but ajawasha camera, anajita Aswito. Nelson Kogei, if you can put on your camera, I'll have you live as well. But pia wewe unaweza jiunga nasi before even I play any video. Let me show you how to join in live. Now, this is StreamYard. To join us live here with Omolo, this is what you do. The links that have been sent there through Mutembei TV, Mutembei YouTube, Mutembei Facebook, na Mutembei YouTube. Hizo link ukitap inakutuma place inaitwa StreamYard. Ukifika hapo StreamYard unaandika jina. Si lazima iwe jina rasmi, Inaweza kuwa jina la utani ama jina la trademark yako kama ya Omolo, who happens not to be Omolo. Personally, I even don't know his real name, but all the same, you can use any word just to describe yourself, and then unajikuta uko live kwa show. we are discussing a lot of things, not just what is in the headlines. Hiyo tu ni ya kutusaidia ama kutupa mwongozo. Namuona Alex Media ako ndani, lakini ukishafanya hivyo, unawasha jina, unawasha kamera ambazo ziko kwa hiyo app, una click enter, right? Unajikuta uko kwa show. Thank you for watching, my friends. I see you really missed us. I can tell you the numbers are huge, and I'm loving it because this shows you guys that you guys were waiting for this, and as well I was waiting to also be part of the show. So I'm grateful. Thank you for being part of this wonderful show. Mfalme Sakog, I see you. Uko ndani, unasema watching from Kitale, Kenya. Unasema Mungiki are hustlers, instead outlawed sect. Okay, sawa. Namuona Lawrence Otiende ako ndani na wengine wengi. Karibuni sana kwa show. Let's have a great show. I see Asweto saying I'm watching from Greece. Watu wa Greece wako ndani. Alex from the US ako ndani. Nani mwingine ako ndani? Iyaya Gilbert unasema niko Central Police Station. Bro, unafanya nini police station? Anasema kupiga ripoti kuwa iwapo kuna mtu ameokota manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza arudishe juu Zakayo anafanya mambo yake tu. Maoni ya Gilbert nayo acha tu. Sawa. David Ambani, I see you, unaniambia watching from Siaya County. Karibuni sana guys, karibuni. Omolo, say hi to the beautiful audiences that are joining us.
Yes, Bwana Jex, it is good to have the show back because tuko na queue. And you know, I tell you, today is that day. You can see numbers.
I
and
can tell
still
you the numbers here don't lie.
Aswito amesema ako Belgium. And mene watu ni wengi, watu ni wengi. Kuna kina David Ambani, kuna Bosira Omogambi, Yaya Gilbert, Wepukulu Shituma, Grace Martin, tuko na kina Rory Anthony, Kinkali, tuko na Kadhi Agea, Hari Tuku, Joel Barongo.
Nakwambia wanaingia. We are unable to keep up with these messages, but let us know where you're watching us from. Jifanye vipi, jiunge nasi kwa show kupitia hizo link ambazo nimekutumia hapo. Hizo ndio link unatumia, unawasha StreamYard, unawasha jina, ukiasha jina unaandika jina lako, unawasha kamera, alafu unajiunga mimi pamoja na David Ambani na Omolo. Najua tumekawia siku nyingi, labda mko mmesahau, lakini naona mjasahau. Hizo numbers haziwezi kuwa za watu wamesahau. So as Omolo says, probably ni Q. Karibuni sana. It is here in Mutembei that we quench your thirst. I see Bosire Omogambi unasema madmen in the Kenya. Sawa. David Ambani, habari ya leo kaka? Naona umejaja. Karibu sana kaka, habari ya leo? Asha speaker ya kwako kaka. Okay. Even as David Ambani gets control of
sasa nimewasha au namna gani?
Uko fiti? Habari za masiku kaka, za kupotea ama ni mimi nimepotea?
Salama ndugu yangu.
Karibu sana kaka, good to have you in the show, and good to have many of you who are joining us live. Thank you for being part of this great, awesome show that we normally have from 10 p.m. Kenyan time. Karibuni sana. Jamaa ananiambia hivi, anajiita Nyaga, ananiambia texting from DRC. Karibuni wadau. Omolo, habari ya leo? Nieleze, una maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu show kupotea lakini imerudi? Kabla hata sijacheza clip ya kwanza, as we begin the show, karibisha watu bwana.
Sawa, kwanza nataka, kuna jamaa moja amepotea pia muda mrefu, anajiita Alex Media.
Ningeomba namuona hapa kwa comment section amechangamka, anasema hivi, you don't know name Omolo name. You don't know Omolo name. But I don't know the name of Omolo.
Thank you. Ningeomba umlete huyu Alex Media you need to come and substantiate first why is saying that he's surprised that you don't know my name.
I
Lakini
don't know your name, and I've never asked, and probably I'll not ever ask, because
wacha
Omolo Omolo is
tukaribishe
the name you gave. That is the
wacha
name we
tuka,
use.
wacha kwanza tukaribishe Justin Lucas Borongo, tukaribishe Eric Mugo Muriuki, and we have a lot. We have Celestine Nyaga, and we have
there is Lawrence Otiende.
I can see many.
Yes.
There is another one called Shaquille O'Neal from Migori. We have Arori Anthony. We have Kadia Gea. I don't know whether
Wadau, thank you so very much. Pia fanyeni VP, like the video, share the video. Thank you for always making
we have pastor. We have pastor. I think we should bring this pastor first to lead us in prayer before we start. Anaitwa Pastor Joseph Dundo from Ugenya. So we have Monster Ambiko. I don't know why. Oh yeah, Monster Ambiko is right. I pronounce it right, Monster. And we have Gary Martin. We have Yaya Gilbert. So kwanza nimefurahi kwamba kuna watu wengi ambao
sorry kidogo, allow me to help Lawrence Otiende. Otiende says, how can I join you to give my views, please? Now this is what you do, Mr. Lawrence Otiende. Now it's so difficult, unaona hapo tu mahali umetuma message, kuna message zimeingia hapo kupitia Mtembei TV, Mtembei YouTube, Mtembei official, Mtembei Facebook, depending on which platform you're on. Now ukiclick any of those inakutuma hapa live kwa show. Sasa ukiingia kwa hiyo show ukiingia hapo kwa StreamYard, unaandika jina yako, si lazima iwe true name, right? Lakini this is my true name, so I have to maintain my real name. So this is my real name. So unaandika jina, unawasha kamera, alafu unajikuta kwa show. Lazima uwashe kamera. Niko na watu wako kwa show hawajawasha kamera, that's why we are okay. We sawa. Sawa. Karibuni we si mnaingia wadau, mnaingia mbio. Karibuni sana kwa show. Allow us to start the show, allow us to start the show, because people have been waiting, people have been yearning for the show. But let me begin the show with playing some clips, before I even hear any words from these wonderful guys. I see Rangi, you are in. I see Morris Muirera Ukondani. I see Alex Medio nasema Pastor and Monster. Sawa. And this is how we begin the show.
550,000 shillings cash bail by a Nakuru court after he pleaded not guilty to 7 charges leveled against him, including engaging in criminal activities linked to the Mungiki sect. Njenga was released on conditions including not making utterances to the media or the public regarding the case. As Miriam Nyambura now reports, police clashed with Njenga's supporters within the Nakuru CBD.
The Nakuru Law Courts was on Monday a restricted area. Heavy police presence as ex-Mungiki leader Maina Njenga appeared before court to answer to charges including links to the organized criminal gang Mungiki. Njenga, who appeared before Principal Magistrate Kipkurui Kibelion, denied 7 counts preferred against him, including holding an illegal meeting at his home in Wanyororo, Nakuru North on May 11th. Njenga was granted a 50,000 shillings cash bail, but with conditions.
The accused is restrained from making statements either through press or in public rallies which make any direct reference to this case. That the accused shall, in the pendency of this case, never make any contact with any prosecution witnesses.
In his bail application, Njenga, through his lawyers led by NARC Kenya leader Martha Karua, told the court that he was not a flight risk. The lawyers argued that the case will not stand the test due to lack of evidence.
These charges are politically motivated. For the sole intention of curtailing his political and civil rights, especially the right to self-expression, association and assembly.
Njenga has also been accused of being in possession of 2 firearms and rolls of bang, which were found at his home when police raided the compound last week. The case will be mentioned on June 20th for pre-trial.
Any violation of the above condition shall lead to cancellation of the bond terms. Those are the orders of this court.
Moments after Njenga was released on bond, police dispersed his supporters who marched along Nakuru streets, heading to the Central Business District. Marian Nyambura, Citizen TV.
Okay, before I even go far, can I begin? Wacha niwe mkarimu nianze na mgeni Michael. Michael, vipi habari ya leo? Michael, can you hear me? Michael Karoba, can you hear me? Okay. Now, Omolo, what do you think? These guys wanna die that Mungiki is back, and we saw them. I'll be playing clips when they were in the DCI offices and all. And Gachagua had something to say about it, together with Kindiki, that this is the return of Mungiki. Now, according to you, your analysis and your thoughts, are this Mungiki? Is Mungiki back? Are they calling those guys who voted for them Mungiki? Because some of these guys voted last time. Did they vote as Mungiki or as a hustler? Because someone here has asked, when they needed the votes, they were termed hustlers. Now that they don't need the votes, they're termed Mungiki. What's the truth saying?
You know, Jex, there is a saying that says that when hyena want to eat its children, she start by accusing them that they smell like goats. And this is exactly the replica of what is happening, especially to Mount Kenya politics, because now there is a vacuum there of kingpinship and the power. Now that you know, the retired President Uhuru, he has been silent for quite some time. But when he was mocked enough, now he come out fully and say that he is not retiring soon, and that he is there now, you know, to exercise his rights of assembly, association, and political. It should not be forgotten that Uhuru was and still remain to be the kingpin of mountain. Now, the youths who are turning out, when you see these youths supporting Maina Njenga, you cannot just term people that come out to support someone and brand them Mungiki. First, what is Mungiki? Mungiki, you have to identify them with activities that they do. These youths that they come out, they have never engaged in any unlawful activity that you can say that they are Mungiki. You have never find them taking illegal oaths. They have never destroyed anybody's property. They have never killed anyone. What makes you brand them Mungiki? Just for coming out and voicing their voices, you know.
Omolomolo, allow me. I'll be interjecting and playing some clips, so as we even try to get a feel who is Mungiki, because some people shiver when they hear that word, because they are known to cause terror and panic and all sorts of mayhem. And this is a clip that we don't have right now.
Inspired by the bloody Mau Mau rebellion of the 1950s, the Mungiki emerged in the 1980s as a ragtag grouping of youths majorly drawn from the Mount Kenya region, mainly as a self-help group based on traditional doctrines.
I wanted them, each one of them, to get a djembe, to provide the manpower. I'm going to organize them and lead them to do what was in my mind.
They started out with communal cultivation for a fee, but the swelling numbers may have forced them to branch out into other avenues like the matatu industry, which became an easy enough target. The group members, driven by the sense of power, turned to horrific signature crimes, leaving behind a trail of murder, trauma and anguish for those who failed to toe the line.
Sasa serikali kando, sheria kando, tulio na hawa watu.
Times without number, the government has tried to rein in on the group, but without much success. In some cases, the Mungiki have appeared to run an informal government.
Kama wewe umekuwa na ng'ombe 5, ukiwa umekamua kilo 5 za maziwa, ukaambia kilo 2 ni sawa, na hii 3 ni yako.
But what has really fueled the sex group is rumored funding by politicians, especially from Central Province, who have used the sect to achieve their political goals. And so, it is with pinch of salt that conversions of its key figures to Christianity, first Ndura Orenge and the latest Maina Njenga, will be viewed.
According to myself, my salvation is from my inner part of myself. I'm not Dora Warongi. If you know how to build something, you can be able even to destroy. So I know all the formulas of destroying.
And given that there are splinter groups within Mungiki, it remains to be seen whether Maina's conversion to Christianity will see the death of Mungiki as it has been known, or whether this will turn out to be just another phase in the long-running metamorphosis of the Mungiki.
Now, I'll be trying to go back in history because Maina Njenga has a lot of drama over the years. He has been associated with this sect. Now, Bichuki tried to fight it, and other governments have tried to fight it. Now, to you, why is there a surge in Mungiki? Who benefits with them coming back?
First, I want to tell you that we will see many groups, not only Mungiki. Even when you go to the Umugusi land, we had other groups called Chinkororo. And don't be surprised that very soon you can see the re-emergence of these many groups. The economical aspect, the hardship that is happening in the country is giving that room, because the youth, they are looking for opportunity, any slightest opportunity that they can use to make a living. And that's why I'm telling you, you will see a lot of groups emerging, even to the coastal part, and that the western side. You will see a lot of groups, not only Mungiki. It is only that Mungiki, they're always on the limelight because they're always at the center. Because when they play at the mountains, they are usually also, their presence are felt in the city. And that is why it is easy for people to identify. But even the Chinkororo were more powerful even than Mungiki. So, it reached a point during Moi era, it was a hard time like this. And Mungiki found a way of at least going and extorting money from matatus, extorting money from, these kiosks, and even illegal connection of electricity and water. That was their source of income. Now, the politicians, because the politicians always, they don't care whatever it is happening. What they care is only their votes. And they find now this a soft spot for them
Mm-hmm.
to use these groups
Mm-hmm.
for themselves to reach
Mm-hmm.
or to achieve what they want.
Okay.
And now they end up funding them. They end up, even whenever they are arrested, they are the one going to bail them
Mm-hmm.
so that they can gain popularity
Mm-hmm.
and they can achieve. And
Okay.
that is how they keep building, building, building.
Mm-hmm.
And when you are built to reach to that stage, it will not
Mm-hmm.
be easy to destroy.
Okay. Now,
Now,
I love
another thing.
just one moment. Just one moment. I love how you have brought it because now it brings what I'm about to play. Because you have said rightfully that they have a way of connecting with a politician to further their agenda. Now, the reason now I want to play this is because the deputy president today, or rather over the days, has been blaming Uhuru for the comeback of Mungiki. Now, here is the deputy president today.
Wewe unataka nini kwa hii Kenya wewe? What do you want in this country? You occupied the highest position in this country. What else do you want? You are the richest man in this country. You literally own this country including ourselves. What do you want? Hii watoto ya wenyewe unaambia waende wakang'ang'ane na polisi wauawe. Hii ni madharau gani kwa watoto ya watu maskini? How contemptuous are you of poor people and their children? Why are you setting young people, innocent young people, against security apparatus in something that you know is not possible? You ask them to protect you from who? What political agenda do you want to advance using other people's children? And I've said we leave you to God because what you are doing is wrong. These are children of other women, just like your own. Why do you want to set them up? And you know the consequences of the activities. You know it cannot be allowed. You are simply setting them up. I really want to talk to our children. I want to talk to our parents. Please, don't let those people set your children against government, because it will not work. Because there is no way we can allow that gang to come and rape our girls, to come and defile our children, to come and extort money from matatu operators. We cannot allow it. And therefore, if you allow your child to be misled, I'm sorry, but that is the truth. And lazima tuambiane ukweli. So officers, what we saw there at the DCI Bwana Kanja, that thing must never happen again in this country. It cannot. It is the impunity of the highest order. It's the impunity of the highest order. Na kudharau wa Kenya and what they stand for. And these people think that we have forgotten. They think we have forgotten what those people did to our women, what they did to our children, what they did to our business people. We have not forgotten. Why are they reminding us? The wood is still raw. Why are they rubbing salt into it? So wewe tafadhali, tunakuomba uende upumzike. Wachana na hii watoto wetu. Wachana na hii watoto wetu.
Now,
You see,
it's interesting.
Jack.
It's interesting how he was able to rub in the connection of Njenga to Uhuru, and now, why do you think it's important for him to bring in Uhuru? Because in any case, Maina Njenga is an entity on his own.
No, you see, Jakes,
Mm-hmm.
you know, there is something that is called shifting of responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
If you have mastered this government over the period that they have been in power, any time there is a misfortune, they like to bring Uhuru, to justify their failure. Ukiangalia, when it comes to issues of unga, we were told that it is Uhuru that did that. Ikifikia mafuta, ikifikia maziwa, tunaambiwa hata ni kampuni ya Uhuru. Ikakuja ilipofika maandamano, people are asking about the food prices, tunaambiwa kwamba Uhuru is the one that is funding maandamano. You see? So literally, they are looking, they usually look for Uhuru, to be their scapegoat, to be their shield. Kila kitu yende atupiwe mawe. Understand kwamba Mungiki, they have been there even before Uhuru I joined politics. Kwanza, they were very strong even more. And Maina Njenga has been there. And then again, ile kitu ambayo imeleta Mungiki ni kwanza utterances za DP mwenyewe. Kwanza ulienda kuonyesha kwamba wanaweza vamia shamba ya mtu na wakachukua. You have been agitating kwamba wewe ndio umefungua macho kwamba mashamba zetu tulipokonywa na tunahitaji kureclaim. You know, what do you think will sink in the minds of those jobless youths? Now a president on the other occasion amekuja anawaambia Kenyans youths who are unemployed kwamba hii bill, hii housing fund whatever, you know, this is unemployed versus against employed, you know. So in making now these people that they are desperate, they are jobless, to say okay, be like what is happening now, ni sisi tufanye nini, because they have hope with this government kwamba utapatia employment vile uliwa promise katika campaign manifesto, but now you are telling them that look, mtu anafaa kukusaidia upate nyumba ni ule mtu ako na kazi, so you should not expect job, you should expect handout, you should expect ule mtu akate 2500 ndio upate nyumba. Weka na degree yako sandukuni, kana usingojee kazi, ngoje ule alipwe tumkate pesa alafu tukusaidie wewe. It does not resonate well, it does not even sound logic. Now when hope diminish in a human being, that person is left with no other option but now to be agile and to look for a way of survival. So these are the youths now that they are looking for a way of survival and their self-defense of life.
Okay, shikilia hapo kidogo. Ambani, habari ya leo. Now, kuna swali moja mtu aliniuliza, could this also be a tactic ya government kufanya tusahau stories za housing levy, tusahau hizi stories zote, so wanaletea stories za Mungiki kwanza watu washtuke, and then before they realize hizi laws ishapita, so is Mungiki issue a diversion tactic?
Sasa ndugu yangu nitasema namna hii. Kwanza Vice President nitakana wajue kwamba walichukua serikali. Na vile walichukua serikali nitakana wafanyie wananchi kazi. Na ile kazi ile nitakana wafanyie wananchi, hawatujaona kazi ile wamefanya kwa siku 100, hatujaona. Ile kitu wanatuambia ni siasa. Sasa hii ni maneno ya ufisadi iko ndani. Tusijue ndani hiyo ufisadi. Sasa wanahitaji jina ya Uhuru, wanahitaji jina ya Maina Njenga. Kama Maina Njenga alikuwa ni mtu ya Mungiki tangu zamani, koti ilimuondolea hiyo mashtaka. Ilimuondolea hiyo mashtaka na akafanya namna gani? Tena nikasikia kwamba alikuwa ni pastor. So deputy president hajaambia sisi kwa saa hii Mungiki imeua wangapi. Sisi wa Kenya tunaona. Lakini yeye yako na mdomo anapiga mdomo hata kwa kanisa papa. Yani angalika mweni ni vice president angali. Kwanza kitu ile itakana atuambie wa Kenya kwamba Mungiki imeua watu wangapi kutoka hiyo wakati alianza kupanua mdomo yake. Imeua wangapi? Ndio tujue kwamba Mungiki imeua mtu fulani. Kweli Maina Njenga itakana apelekwe kotini. Lakini hatujaona. Hii ni njia ile wanafanya ufisadi pande ile, wanafunika sisi nini? Wanafunika sisi macho. Haya kutusahau maneno ya maneno ya nyumba hii. Umeona? Sasa that's wanaleta hii maneno ya nani? Ya Maina Njenga. So mimi ningetaka namna hii. Vice President, wananchi waangalie kazi ile anafanya. Asituambie kazi ya Maina Njenga anaruka kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Haya huyu governor mwingine anaitwa nani? Woria sijui nani huyu. Walijaribu kumgusa kidogo kamwacha kwa sababu wakaona yeye ana nguvu sana. Sasa wakaona mtu yule ako na nguvu sana ni Maina Njenga. Sasa Maina Njenga ndio wanafuata yeye, lakini hawajawahi kutuambia sisi Maina Njenga ameua wangapi tangu anza kupanua midomo yao, ameua wangapi? Hatujaona. Tumesikia Kimani Ichung'wah anasema watu walikuwa na wao wanatupa rivanzo ya na yeye alikuwa kwa hiyo serikali, mbona akusema? Bwana hakusema kwa hiyo serikali ilikuwa.
Okay.
Sasa hii ni njia ya watu kukosa kufanya kazi yao ile na Wakenya waliwachagua. Wanaanza kublame huyu, wanaanza kublame huyu. Hiyo sio vile serikali inaongozwa. Watu waambie tu point ya kwamba iko hivi. Na tutosheke na hiyo. Ni hiyo tu ndugu yangu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sustaining claims of a resurgence of the outlawed Mungiki sect and has linked the alleged resurgence to former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Speaking in Nakuru, Gachagua warned that security agencies will firmly deal with the illegal sect and accused retired President Kenyatta of, quote, placing young men in harm's way. Gachagua, together with Interior CS Kithure Kindiki, said that the government is prepared to put on check what they termed a resurgence of a dangerous and outlawed group. Citizen TV's Chemutai Goin has the details.
A conference aimed at eliminating alcoholism and drug abuse in the Rift Valley brought together leaders, administrators, security officers and residents of Nakuru County. Here, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and Interior Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki put security officers abetting drugs and alcoholism on notice.
We have a serious problem with a few of them who have conflicts of interest, who have opened bars in the areas where they serve. We have a problem. We have a problem with our police officers who are collecting protection fees. We have a problem with our police officers who are supposed to go and arrest drunkards, but they are more drunk than the people they are going to arrest. That we have a problem.
I want to direct all officers involved in this crackdown not to use the excuse of this fight to harass, intimidate, extort money from legitimate traders and business people who are engaged in the business of alcohol.
Imploring the youth to quit alcoholism, Gachagua told the gathering about his own alcoholic road to Damascus moment.
President, I, Professor Kindiki, the rest of us here, none of us has a problem with alcohol. Personally, I must admit, I used to drink a lot before I got saved. But since I stopped drinking, my things have been very good. That's how I'm Deputy President.
Then Gachagua turned to the outlawed Mungiki group, whose activities he claims are in the rise. The Deputy President claims the resurgence of the Mungiki is the work of politicians and singled out former President Uhuru Kenyatta.
What do you want in this country? You occupy the highest position in this country. What else do you want? You are the richest man in this country. You literally own this country, including ourselves. What do you want?
Without elaborating, Gachagua claimed the retired president was setting up the Mungiki youth against the government.
Why are you setting young people, innocent young people, against security apparatus in something that you know is not possible? You are saying to protect you from who? What political agenda do you want to advance using other people's children? Allow the president and us to build houses, wapate kibarua waende wakafanya kazi. Tukubalie nafasi tupange biashara ya hao vijana. Tukubalie nafasi waende kwa NYS. Give us a chance.
As they sustained their claims of resurgence of the outlawed Mungiki sect, the two leaders warned that the government is ready to deal firmly with the group.
I want to talk to my young people. Please, don't go that route, because the government will come in very heavily on you. And you see there's a formula of how to deal with that sector that was tried and worked. That formula is still available to Professor Kindiki.
And we saw what some of these crooks and criminals were trying to do outside the DCI headquarters the other day. No country worth its salt entertains that kind of behavior. So, Your Excellency, as we fight this, we must also say no to religious and cultural extremists who want to throw Kenya to the dogs. We must say no to political and other leaders who are inciting violence and discrediting and defiling the facilities that symbolize order and civility in our country.
The Deputy President urged the regional administration to stay on high alert over the Mungiki threat.
Now,
Bwana Jake, let me put this way first. Kwanza kuna jamaa moja hapa kwa comments anaitwa James Mburu. You know, I don't like when sometimes people lie. James Mburu, I know him very well.
Wachana na comments wasiku.
No, ni James Mburu. I know him very well. Sijui kwa nini anaongea kwa comment, mbona asikuja hapo kuongea, because anasema katika comment until the government have all intelligence 100%. So ikiwa government they have intelligence, kwa nini wakuja tena watuambie si wa act na hiyo intelligence yao? Mbona watuambii watu waliuza sukari mbaya ilikuwa ni nani? Mbona watuambii KEMSA? Anyway, James Mburu atakuja kwanza hiyo next time akikuja hapa. Now,
okay. I have a question before even I give Dunia na mambo. I have this question. Why now? Because Maina Njenga alisimama kuwa senator wa Laikipia the other day. Why was this not brought in? Why now? Why this particular juncture? What has he done that influences the decision of the government? Is it that what intel do you think the government is having?
Not only that. First, I want to debunk this notion by government kwamba ati whenever youths waki-act ati lazima kuna politician amewa incite. Yani wamechukulia kwamba wa Kenya, there are people who cannot reason, there are people who cannot act, there are people who cannot see evil, ati kwamba sasa wakikuja barabarani kulalamika kuna mtu amewa incite. Kwanza, I think that is a very poor mentality. Wa Kenya wanaweza kuwa kitu inaitwa spontaneously, you know, something can trigger them na wanaweza kuja. Tulipata watu walipelekwa ICC just because kuna Wakenya ambao they acted spontaneously. Hakuna mtu alikuwa amewa incite. So what keep them thinking that ati kwamba whenever Kenyans react ati kwamba lazima kuna politician behind. Now when it comes to Mungiki, bila Martha Karua aliambia judge Nakuru, I think that is actually the position. Kwamba this is just a political ambao they want to curtail him. Because they fear, they know that he can command a lot of support from the mountain. Na sasa I guarantee you kwamba ikiwa Maina Njenga angekuwa na support Rigathi Gachagua, angekuja hata na groups ya vijana milioni 1, he will not be branded as Mungiki. But because he's on the contrary opinion, he's now his branded names.
Okay, so, Dunia ina mambo, habari ya leo kaka, siku nyingi.
Poa sana ndugu yangu. Na nyinyi mmepotea
sana kwa show. Tuko. Karibu sana.
Kila siku nakuwa hapa na siwapati bwana online. Unakuanga wapi?
Ndio hawa sisi, karibu sana.
Haya. Asante sana kunipea chance kuongea juu ya hii imeletwa hapa ya serikali ya Ruto bila naongoza Kenya na bila pia wanataka kuleta group mpya. Yes, maneno ilisasemwa wanataka kugawa Kenya. So tumbo iko moto sasa. Tumbo ya watu iko moto. Kwa sababu mtu Raila aliguzia kidogo tu. Atakana tukue na Kenya yetu. Uwizi ya kore ishe. Kila mtu apewe portion yake. Wakati Raila ameongea hiyo kitu, Duale akaongea na hasira. Lakini wakati Gachagua alisema serikali ni kampuni, hakuna mtu aliongea. Walipokea president akaulizwa swali kwa TV, akasema mtu alifanya hiyo mtu aliongea hiyo maneno, akuja defend himself. So waliadhibika nao wakisema ni kampuni. No, remember sana ukienda history, British wakati alikuwa na colonize kila nchi, kuna kitu ilikuwa inaitwa kampuni. Kampuni ndio walikuwa na Kenya, ilikuwa inaitwa Kenya. Ilikuwa inaitwa kampuni ya British. Ndio baadaye ikakuja akapewa hiyo ya Kenya whatever nini. So hii sisi wakati mwingine tunakuwa kampuni ya UDA au tunakuwa kampuni watu wa Rift Valley na watu wa Central, kwa sababu hao tangu Kenya watu huru hao ndio watuongoza. So nikiongea mambo ya Mungiki, wanasema Mungiki hata kirudi pia ni sawa. Si kila tribe pia watatengeneza group zao. Na Kenya pia sasa tutapata chance sasa kila mtu agawe inchi yake aende nayo. Kama umetengeneza Mungiki, Mombasa pia watatengeneza ile inaitwaje? MR something movement. Wakienda Nyanza pia watamusha zile Taliban, watamusha sijui nini China Air Force sijui nini. Kila mtu atatengeneza group yao. Wapi watatengeneza group yao. So hii mambo ya Mungiki, kumbe nimepata kitu Gachagua anaogopa. Kumbe Gachagua anaogopa binduki nini? Mungiki. Ameongea siku mbili anataka kulia bwana. Kwani watu walimfanyia nini? Kila mahali sasa ni Kenya mzima ni security nani? Huyu Minister of Security anaongea juu ya Mungiki. Gachagua anaongea juu ya Mungiki. Duale anaongea juu ya Mungiki. President pia utasikia akiongea juu ya Mungiki. Ni propaganda wanataka create on kitu ambao wamejua iko. Kama iko wadeal nayo kwa sababu gani? Hakuna haja kukuja tukawaambia kwa social media. Si wewe umeshajua leakage uko nayo. Uko na proof hii group inatengenezwa. Na umejua watu wanatengeneza. So wamalize. Sasa group nyingine ukikosa kumaliza. Na kama hii huyu jamaa wanamwekea sasa anataka kuamsha hii group. Kama angekuwa na support hao, wangesema group hiyo. Wangesupport kuamsha kabisa. Sasa yeye anasema iko. Wale ambao walienda kuchoma shamba, walienda kuiba makondoo kwa ile shamba ya Uhuru, wameshikwa. Wameshikwa. Hijashikwa, ndio ina kina nani? Sio ni magunzi. Kwani hao magunzi washikwa? Na wale ambao walikuwa wanafanya maandamano wameshikwa, wengine wamepigwa tear gas, wengine wamepigwa risasi. Haya. Sasa hao wale vijana wanakuanga kwa Jakaranda, wanashikwa kila siku kwa sababu ya kuongea. Na wana hata binduki, hawana hata kitu yote. Na wale waliiba hizo mashamba, wale waliiba mang'ombe, hawajashikwa paka leo. Ya pili, anasema watu sasa, anasema Kindiki anasema wale ambao ma leaders ambao wanaongea kuchochea watu wanaongea vibaya, aanze na Gachagua kwanza. Gachagua alisema alikuwa anakunywa pombe na mimi bado najua bado anakunywa pombe paka leo. Kwa sababu gani? Sasa hii ndio anaongea kama mtu anakunywa pombe kabisa, anaongeza hata bangi. Pia chunguzi. Akituambia hapa ameokoka. Bila sasa hiyo anaongea hata kaka mtu waacha pombe, ameongezea bangi. Ameongea pombe zaidi. Kwanza angaliwa na yeye. Kwa sababu yeye ndiye ameamsha hizo vitu zote. Kuongea kwake, kubehave kwake, yeye ndiye ameamsha hizo vitu. Yeye ndiye ameamsha paka tunaamua kugawa Kenya. Yeye ndiye ameamsha pia toka tunakuwa sasa tunakuwa na map yetu. Kwa sababu gani? Kuongea kwake. Kama mtu anakuambia Kenya ni kampuni. Ni kampuni yao. Alafu pia ukiangalia wale wameandikwa na serikali ni watu wao. Alafu tena wanakuambia tupeni ushuru. Sio tunalipa ushuru kwa kampuni aje. Si kila mtu agawe leo. Kwa sababu hiyo kitu hakuna hata mtu amecomment, hakuna hata mtu amepeleka yeye kwa koti kusema bila aliongea ni mbaya. Wamesupport kwa sababu ni kampuni yao. Watu wa Central na watu wa Rift wanajua ni kampuni yao. Tangu Kenya anze kupata uhuru paka sasa hii. Hii ni kampuni yao. Hao watu wengine ni kunyonywa tu. Lakini hizo group kiamuka mimi niko sawa tu. Wale wataumia, wale watabaki hai, wabaki hai. Ndio watu heshimiane. Madharau umekuwa mingi madharau umekuwa nyingi. Iwezi kuwa hebu wewe tumia tu akili yako, tuongee tu ukweli. Ani two tribe wakiungana au ni president. Only two tribe wakiungana au president. Please tuongee ni ukweli tafadhali. Hata kama kila inchi kuna system yao ya kuleka watu kwa president, hii system ya Kenya ni mbaya. Hii ni ya kugawa inchi. Ani Rift Valley na Central wakiungana direct hiyo ni ticket president. Hapana. Kuna kitu hapa, kuna kitu nachezwa hapa. Kama wawezi funga safa tujue ukweli, kila mtu aende na inchi yao.
Wacha
kama kosa taenda na post yao.
Dunia ina mambo. Wacha kidogo nirudishe kwa mada ya leo. Hapa ninacheza clip na ninaona Martha Karua alikuwa ndiye mwakilishi ama the lawyer representing the accused Maina Njenga. Now, why do you think now? Because this is not the first time Maina Njenga has been in court over the same issue. Why now? Why is Azimio? Because Jeremiah Kioni is here. I see Mwangi area is here. Why do you think it's important to have these guys represent Maina Njenga? What is it in it for them? Unaona ni nini wanatafuta hapa kwa hii story yote?
Aya, kitu pia iko Maina Njenga hajaanza kuwa rafiki na Raila hapa sasa. Ukiangalia Maina Njenga ni mtu anasupport Raila mara nyingi sana. 2017 yeye anakuanga ndo Raila. Maina Njenga tukuambie tu kweli. Yeye anakuanga opposite Raila. So sasa hiyo akitetewa na hao maloya akina Wajakoya, akina Martha Karua, akina wao wengine. Kwa sababu sasa hivi ako kwa timu ya Azimio. Kama kwa timu ya Azimio sasa lazima mtetee. Yes. Au lazima mtetee kama lawyer, kama ni mtu ambaye iko timu yao. Unanipata? So kutetea Maina Njenga sasa hivi si kitu ambacho ni geni kwa sababu Maina Njenga nani anamjua? Wakati alikuwa mbaya na wakati sasa ako mzuri, au bila sasa wanataka kumweka je nani anamjua? Kila mtu anamjua. Kama hawa wako na leakage, wanasema ukweli wako hivi na hivi, walete hiyo proof. Asituletee story kama exactly ya Pastor Ezekiel. Mara leo hivi, mara leo hivi. Na tunajai tuletea proof yoyote. Kwani Ezekiel peke yake ndo anauza kitambaa na yeye peke yake ndo anauza maji? Kwani hao pastor wengine huuzi maji na kitambaa? Hao pastor wengine wanapokuwa mpaka kwa nini kwa simu, kwa TV, anasema tingiza simu hivi, tingiza simu hivi, inaingia 10,000 hapo. Kwani hao waonekani?
Tunakuja kwa hizo kabla tujatoka kwa mada, wacha nirudi kwa Omolo. Why do you think it was important for Mother Karua to be present today? Because as I've said, it's not the first time Maina Njenga is in the corridors of the courts. But why is it significant now? What is it in need for Azimio to be present at such a time as this for Maina Njenga?
It is very significant for Azimio because we not only Maina Njenga. The other day you saw Gaucho was arrested, and I think a day ago or yesterday also he was also rearrested. So you see here it is attack versus counter attack. What the government trying to do now is to go for the foot soldiers of Azimio. So that at least they can slow them down. And what Azimio also doing is now to counterattack, making sure that their foot soldiers are on standby. Remember now that Maina Njenga is a new entrant now to Azimio team, and it is a sure bet kwamba sasa Azimio they can now stamp authority squarely katika mountain. They have been looking for that point now, and that is what deputy president has realized, because wale wengine kidogo alikuwa anajua kwamba they are weak, hata Kioni alikuwa, but now with the coming of Maina Njenga, that is now when the mountain is going to split katikati. You see,
but you see so, now how does it split? Because Maina Njenga alisimama akiwa Azimio, so how does it split? And he is already in their side. Maina Njenga was still in Azimio, Mwangi area was still in Azimio, so how does it split with your team? How does it split?
It split because many expectations that the youth expected. You see that narrative of Asla versus them. It is now people like Maina Njenga who are owning it now. That now it is we Asla versus them. So wale wengine sasa they have transit to dynasty. Vile walikuwa wanaangalia at that point wakifanya campaign wakisema kuna dynasty na Asla. Now Wakenya wengi na sasa wale vijana wengi wa Central wanawaangalia sasa hawa kina Rigathi Gachagua, Kimani Ichung'wah kama sasa ma dynasties. You see? Sasa Maina Njenga sasa is their voice. Yes, sasa ndio katika hiyo voice ya hustlers. And that is why now unaona kwamba hiyo support base. I'm telling you, if election was to be held today, utaona huyo Maina Njenga anaweza kupata kura mahali popote Central ataenda, 100% votes. Because what the youth were expecting is totally different of what they are seeing, especially in the mountains. So that is why now you see Maina Njenga is getting that support base now and is going to grow even bigger. And now you see hata hii mambo ya kushikwa, it is even building him more. Because this is now is using it as opportunity. You know, even the time that hawa watu ambao kwa serikali saizi walikuwa wanasema Uhuru kama vile, what make deputy president to thrive ni kwamba sababu alishikwa na Uhuru. I think it was once or twice, but he used that as an opportunity kusema is being persecuted.
But Molo, let's not also forget this fact that Maina Njenga has been in the corridors of the courts for so long, and that did not sway the people of Laikipia to vote for him because he wanted to be the senator of Laikipia. You remember one time Ruto went to Laikipia and Maina Njenga stormed his meeting, and he caused some bit of commotion, and Ruto had to tell him, if you want to create a meeting, unda mkutano yako na huko. He wanted to associate himself na hiyo meeting, and Ruto had to chase him away. But eventually people did not elect him. Now with this arrest, how do you see it play out that eventually itamkatapul awe sasa ati ndio either the what you are calling kingpin or now the other voice, the alternate voice that people will run to, especially from the mountain, given that even before they have not listened to him. What now?
You know, and that's what I'm telling you. You know what will catapult him? Understand this way. Ruto wakati ile alikuwa ako katika hiyo position ya Maina Njenga, he was the victim. And that is why alikuwa amewin heart ya wale watu. That is why hata alikuwa na hiyo audacity ya kusema nenda unda mkutano wako huko, because watu walikuwa wamesympathize na yeye, you know, he was playing that victim. But now sababu ya ile mambo inafanyika, watu hawaoni, you know, reprieve katika maisha. Now sasa Maina Njenga ndiye akona victims na yeye pia akiwa kama victim. Sasa hii kushikwa watu hata haoni kama ni Maina Njenga, wanaona kama sasa, unaona kwanza hii kushikwa na kukua associated na Mungiki, kwanza wangengojea hata at least kuwe na kitu kimoja wamefanya. Kumekuwa na watu wamekuwa kienda kwa DCI hata siku ile ya marehemu Jeff, kuna vijana walienda kwa DCI kwenda kuuliza about the investigation. They were not branded as Mungiki. Wakati who was arrested the other day, wakaenda hata siku ile baba walienda kwa DCI. You know, those youths who are there, they were not branded as Mungiki. Unaona? So what makes them now come to judgment kwamba wale watu walienda kwa DCI they were Mungiki? They did not ban any facility there. They did not even throw stones. Lakini they went there and chant songs, unaona, of their support. Maina Njenga has been a politician. Amejaribu vile unasema 2 attempts. Mtu wote amejaribu, hata kama alianguka, lakini alikuwa na support. Unaona? You know, maybe alisimama kwa mali ambapo haikuwa pake, maybe angesimama one of the constituency katika Nairobi, maybe angepita, ama angeenda Central, angepita. You know, sometimes you can be a politician, you know, like this KJ hakwenda kusimama kwa constituency ya babake, na angesimama kule maybe angeangushwa, you know, na Alice Wahoma I think, lakini akaamua kukuja Nairobi na Nairobi akapita.
Lakini kabla apita alianguka mara kadhaa.
Yes, alianguka mara kadhaa. So Njenga, Maina Njenga saizi yeye ako na sauti ya kusema. Angalia Wakikuyu, that is how they play their politics. Uhuru Kenyatta aliwahi kusimama mara ngapi Kiambu akimwangusha, and eventually come and became kingpin na akapata president. Sababu ya nini? Sababu ile persecution ya ICC. You know, that persecution of ICC.
But now you see, I think I see those as different scenarios, because unaona hii, it was an outsider, let me call it so. It was, they were like looking at an outsider is persecuting one of their own. This time it's like
it was not outsider. The person they were accusing, the person they were.
Let me finish so that to understand what I want to say. An outsider to them was, the narrative that was sold, Raila Odinga is sending our son to ICC, right? Now it was everyone to come and defend our own, right? In fact, Wakamwita Kamwana or something like that. and they embraced him, and the Thuraku moment happened, right? Because they wanted to defend their son. This time round, it's one of their own fighting one of their own. So how does that send in mileage?
Now let me break it down for you. There is a talk going around the mountain. You know, people are not seeing Rigathi Gachagua. People are seeing Ruto. And the insiders, they are saying that Ruto is using Rigathi Gachagua to divide Central, and even they have went ahead and accusing him kwamba amewaacha Wakikuyu wanapigana naye anagawa nafasi za kazi kwa watu wake. You see, so ni vile watu ongei, lakini watu wanaona sasa kwamba.
But it is interesting because because though we are going out of the topic, but I'll be coming to that because I think I'll still ask in a different context. But before I even come to that, let's come back to the topic now. And I had asked this even as I bring in Ashley and even Nina Mambo on this. What is the significance of Azimio participating in this now? Number one. And number two, who stands to benefit? Maina Njenga, does he benefit in this? The government, does it benefit on this? Because is it a diversion they're trying to bring out? Because people have a lot they can talk about. There are issues ambazo zinatu concern tunafaa tuongelee, but look at even now the show about after being away the show ambayo nimeanza now, it's about Mungiki instead of talking of issues. So is it diversion tactics? And in any case, if it is diversion, what is the real story that's being hidden?
Kwanza kwanza before nienda hapo there is a light message mtu ameandika anaitwa Caroline I found it interesting nikasema nitasoma. Anaitwa Caroline
Nyamuremye
ya Murembe. So amesema kwamba he was rigged. Fungueni server ndio tujue kama Maina Njenga alishinda ama kushinda.
Sasa servers now. Kulikuwa na servers za senator, I'm not sure.
Anyway, maybe atakuja kutuelezea zaidi. Now, kwanza elewa kitu kimoja. In every political contest, there is always a benefit, especially to the beneficials. Kwanza, Maina Njenga himself, kumbuka, that is a very big mileage for him to stamp authority, sababu nakwambia Central bado iko na vacuum. So Maina Njenga now at reach a point kwamba it is like wanapimana nao nguvu na DP. You see, one. Number two, Azimio has gained a lot because now Maina Njenga is able to command, huge command on the mountains. So if anything now, Azimio want to drive their agenda, at least now they can bank on Central also kwamba they will have enough followers to drive the agenda. Kama juu sasa maandamano, if Maina Njenga was this active, ungeona maandamano ile ujuai kuona. Maandamano ingekuwa different scenario. So they are gaining 100%.
Tunina Mambo.
Hii mambo ya Maina Njenga hii, mimi unasema hii Mungiki ni kitu ambayo iliisha au kitu ambayo tutaki. Hii kitu iko, ndugu yangu, wale ambao wanaishi Nairobi kama sisi tunajua. Ukitaka kujua hii kitu iko, wewe angalia ile matatu anabeba watu area yako. Kuna jamaa iko kwa pale kwa stage anachukuanga 50 mia. Kazi yake ni nini?
No, hiyo ni different. Ni manamba kwa kila mahali. Manamba kwa kila mahali wanachukuaga pesa ya stage. Hata ukienda
unaongelea nani? You see, stage ina watu ambao they kinda wamebuy your place.
Yes.
Alafu if you bring your car,
hizo vitu unasema zote tunajua. Sako nini watoto tunasema hizo, unasema najua. Wachana mambo ya sako, wachana stage. Kuna vijana wa mtaa pale wanarokota hizo vitu, wacha hiyo. Kuna jamaa wa mtaa huyo unasema anarokota hizo vitu, hiyo pesa anapeleka wapi? Kwa sababu gani? Wewe ukiweka gari yako ukienda kwa stage lazima uungane kwa hiyo sako, unanipata? Kuna hiyo sako, sawa? Hiyo sako ukishaungana nayo
kidogo tu Omolo, sijui ngwani yako iko na ka feedback no na commute, but I'll be giving you kidogo.
So unanipata? Watu bado iko anataka kupea proof vingine. Enda marikiti hapa, unajua marikiti huwezi fungua palipopote kuuza hapo marikiti pako uone hao watu wako mshuri yao. Sasa blanda iko wako paka kwa polisi, kuna watu wao wako paka kwa polisi, kuna group yao umechukua paka polisi. Kwa sababu gani? Wanafanya kazi kwa polisi. Kama wewe umenunua matatu unataka kuweka kwa matatu barabara, lazima ukuwe na license number 1 ya serikali, sawa? After 2 lazima ukuwe na sako, sawa? Kwa sababu hii sako ndio inapewa pesa, si ndio? After sako, so kuna kijana anasimama pale, hata si kijana ya mtaa, hiyo ni kijana ya group anapelekwa pale. Chukua pesa nyingi, sangine ni mbao 30 50 kwa kila matatu, na ukikataa kutoa hiyo pesa hata kama uko kwa hiyo sako, hiyo matatu haitabeba.
I don't know. I have no information about. In any case, it's a topic I'm really not very conversant with, but I'm really trying. Yeah? Now, let me ask you, depending on what you're saying. Now, your 20 bob, how does it go to benefit the group at large? Because kama it's an individual receiving the 20 shilling, how does it reach the leader or the chairman or the group or how? So that because it's a group, right? How do they run the group? How does this money eventually reach, because it's one thing to claim that really be assertive about.
Let me help him. Dunia ina mambo. Nishawahi kuwa na matatu kadhaa personally.
Okay.
Na pia nishawahi kuengage operators mpaka nilikuwa nimeongoza, hata kama maybe mlikuwa mnaangalia, hata bado iko katika archives za many media around 2013 2014. Niliongoza nikaregister hata a national association ya matatu operators, ilikuwa inaitwa Reformed Matatu Operators Association, and I wanted to help them bring a lot of reforms katika sector ambao nilikuwa nimeweka a lot of stipulate a lot of things. Moja ilikuwa ni trainings, first aid, merit wafanyiwe, so a lot of things. Now how they operate katika stage iko hivi. Ukiona huyo kijana anachukua 20 bob, huwa yuko peke yake, huwa kuna mwingine ako pale kando na kalamu na karatasi akiandika. Sasa huwa kuna chairman wa hao vijana katika every stage, lakini yeye huwa kuji katika field, lakini yeye ndio huwa ana implement sanctions kwa wale maconductor ambao wamekataa kulipa. They know how to deal with them, so huwa kuna kijana anaenda anachukua, lakini huwa kuna mwenye anaandika. So at the end of the day, na wanafanya katika shift, by the way, maybe anakuja anachukua kama 3 hours, alafu anaenda pale kando anaenda kupeana accounts. Okay, nimesanya 3000, anaambia okay, shika hii yako 500, and then the rest wanagawanya wale ile group iko pale. So ile group iko pale, they have hours of operating. If there are 9, maybe they can say this one operate 3 hours, you go, this one operate 3 hours, you go. So, and they control that place. That is how they operate. That is how they earn their living. And normally they are ex-matatu operators, like they have been there, they have been conductors, or they have been drivers.
Now, the big question now that is coming into my mind is, why matatu? Why not other hawkers? Why matatu?
No. Matatu is a soft spot. It has a quick cash. Just the way also traffic, they find matatus to be, a cash cow. Sababu matatu conductor huwa kona pesa kwa mkono kila wakati. Oka unajua atakwambia usijauza, nimezunguka, jua imenipiga, lakini conductor gari ikienda ikipiga round, pesa ziko pale mkononi. So it is a soft spot.
I'll try to research about that because I really need to find out some of these things, because really sound interesting. Now, allow me to have Ashley just one moment to name a mambo. Allow me so that to a balance kidogo. Ashley VP.
I'm Zuri sana. Hope everybody is okay.
Good to have you. Habari ya masiku.
Nzuri sana. I hope you are doing good. Glad
We
to
are
have
well.
you.
Karibu sana kwa show.
Asante. So my point on Mungiki, when I heard Gachagua speak, I was concerned because if they know who the leader of Mungiki is and who is reviving what should be a terrorist group, they need to catch the leaders instead of telling parents to watch their children not to be influenced. And I know, Jex, you are asking, how is it that Maina Njenga tried to run and he was defeated, yet now he seems like he's gaining traction. If you look at the elections, he did not participate. He was a silent partner of Azimio. He wasn't a strong partner. But now, from my opinion, is that he's the one who is actually, he didn't utilize anybody to try and convince the Kikuyus to vote, whether maybe they thought they were going to win another way. He didn't really work hard to push Kikuyus to vote for Azimio. But I feel like he's been pushed in the corner. He has no support. He's been going to Azimio. You see, he was with Gaucho. So he may be paying, I believe, Maina Njenga behind the scenes and pushing him, and he's the push that he's pushing. And people are so desperate right now. And Ruto and Gachagua understand that it is so easy for them to just go and give those youth just a little money and put them in the field to where they're now paying them to be in the army. So it is very easy now. They are like, they are so poor. There's so much need that it is so easy they are vulnerable. So it is so easy for someone to get into crime. It is like when you're like in America, there are some places where they are poor. So most people there, you find they do drugs. It's like in Kibera, their children, their girls start having sex when they are young because of the poverty. Their kids do drugs. It's the same thing as now that they've pushed the Kenyans where they are. It is so easy for them to be influenced to do something else. So even Mungiki is right. The ground is right for such an organization as this time. But I think if they have their intelligence and they know that even though it is Uhuru, let's say it's true that Uhuru is doing it, I don't think they need to come and tell us. They need to take action. They don't need to wait until our kids get into those gangs and then you kill the kids. And this thing of them not dealing with those big cuts is a thing in Kenya, because even this money that we are being told the money was stolen, so now they want us to remove money for tax. They are taxing us, and Ruto is saying that those people who don't want to remove the 3% housing levy don't want the people who are not working to have jobs. But I thought the tax that we remove is what should be used for the government to bring the jobs. So now, since you have already removed tax for those working, what is the additional housing levy that they are forcing people to remove for? Because the tax that they are getting, that is the purpose. And if we are paying 80% of whatever revenue is getting collected from tax to debts, we first have to ask, how are those debts used? Why are they not talking about the people who stole this money? Why have we not had anything about them trying to get back the money that was stolen? Because the debts that we are paying are in people's pockets. I have to say here, there are people in Kenya who are very rich, even than, like they are billionaires, trillionaires. If someone like Uhuru has 30 trillion or 30 trillion shillings or dollars in foreign land, has Ruto tried to investigate if this money, why don't you freeze it until you make sure that it is tax, it's not tax evaded, that it is tax paid for? How much do you think if that 30 trillion was removed tax? We wouldn't be talking about any levy, but they are coming to the kwa maskini. the people who cannot do anything. That is who they want to tax. And then they want to give our youth the work of unazaa watoto wakue watu wa mjengo. Now, I went on and I looked at Charlene Ruto. She's 30 years old and is considered a youth in Kenya. Her education background, she went to Daystar University, did a bachelor in mass communication, went for an MBA in hospitality at the Rothschild Institute International School of Hotel Management in Crans, Montana, Switzerland. That is an option that she had. Who is going to give the children of the poor an option? I give like in the US, I'm going to give that example. The government has so much money that if you don't go to school, it is because you don't want to go. Some people say education is not for me. Then wacha wao waende kwa mjengo. Kuna trade school. It's a 2-year college. It's like diploma there. And they are paid for, especially on things like housing, nini kujenga, like trade school is like a diploma in plumbing, electrician, free. Because they know once you get that trade, then you will become useful because you will go into that field. And watu wale wataki kusoma sana, they just want a little skill. Kuna community college, which is a 2-year college. There is university and college, which is a 4-year college. And then from there, most of the time, like from there now you can advance by yourself or you're paid for by the company that you work for. Why aren't our youth being given these opportunities? Easy pesa zote zimeibiwa. I believe that the program that we should have now is to recoup the money that has been stolen. Because if Ruto did that, he got all the money that was stolen. There was money that Jimmy Wanjigi was talking about that has been misappropriated. If it was got, and then we saw in Kisii County how those people, the county mismanaged its money. If each county was asked to do an audit, and everybody that has mismanaged money, return it, and then we say, we put it in a certain fund. And then now we say, from this fund, we've got 30 trillion or 30 billion, and we need an additional 10 billion. I don't think anybody would refuse to put in. But now you want to not address that, and now you want to go forward, and these loans that you want to pay because you have to pay them because you fear those people you borrowed from and you don't want to default and your credit rating has gone down, now you want to take from the people. Wacha nikuulize, hizo nasema ati the money will be available 7 years. Utaenda ulize nani na utapewa na nani? Kama watu leo wanashindwa kuenda kuchukua tax, pension zao wanashindwa. Kama watu walipwi their salary that they have worked for, hizi pesa utapataje? It will be stolen immediately. It is taken, and that is money that can go either way. So 7 years, mtu atakuwa amebakisha how many years? Who will you ask for your money? The same government that hasn't even followed the thieves that stole, and some of them are in government. Gachagua had a case where he diverted some money in 2000, and someone came and gave a confession in court, and that is one of the cases that was dismissed. Those are the people who are telling you to trust them. The same Ruto who told us that gas is going to reduce to $300 to $500 shillings. And then he came and said ni mtungi. Na sasa anasema 300 hii levy inatolewa. I'm wondering how are we going to own the homes? Because anasema hawa watu wana jobs, they don't want to help the people without jobs. Sasa nauliza, since hizi nyumba zinauzwa, how is this 3% inasaidiaje watu wale wana jobs? Kwa hivyo watu wetu ni watu wa mikono, watoto wetu ni watu wa mikono. Sasa watoto wao wanaiba, the people who steal, watoto wao, they will continue being rich. So even tomorrow, you'll be ruled by them. Just on principle. Hata kama hauna job, that is something we should refuse. On principle. Because even though today your mother is a nobody, you want to be a somebody. Your mother wants you to be a somebody, to have children that can go as far as they want and cannot be stopped. How many kids? Like I was talking to someone in our group here, Mutembei, and they say they can't go to school to gain a skill because they have to take care of their children. Why should a child, sema huyo youth, ana sacrifice, anafanya hizi hustle, ndio asaidie watoto wao. If the government recoups all this money zimeibiwa, all these people who akina Kerochi wale wajalipa taxes, walisema ati don't, usiwasukume sana, enda uongeleshe and see what you work out a payment arrangement. Why are you begging them yet you're forcing us? So unaona kuna kitu, na hata ndio wanatupatia hustler fund ya 500. Kuna madharau ya watu wadogo, and it is time ule mtu anajiconsider mdogo asimame aseme no. I might come from a poor family today, but I don't want my child also to be a worker, anini watu wa mtu wa mjengo. I want them to have an opportunity. I want them to have these jobs that are coming up. IT, kuna vitu nyingi watu wanaweza fanya, and then if they don't have ideas, they need to ask us. But see to mjengo cannot be the only thing that Ruto is giving to our children. No, that cannot be the only option. That should be an option for someone who wants to take it. And that's why I came up with the daughter. The daughter has been able to pursue her career. That is why she can also apply to go to where Winnie Odinga is, because even Winnie was able to pursue her dream. How about your child? Hata watu wazimulize, who has a lot of money, what has he done to help anybody? Anybody. Hata mnasema watu wa Kikuyu wali choose, they voted for Ruto to punish Raila, to punish Uhuru for, no. Uhuru has done nothing for Kikuyu. Na sasa wanataka kutumia Maina Njenga to fight Uhuru's battle for him. That is the thing. Wanataka kutumia the youth to fight their battles. But we need to say, hata sasa sisi tunataka watoto wetu wakue, the ones who wants to go on should go on. And the only person who should be ule mtu anasema mimi sipendi masomo, kuna watu wapendi kusoma, wacha wakafanye mjengo. But nobody should be stopped from going ahead because of money. And this money is in people's pockets that shouldn't have them in their pockets. What is the government doing to recoup that money? That is my question.
Okay. Now, even as we go back to the topic, Ashley, what do you think is the reason they could be pushing hard to have Maina Njenga story really trend, despite having other pertinent issues that should really be in the minds of Kenyans? Why do you think this issue needs to be on now? And is it diversionary? Because I really don't understand, because we have not had like any crime that Mungiki has committed of late. Why is it now important?
That's a funny question, Jakes. So you wait for a crime so that you can don't say somebody is a thief, or no, something.
Not really. You see, for instance, Shakahola, there's a reason why we are going for Mackenzie.
But we don't always. We should not.
There was a time Mungiki was a threat, and Mishuki dealt with it. Then Nani was taken to court, and the court pronounced itself on this issue. Why are they bringing it up? Because could they be having intelligence that something is being cooked or being plotted against the country or the government? Why now? Because Maina Njenga has been there. It is not that he was not in the country. He was there, and I even said he even vied. So why is it important to bring his issues at the moment?
Only a fool would not. Because if he has done that in the past, even the people you saw go to get him from who are in Nakuru, did they look to you like Mungiki? Did you see them? I saw them. They did. And if they don't, you know, you can't, even in a fight, if you're always on the defensive, you lose. You have something to come on the offensive. And I think in this case, they are trying to be on the offensive because they know the impact if they let him grow roots. Whatever the Azimio is going to remove them, is going to, like it will be a formidable force. And the problem is once they become a force, they will fight, yes, but there is a point. You see, like when they did 2007, they first helped the Kikuyus and then they started killing the Kikuyus. So that is menace that you should not tolerate.
Okay.
Because then it will be, right now it will work for them, but it will come to a point where it will be something that it's like ISIS. It is like Al-Shabaab. You know, it's like when you let it loose, now it's able to contain it back. So I think it is very wise if they have intelligence. In fact, I think they are not doing enough. If they have suspicion or they are alarmed, they need to do more than they have done, because nobody should die because of that. That should not be allowed to continue if it is a threat. Just like was told that he was a threat and he had to stay out of the country. If that guy is a threat, he needs to stay in jail without bail.
Okay.
But if he's a threat.
I see Omolo needs to say something. Yes.
Allow me to ask maybe one or two questions to Ashley, and also to give one point of information. First, I want to tell Ashley that Kenya is guided by the Constitution and the rule of law, and it is not a selective justice system. So you cannot put somebody in jail without bail, because the Constitution entitles everybody for a bail in any case. So that is what we follow. We cannot create a constitution for only Maina Njenga. Secondly, the Mungiki, what the question I wanted to ask Ashley, this Mungiki group we are talking about, are these youths from Uganda? Are they from Kenya? Are they from Rwanda? Are they from Somalia? Or they're also Kenyans? Because I don't understand why when somebody is pushing for a cause, then he become a bad domain, he become a bad group. Kenya is Kenya for everybody. And whatever somebody agenda might be pushing, that person also need to be listened. He ought to be listened and know what is the problem. The problem that we are having is not, I told you that many groups will come, Chinkororo will come, MRC will come, many groups will come because of the hardship that youths are facing. So what you need to do is listen to them. Okay, I give you instance. When Deputy President went to Central and tell youths that muachane na pombe, na polisi mushike wale wanakunywa. Mimi nilikuwa nakunywa, lakini niliwacha because I was saved. See, double standard, not because alishikwa, because he was saved. So if wewe uliwacha because you are saved, what you need to do is bring more pastors and bishops wahubiria hao vijana, nao pia waache vile uliacha sababu ya kuokoka. Wewe ukuacha sababu ya kushikwa ama kuwekwa jela. Everybody has a right to drink. Alcohol si crime in Kenya. Alcohol kila mmoja ana right ya kunywa, na tuko hii ulimwengu kwa haki. Nobody is here to prefect another one. We are not here to be prefected or monitored by another person. So kukunywa katika Kenya, as long as umekunywa na pesa yako ujienda kuibia mtu, it is not a crime. Kwa hivyo ile kitu iko ni kuwa watu wanakunywa because desperation and idleness. Kama unataka watu wasikunywe, watafutie kazi ya kufanya, wapatie pesa wafanye biashara, then utaona wakikunywa. Lakini huwezi kwenda tu na ku generalize everybody but you should not drink, you should not operate a bar when it is not something that is not illegal. So nataka kumuuliza Ashley
before you even go far.
Yes.
I don't know mahali Ashley angelea pombe, but I don't know what you have meant, because ni interesting. But maybe Ashley, I know you want to respond, but maybe I ask, why do you think it's not important for the government to try to protect its young population? You know, maybe until you see the impact of what alcohol has done in Central Province and in some of these places, you would not really know what to say, because
let me tell you, Jake,
young men are really lost in illicit liquor. They are destroying their lives. So if the government puts on an initiative, I don't think it's wise. Yes, Ashley.
Let me respond to that your question, then you give to Ashley. I'm not saying that government should not respond, but there.
No, this is how you have said. This is what you have said.
No,
you have said.
What I said is like
no
this.
one should control. Your words were no one should.
No one. Let me tell you, no one should control. No one should curtail, because it is by law and rights that everybody is entitled to do whatever they wish, as long it is not outside the law. The government cannot use law to punish the drunkards.
And the government
wait.
It's equally the responsibility of the government to protect.
The government is not the disease. The government has lost it. After housing, they are going outside their scope of what they are supposed to do. Because it says an idle mind is the workshop of the devil. So even the way, one of the reasons that people are so idle, that is why even when these politicians go somewhere, they can get a crowd quickly on a work day, because people are not working. What they need to do is create jobs, or not only create jobs, because the government cannot even create jobs. What the government needs to do is to bring policies that are conducive so that people can be able to create jobs. Kama hii ya overtaxation is killing the people, the small businesses, is killing investors to come to the country. So those are the things they need to change. They need to have a good climate for creation of jobs. And when most people are working, like he said, most people drink because they are idle and they are frustrated. If there is enough work, I don't think people will be going to drink, or then they can open rehab centers. But you can't start telling people what to do when they are over 18. That is not the work of government. And then as far as Mungiki, I don't know much, but what I'm saying, if the government has intelligence, if they have intelligence that there is activity as such as Mungiki, they need to handle it as soon as possible so that it doesn't come and affect our youth. That's what I said. I don't know much, but they have more intelligence that we do, and they don't need to be coming to tell us. It shouldn't be a matter of discussion. They should act decisively on it.
Okay. I don't know, but let me now ask some of these questions directly. In the US, where you are, do you have like institutions run by government that fight drug addictions and drugs related issues?
Yeah. In US,
now, let's go step by step. If the US has that,
they do have, but they don't. They talk like when Trump was in parliament, was in office. His wife was a big advocate because there's opium. Opium is the thing, and it kills a lot of young people. So they have these encouragements to discourage people from those kinds of drugs, but they don't.
Now, I get what you're saying. The government finds a way to discourage or to kind of show alternates of not doing the drugs in an abusive form. In any case, the government is not banning use of alcohol. It's banning addiction, or rather, it's trying to fight addiction. Because once you lose a generation to an addiction, I'm sure you have centers there for rehab and all.
Yeah, and then what they did, like they have these electric cigarettes, and kids were taking it because there was no age. What they do, you cannot drink unless you are over the age of 21 and you have to show your ID. You cannot smoke until you're 19 and you have to show ID. So they also, in some states, they have raised the age of drinking to 21, and it is enforced. If you sell beer to a minor, you go to jail and you're also fined. If you take beer as a minor, you go to jail and you're fined. If your parents keep beer in the house and it is found by the authorities and you have drunk, your parents and yourself will go to jail.
I love what you're saying. Now that's the government.
21 years old, you can drink all you want, but if you're caught driving, drinking, the ticket, the charges that you will get, the ticket that you will get, you will go crying, because that's like your whole paycheck. You have to go and pay those fines. So the fining is where people stop, because if you're fined your whole paycheck for a week because you drunk, because there is transport, there is not much public transport, most of it is private. So if you drink and drive and you've crossed over the limit that you're supposed to have and you're caught, you will pay heavily. So people learn by the fines that they are fined, and that is how they stop. The ones who don't stop languish in poverty because of the fines they get.
I agree, Ashley. But my point was, that's the government trying to kind of control, not really restrict, but control how these drugs or how alcohol is consumed or any of these things, so as to protect its population. Now, when the government tries to do the same in Kenya, I don't think it's now criminal.
Not only are they trying, don't you see even teenage pregnancies, young girls, even 21-year-olds, a lot of them, kwanza on social media, they're having children. Why would a 21-year-old have children instead of going to college and advancing their education? They run to get married, and you're going to be married forever. So you tie yourself so early because there is no opportunities for growth. This Shalini party, she's not married because she has had opportunity to advance herself. So what are we asking the government? To invest in education. Wale 50 CSs. Ruto said he needs assistance. Let him get interns from colleges, given them an opportunity to earn. Those 50 CSs will put the water in jet and take interns. They'll be less expensive, and they will give the children, they'll have hired high school, college kids. Let these 50 CSs who are rich start businesses and hire people too. Okay. That's how we solve that problem. Once you give the youth something to do, we've already reduced how many people are going to drink. And then after we reduce how many people are going to drink, then we work on what you're talking about, Jakes. But you don't tell people not to drink. What are they going to do? Have sex and get kids? Because they are idle. Tell them what is the alternative. What is the alternative?
Okay. I hear you. I hear you. And as I've always said, it's always interesting to have you guys on board. Allow me to have Dunia Ina Mambo kidogo so that hata yasione kama tumemnini sana. Yes, Dunia Ina Mambo.
Jag, nimesikia nyinyi ukiongea mambo ya kutoa vijana kwa drugs. Hii maneno nyinyi naweka mchezo kama kusema unajua Kenya Afrika kuna tabia. Wacha niseme Kenya. Unasema kuna pombe haramu na pombe halal. Weka pombe zote kwa haramu, boss. Kama basi utaweka hiyo pombe watu wakunywa, weka hiyo pombe kwa na pesa nyingi. Pombe moja, chupa moja iuzwe 2,000. Uone kama vijana maskini watanunua hiyo pombe. Hawatanunua hiyo pombe. Lakini mambo ya kusema kuna pombe haramu, pombe halal, kuna pombe ya kuua, kuna pombe ya kunonesha, kuna pombe ya kutoa akili, kuna pombe ya kuongeza akili. Hakuna pombe halal na pombe haramu. Pombe zote ni mbaya. Wewe ukikunywa bia yako sahi kama chupa 5 hivi, utaanza kujolea kwa nguo kama wewe ni mtu akujolea kwa nguo. Utaanza kutukana na watu kama wewe ni mtu akutukana na watu. Sasa hii mambo pombe halal, pombe haramu, wacheni bwana. Toeni hizi pombe. Kama pombe utauza ikuwe chupa moja kwa 5,000, 10,000 ikienda, ndio asikunywe hiyo pombe. Na hizi panaingia hizi chini hizi mbaya pia iblokiwe. Kwa sababu gani? Hizi mbaya si inatoka Uganda. Ni hii bura inatengeneza hii pombe mzuri, ndio hizo pombe inatengeneza hizi ndogo reject ya kuleta kuua wengine. Unaban changa, unaban busa, unaban bangi. Lakini hizi mabia nyinyi unauza hapa ndio umepoteza watu. Wewe maisha yako umesona mtu amevuta bangi, umetoa nguo barabara, bana kujua nguo, bana tukana watu kwa barabara. Huwezi pata. Yote bia unapata na mtu amekunya pombe, amekojolea kwa sigari, anatukana watu, anapiga bibi. Hiyo ni watu wanakunya pombe tu. So hakuna mambo ya pombe halal na pombe haramu. Alafu hii kitu kingine unasema juu ya huyu jamaa kusumbuliwa. Kuna kitu naita, unasikia kuna siku moja tunaletewa business community. Umeona sura zao? Hasa ni business community. Na unaniambia watu meisha. Business community gani inakuwa na rasta? Hata kama kuna rasta lazima ikuwe neat. So watu hizi vitu iko. Hii jamaa kusumbuliwa huku na huku. Kama wako na proof, wamshike, wamstaki, afungwe, mambo ishe. Hii mambo ya kuweka hivi ndio anza kuua mavijana, waseme vijana umeingia kwa hii kundi, vijana umefanya hivi. Hii mimi naona ni njama nyingine hapa wanataka create. Lakini haitasaidia. Unajua si mambo jamaa leo anafanya kazi, anafanya hii kazi nyingine, anasema hii same government. Alisema Azimio wanawasumbua wafanye biashara, maandamano, kuchoma maduka ya watu nini, ikaenda wakawacha maandamano. Wakakuja na mambo ya Ezekiel imetulia. Sasa imekuja na mambo ya huyu jamaa, sasa unasema ni Mungiki sijui itafika wapi. Sasa hiyo wamekuja na tax pia, hatujui tax itafika wapi. Sasa hiyo wamekuja tena na mambo si nyumba, wakuuliza swali kila mtu iko na jibu yake. Na the same project wanatuletea nyumba hivi, ndio waliletea nini SGR. So unaona SGR bill wali support 2017. SGR wali support MP, wali support SGR italeta kazi, SGR italeta Kenya na kuwa America, Kenya na kuwa London, Kenya na kuwa British. SGR imesaidia nini? Hiyo ndio tumekuwa na China deni yao, paka China amekuwa hapa deni yao hii SGR. Sasa hivi tena pia wanatuletea skando nyingine ya nyumba.
Hata wakibuild hizo nyumba na kuna watu wana kazi, wakimaliza nani atanunua hizo nyumba na bado watu wana kazi? Si watafutie watu kazi, watu wapate kazi, alafu then they make good loans kupatia watu. Sasa watu wakikuwa na pesa watatafuta nyumba. Lakini sasa watu wakijenga nyumba ni nani? Si yao tu matajiri bado watabai hizo nyumba. Because kama watu hana kazi watabai nani?
Hakuna. Ni kweli na tajiri ndio bado watanunua hizo nyumba. Ndio sana nakwambia hii sikando umetuletea mambo ya kujenga manyumba. Ni the same na sikando ya SGR. Ni MP hao walisupport kitu wakapitisha kwa bunge. Wakajenga SGR. Pesa ndio hii tunadaiwa deni ya SGR. Sasa hivi wameanza mambo ya nyumba. Si unaona bila wana support. Sijui serikali kurudisha pesa. Subhanallah. Allahu Akbar. Serikali irudishe pesa. Kwa nini kwenda kukwamia hapo?
Kama wanaiba yani ile ingine ya wali ile waliiba kama wanaiba loans kama ya mwananchi zitaenda that is a way to steal money from the government without you akikutolea 3% alafu watoe 3% ya government for every civil servant. Do you see who is going, if they steal that money, who will they be accountable to? Mtaambiwa hizo kidogo zilikuwa za kujenga, sasa kununua. You see, they will come with the way that the money went. Alafu sasa wakiuza hizo vitu very expensive kama vile Waigora alikuwa anauza bairo $80 shillings. Na hizi iende ikuwe ballooned up. Unaona, that is a way for them to steal that money after they collect it. So we have to say no.
Okay. Awesome guys. Now let's go to another topic because we have a lot to discuss. But the time pia muda pia ni mchache. Now
I wanted to wind up pia ya ulevi sababu kuna questions ulikuwa umeraise and I wanted to clear it up, na pia vile dunia mambo alikuwa anasema. Kwanza ile kitu iko ni kuwa hakuna sheria Kenya ambayo inakataza mtu kukunywa pombe hata kidogo. Kwa hivyo huwezi enda na kuambia watu serikali inaweza kutengeneza other interventions. There are a lot of interventions, medical, counseling and all that. Those are interventions that you can, if you want to help, maybe they're addicted, but you don't use law. There is no law kwamba hii mambo ya kushika walevi hiyo ni against the Bill of Rights. Kwa hivyo Kenya, then another thing, toa levy katika pombe kwanza. Kama unataka kumaliza hiyo unasema ni pombe haramu, toa levy katika pombe. Waacha hata Tusker ifinge shilingi 10 ndio kila mtu aweze kuafford. Wakati unaweka pombe price high, ndio unapata sasa watu wanataka kukunywa na hawezi kufikia hiyo bei, wanaenda sasa kwa zile vitu za streets. So kitu ya kwanza, wacha mambo ya kutax pombe, weka minimum. Wacha hata watu hata kama itakuwa 50 bob katika chupa ya Tusker. Halafu jambo lingine, kuna hizi traditional drinks ambao wazee wamekuwa wakikunywa kitambo, akina Moratina, akina Busa, akina Chang'aa ile piwa. Ile kitu unahitaji ni kwamba regulate. Pea license wala watu ambao unajua wanaweza kutengeneza, wapitie KEBS, ikuwe verified kwamba imetengenezwa in acceptable way, imefuata health protocols hizo, and wacha watu wa enjoy traditions zao. Hizi pombe tunakunywa hizi kama kina vodka, unaona, sijui Scottish whiskey, hiyo ni Chang'aa yao ambao walitengeneza kule Scotland, lakini wametuletea. Tunaona kwamba tunataka pia tuone Nyanza whiskey, tuone Moratina, wine kutoka Nyeri, hata tuanza hata kuexport. Hiyo pia ni opportunity ya kutengeneza pombe zetu we have diversity in our own. Tunaweza kutengeneza hata hizi busaa, tunaweza kutengeneza vizuri na tukapackage na tukauzia hata wazungu ambao hawajawahi kunywa busaa na wakaenjoy busaa na wakakuwa sasa tuna export. Lakini kwa nini tunang'ang'ana tunanunua Scottish whiskey, tunaenda tunanunua za Germany, tunanunua za wapi? Hao pia walibrew traditionally, wakaiendeleza mpaka ikakuwa hata wakaweza sasa kuexport. Why are we not proud of our own? Kwa hivyo hii mambo ya kucriminalize vitu ambao ni diversity ya culture yetu, hiyo pia waache. Serikali inafaa kuwa ina support our local brewers, wasawakuwe supported.
Omolo.
Yes.
I have a question. If tomorrow
Yes.
watu wapotee macho, because I remember not so long ago, the same illicit liquor, many become blind, and even others lost their lives. Actually, like last year, there was an issue in Nakuru where around 20-something guys died because of this liquor. Now, if that happens, you'll still blame the government from not protecting cities. No, wait.
You are losing.
Just a moment. When that happens, people still come out and say, where was the government not to protect its citizen from such illicit liquor that has claimed people's life? Unaelewa? So when the government wants to do that, don't you think it's in their own purview to control? They have not said no. They have not created a ban. They have not said you can't do it. They're only saying if you have to do it, do the right thing. Do it in a do the of course those liquors have been the illegal ones are known and they have been marked as these ones are illicit brew. Muratina is known. We have it in our traditions. We have it in our ceremonies. Muratina is good. But there are those illicit ones that the government fights. The ones unakuta hata vile imepigwa bwana dasta iko ndani, vitu chafu viko ndani, people take it and they go blind. So that is not the government. And hata zingine hazina cabs, hazina nini,
you are losing my point what I'm saying.
Kili inapotea.
You losing my point. Listen, ngoja, you losing my point. Sijasema wacha hizi industrial made hizi illicit ambazo zimetengenezwa. I am talking of the cultural one. Nimekasema kwamba government need to come with regulation. Now ma local brewers wapatiwe guidance, wapatiwe support. Wao wanatengeneza. Moratina haijawahi iwa mtu, Chang'aa original haijawahi iwa mtu, Busaa haijawahi iwa mtu. Ni ile tu kwamba wapatiwe regulation, wapatiwe licenses. And then hii zingine hizi za vichochoroni za kumix sijui dawa ya mochari, dawa ya nini, hizo sasa ndio tunasema kwamba hizo zidhibitiwe. Lakini ile kitu tunaangalia kwanza, what are the triggers? Why would somebody, because the triggers is zote umeweka pamoja ukasema ni illicit. Ukisikia Chang'aa wanasema illicit, Moratina wanasema illicit. Tunasema promote the local brew. Promote the local brew, patia regulation, patia license. Then mtu mwenye hawezi enda kununua vodka ya Scottish, aenda anunue vodka ya Kisumu.
Yes. Alex Media, I see you raising your hand, sir. How are you?
Poa, hiyo ndio imefanya nikaingia. This word illicit, Jex, thanks and welcome back. Omolo, welcome back.
Welcome.
Dunia na wote ambao wako. This word illicit, it's unfair branding of something that from generation have been drunk by our ancestors. I think this word illicit itself needs to be redefined again. Chang'aa cannot be named illicit. Muratina can never be named illicit. Hata original Nyasore ya kwetu, it is one of the best things, because if you realize hata sisi, where I come from, we don't call hii maneno ati Nyasore ni imekuja later. Ilikuwa inaitwa yath, which means dawa. So if you look at how they made it, the process of making it, the people who made it, in our traditional, even those people who inherited that tradition until today, who truly make that, let's say Chang'aa. I have done a good research about it, because at some point, a very close relatives was campaigning, and we realized we needed a stock of Chang'aa. We had to go to Suneka, and in a place, and we saw people who had inherited that art, and they were doing a marvelous job. I mean, so this issue of saying it's illicit, that's a lie. If people start getting sijui mafuta ya aeroplane, wengine wanaenda wanaleta sijui ni dawa ya mochari, wengine wanaenda wanaleta nini. Let's just categorize that as illegal activities. But for us to plummet this all together with Chang'aa and our local brew and a very rich history, and hujaipata Chang'aa mzuri kabisa ambaye imetengenezwa Kong ya Suneka ikiua mtu. Hiyo kitu huwezi kunywa hata glass moja bro, unaikunywa pole pole kama mstaarabu. But ukipata hizi vitu zingine zimetengenezwa somewhere, I mean, utachapa glass tatu. Chang'aa original, you can't chapa hiyo kitu glass tatu, Jex. Hiyo kitu tumeikunywa, and we know that. So they should come up with really illicit brew and tell us, in illicit, this is illicit, this is illicit. But when it comes to Busa and Chang'aa, and in fact, Jex, let me tell you, the most healthy person in our society ni mtu anakunywa Busa. You will never find mtu anakunywa Busa amekonda. They are always very healthy. So waache hiyo maneno wanatuambia bwana.
I think I need to do research hizi vitu mnaongelea, because personally I don't take liquor. So I'm here to find mzee anatumia Chang'aa mwenye ako healthy, but anyway. and the many other brands you mentioned.
Kuona mtu anakunywa Busa ako unhealthy.
Wengine wana vitambi si mchezo, lakini some of these vitambi si healthy. Ni vitambi.
No, ile si kitambi mbaya bwana. Hiyo unajua kitambi na African culture, wachana hizi vitambi za GMO ambazo tunataka kupewa sasa. Kuna ile kitambi, umeiona mtu maskini yako na kitambi? Let's be honest.
Inategemea, unajua umaskini ni relative.
Yes, man. In a traditional world, man, hata obesity, all these things came later on. If you saw somebody in school who was obese in my time, that person was a rich person. Let's be honest. I mean, these are things that we never saw. So, but
Alex Media, you see, it is in our country that as much as we have those we know that are good, those liquor that we may say they are traditional brewed liquor and all, but kwa sababu ya sisi kutaka pesa, we still how do I put it, unakuta mtu anaharibu hiyo the good thing, and by the time even the government steps in, unakuta what is being poured. Like one time I saw kwa news, dusters natolewa ndani kwa hiyo pombe mauchafu bwana, and you ask, is that one what people consume as alcohol? And you're like, I think it should be poured down, because ni kitu mbaya, ni kitu not fit for human consumption. Kitu unakunywa unapoteza macho, kitu unakunywa a whole village, few guys wanna pass. So such, don't you think it should be a way that the government in a control?
And if you ask yourself, where are those found mostly?
Of course, in Central, in
slums,
in
when you come down to your research, unapata corporate greed is what elicits this kind of behavior. I mean, I don't know where our people from Central got this behavior that business can be done against the codes of conduct. It's not only that, let's not lie. There are many other things that have been done. We may start talking about GMO sahi, but let's be honest. GMO iliingia Kenya kitambo sana. Hizi kuku ambazo zinamea for only 3 weeks. Ziliingia Central very long time ago. Whereas still utapata in some places in Kericho, kuku bado zinaenda huko zinakaa kule wapi? Mustuni, zikishataga, zikifanya zinarudi nyumbani. So you can see this corporate greed is something that, was a conflict of our culture, and you can understand of the historical problems that they have had about land, about injustice, about the standard of living for these people for many years has been a little bit more difficult than other areas, which made them now start doing some sort of smart farming, but others just decided to look for money instead of doing clean farming. But when now you hear all these issues ya watu kuwa blind nini, it is almost found in one place. Ikitu uski Busia, uski wapi, even if you hear about them, they are so limited. But on a daily basis, utaskia, you know, our brothers, more especially the Kikuyus, the people who go to the liquor industry, I don't think they have any humanity. It's not a social thing anymore. It is a place to make money, because I heard that in Central, and I don't know if it's true, because I've been to Central, but I not everywhere. I heard the two things you find in Central in bar and kanisa, almost, you know, almost everywhere. So the whole issue is not about alcohol. The whole issue, because now we are pegging the discussion on alcohol instead of now pegging it on corporate greed. And that is where now people like Gachagua comes in. They are greedy people. For them, they know how to make money, whereby, you see, the effect is not foreseeable as their own brothers who are making money from where there is adverse effect. But it all comes to one thing, greed. Yeah. Yes, Jex.
Now, before niingishe umolomolo, there is a topic we were talking about. Why do you think it's important to have Maina Njenga be the center of the discussion now, when the country has a lot of other very pertinent issues they could be talking about? Why bring Maina Njenga and Mungiki? Why now?
Jex, we've spoken this thing many times. And I think we all try to deviate from the reality that Ruto is a new president in that country. Ruto is trying to consolidate power. Ruto is seeing the potholes where they are. And Ruto is going back and realizing, in as much as he has done everything, he seems to find very big potholes that will one day get him out of power. 2013, we told them, and we were vocal, that your union is political expediency. There is nothing that you are forgiven. Kikuyus are forgiven the Kalenjins, and the Kalenjins are forgiven the Kikuyus. Look, Jex, unfortunately, I will say this on the record. Even though I was born and raised in Kisumu, in 2007, I had some holdings in your place there, where you stay right now. And if you are honest, however young you are, Jex, ile ghasia tuliona huko, we will never forget in our life. Because in as much as you may try to deny, it was well planned like an oil well machine. Now, what happened was, when the people from the other side came, they said, watatupeleka mpaka Nairobi. Now, by way, Jex, tulipelekwa mpaka Naivasha. There was a meeting that was held in State House. At that particular time, vitu za watu wengine zikaanza kuguzwa. Mashamba za Nakuru zikaguzwa, Gilgil mpaka Naivasha. Sasa, by the time they want to get to Nairobi, you see, there are people who held a meeting, the security ministers, Michuki. Those are things that, ukiangalia ICC proceedings, nobody can hide it from you. And Uhuru decides, he says, hell no, if you people cannot take the army so that can control these people so that they will not hit us here, hell broke loose. And as you know, history will say it, I can't quote it here, they solicited help, and that help rebutted. There was a buffer zone, and that help was critical to stop the people from this other side from marching towards this side. And when they realized, now that is where now the killing started. Wajaluo wakakufa, Wakisi wakakufa, Wakikuyu wakakufa, Wakalenjin wakakufa, because now they did not expect that brutal rebuttal. And that brutal rebuttal came from one place. And that's why, for me, I ever supported Uhuru Kenyatta when he went to ICC. Uhuru Kenyatta helped us who could have been killed, because the government was reluctant at that particular time. Because up to now, the former minister for health, he was the minister for communication. He put a gang order. People did not truly see. It's not like a social media nowadays. What wataficha hii clip wafiche. In the end of the day, you will see kwa maandamano what happened. But people like Boniface Mwangi will tell you, we have seen some of their clips We have seen some of the photos. Whatever happened between Nakuru and Nairobi, and whoever that was within that what happened, they are these two antagonists, Uhuru and Ruto. Some of us were not there. So Ruto knows very well who will take him out of power and how he can take him. And Machiavelli principles, they say it very well, that when you get into power, you must finish. Raila made that mistake. He never finished Ruto. He has become a thorn on his flesh until today. Uhuru made the mistake. When they came into power, he left Ruto. Now, Ruto knows the two men very well. So for Ruto to fill the potholes, he must finish their machineries or any resurgence that might come, that he knows very well, that will rebuttal him brutally and remove him from power. So the issue of Maina Njenga is not a sideshow. Whoever that will lie to you, ask yourself, every election, you've seen Baba with Maina Njenga, which I don't like it, but you have seen it in rallies. You saw Yatta the other day, the person that always preaches peace, called the guy to his meeting in his farm. So anybody belittling Maina Njenga, Maina Njenga looks like a fool, because Maina Njenga, when he speaks, he's not eloquent. His rhetoric is wanting. But there is something that me and you may not understand about him. Maybe it's the grassroots way he does things. Maybe it's that natural love. Probably those who subscribe to whatever he has given them, they are core into it. But if you look at it, the person who brought all these to our country right now so that Maina Njenga can become a hero is none other than Gachagua. Gachagua started masquerading with the issue of what? Mau Mau. Okay? He started acting like he's a real Kikuyu. Now, he is being scavenged by a real Mau Mau, a people who can sing and speak Mau Mau, people who come out with a group and act like Mau Maus. So Gachagua is the author of all this. And for me, I'm very happy. I'm very happy to see all this nonsense because we had an opportunity to finish them. I want you to go to the proceedings of ICC. What Uhuru alikuwa ameshtakiwa ICC. And you follow it through. At the heart of it, it was who? The Mungiki. And the person that he was aiding was one Maina Njenga or Ndambo, whatever. There is a name they call him, a secret name in that secret sect. So Ruto, I think, came into power in his own ways. But maybe he forgot power is not just at the periphery. There's a subtle side of power that at the center of it, it can destabilize the establishment at any time. And you could see the clips that are running in Facebook, the clips that were running everywhere, how people came, the security that was in, whether it was exaggerated or not, but those people put a showbiz whereby they sang songs, they acted in a way, they showed solidarity, and in the end of the day, what did you see? A new form or a resurgence, whether it is real or it is a funny way of trying to kill Uhuru's whatever plans. The reality is, I mean, these people ought to realize that the proximity of Mungiki and Uhuru is with an umbilical cord. Is with an umbilical cord. Hata kama watu hao watakataa, that's a fact. If you look at the money transactions, look at all the ICC proceedings. I followed it religiously. At some point, it is said that the 3.3 million each or something of the sort, they did not come with the reality of it. But you could see that there were people who were paid at that time 3.3 million. All members of parliament were given money from Central, and Uhuru bankrolled that from his own bank account. And he was able to buy the whole of that region without even doing what? Without even flinching anything from his coffers. So if it is money, Uhuru has. If it's a Malaysia, it looks like he has been tied to it. I don't know the truth about it, but what was said in ICC says that he is tied to it. If it says there is anybody, Ruto wants to be a lifetime president. Cheregai has told us that the term limits are going to be removed, and if they have to do that, the only person they are fighting to make sure, because Raila is no threat to this man, because Raila is slowly exiting the political scene. Slowly, you can see from where we started Mandamano, the steam we had, everything, and I kept telling people, we are going to get hurt. Now people are now talking about secession as a second option. But there is a real danger for Ruto here, and the man still remains Uhuru Kenyatta. And I bet that if Uhuru stands at any time, he will give this person a run of his money, a run of everything. So we cannot belittle Maina Njenga. That's a fact. And Ruto does not know how to deal with it. He has started dealing with it in a wrong way. A person that lying to him is Gachagua. And take it to the bank. In 2027, the relationship between Gachagua and Ruto will not be the same. So that ping pong they are playing is also playing well with the Mungiki people. So Mungiki at this point may turn from what we used to know to become a liberation movement for the Kikuyu people if they continue to be fought economically, and which they will be fought. Thank you, Jax.
Now, Omolo, at what point does Uhuru factor come in to strengthen either the opposition or the person who will be the opponent against Ruto? At what point do you see his strength coming out? Because I think, I don't know if it was Ashley who said or it was Alex, but I think it was Ashley, that Uhuru really never came out strong to really marshal his strength to support Raila Odinga fully in Central as he ought to. So maybe this time round we'll see a different Uhuru come 2027, or even as we walk towards that year of election. Now, what cards do you see Uhuru playing? Because if Maina Njenga is one of his cards, what do you think is his game plan? Or how do you see all this playing out?
First is what Uhuru is just doing now is just a stamp. Because when he went and went silent, and this other brigade, even young boys like Imani Chungwa, you know, they use that opportunity and they want to really, you know, diminish him and make him look like he's a non-existent entity. So Uhuru just this is just a small pinch of a salt that he want to show. Because when you remember what he talked during the Jubilee NDC, you know, he said that actually he had deliberated on retiring. But these people, they keep on beckoning on him. You know, they keep on pushing him. And now he have decided now to come. He has not yet even decided to come fully. So this is just a pinch. And you see, just only with these two incidences that happen, the deputy president is feeling pressure, is feeling the heat. When you see when he was talking, he's feeling the heat. And now Uhuru want to show him that who is the boss in Mount Kenya region. And I agree with Alex that this is what we call show of power. Because Uhuru went and keep silent. You went to the extent of going to his farm. You went to the extent of going and, you know, stole his property. And you thought that he was just a nobody. So now, Uhuru now is slowly, there is even a one member during that NDC that he said, in fact, even the Constitution of Kenya talk of a two-term, president will go for two-term, but there is nowhere in the Constitution that says that after two-term and the president already go to a break, that he cannot come back. he even said that Uhuru can come back in 2027. There is nowhere in constitution that bar him from coming to buy again. He already do his 2 terms as the constitution requires, and he had taken a break. He can still come back. And these are the things that it should be debated, because there is nowhere in constitution that bar the president that has served 2 terms and went and rest and come back again. There is no that clause. So don't be surprised that even Uhuru can make his base and come back again, because he put it clear that he's not going to retire in politics. And the way even Atwoli said before that Uhuru is young to retire, now it is coming to clear picture. Yes, indeed, he is too young to retire, and now he is now here to play the game, and he's playing it now very well, because now the government is now going to drawing board again. Now they don't know where to, where to face their battle. Before it was Raila calling mzee wa maandamano here and there. Sasa si Raila tena. It comes to Uhuru, ikasemekana ndiye anafanda maandamano. Now for Mungiki, inasemekana Uhuru ndiye mwenye Mungiki. Tomorrow if Uhuru change another game. So now Uhuru is really bringing big distraction to this regime. And I told you, the person that is building this Mungiki, thinking that he's destroying, is regarding himself. If you heard what Maina Njenga said, kuna watu wala ambao wanasema kwamba wao ni maumau zaidi, to show you that kwamba they are saying now that we maumau are coming. The generation that is here, usiwaambie wale maumau wa 60s, they were not there, they were not yet born. Now they want to create maumau of liberation. I agree with what Alex is saying. This is now maumau of this generation, to liberate Kikuyus of this generation. Rigathi is talking of Mau, the past ones. Now this one, they want to show now that this is Mau of this generation, to liberate the youths of generation. When you go and brand the youths, the hustlers, kwamba you are drunkards, you are drug users, you unaita vikosi zote za polisi, sijui DCI, trample on them. When you know very well what you are fighting for is not alcohol, he should not lie to us that he's fighting alcohol. He's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. If it is the problem of drugs, mbona ujienda coast na hiyo force na huko ndio drugs zimejaa? Mbona ujienda Kisii? Mbona ujienda Kakamega kupiga vita? Illicit alcohol iko kila mahali, drugs iko kila mahali. Kwa nini? And you are the deputy president of Kenya, na unaenda unasanya baka IG wa polisi unapeleka Central ati nisaidie kupigana na pombe Central. Kwani wale wengine si vijana wa watu? If that is the agenda.
Now,
so we know very well that the agenda of Central is not alcohol.
There's something that you have said that now begs this question. Kibaki, we saw him fight the same, and we even saw Uhuru go to a point of kuzimwaga. I remember one time zilimwagwa hadi kwa barabara. I don't know if you remember. Zilimwagwa sana. So what happens that every time we have a new government, the first thing they want to really fight is the alcohol part and how it has affected Mount Kenya. Why is it so?
What I told you is government, they always fight. They always find a way, to play a PR. Unakumbuka hata wakati wa Kibaki regime. Kwanza, they went for Matatu, Michuki went for Matatu, and he got a lot of credit. Even whatever he committed in that Matatu reforms, most of it was against the law. Now, he went and do whatever he did. Then he came for Mungiki, that is Michuki. The reason why he branded a lot of youth for Mungiki is because these talks of mashamba zetu zile ambao tulinyang'anywa, it was coming. Nakumbuka Michuki, babaka alikuwa anaitwa Kimendero. He was actually the chief wakati wa colonial era. So yeye alikuwa anaona kwamba hii issue ya Mungiki itaenda kumaffect directly, and that is why he started attacking them. Do you know, even anybody that wanted to vie for any political seat and they have contrary opinion, he will be branded Mungiki, na utasikia amedisappear, mwili yake imepatikana Karura. So central leaders, they find a way, of oppressing their youths by branding them as drunkards in the pretext they are fighting for alcohol, they are fighting for drugs, they are fighting Mungiki. But there is more than that. There is more than that.
There's something you have said, and I think we should listen to Maina Njenga. But before I even have you, Alex, there's something Omola have said, and that brings this question: how Uhuru comes into this, because you have said he's young to retire, and I think he's younger than Ruto, or Ruto is younger than him. So what will happen to Ruto when he retires? Because if we cannot allow a sitting president to, when time comes to retire, what will happen then? Because we will create a storm in our constitution, or a storm in our country, that if you feel you are young, you can cause problems in the country. But I'll be
It is
coming
not.
to my agenda. So, but
It
because
is not
just
causing
as
problem. And Ruto, in fact, Ruto will be worse than Uhuru when it comes to when he finishes term. The way Ruto is vibrating, he can never return, go and keep silent. Take my word. He will be vibrating more than Uhuru. Uhuru is not doing any harm. What I'm saying is constitution allows everybody to exercise their political rights. The only thing that it curtails is the retirement benefits. And if I'm not ready to take my retirement benefit, allow me to exercise my rights until the day that I decide myself that, okay, now I want to rest, give me my benefits, I go and rest. So Uhuru have every right. And note that, there is this notion kwamba particular retired president lazima support the regime ambayo inakuja. It is not that way. Hata ukiangalia Trump alienda na waelewani na Biden. So Uhuru kuwa awaelewani na Ruto, it is okay. It is democracy. Ruto should not expect that because every president that retires must support you. No. So he have his right to do whatever he wants, to support whoever he wants. And even Ruto, when he retires, he will have his own opinion also. And and nobody should curtail him. So, and constitution nakwambia bado itaangaliwa. If Uhuru can come back, because currently there is no any clause, there is no any article in the constitution that will bar him from coming back. It is only the will of the people that can lock him outside. But if the people decided to elect him, he can come back.
So yes, this issue of alcohol, I think it's one-sided again. But you see, our brothers from the Rift, they have a tendency of being quiet. And they are not as vocal as our brothers from the mountain in also spelling out evils that have been done to them. In the wake of 2002, when the radical surgery was done by Ringera and that group, Mungaru, Miraria, and the kitchen cabinet of Kibaki, many people keep on saying, oh, Kibaki never did this, Kibaki went and did this. What Kibaki did was, he was a diplomat. Whether he did good or bad, he never made noise. He never threatened. He never showed. And he even made jokes at the heart of when things were really bad. But if you go back, now, I don't want to go into many stories. This is up to the Kalenjin's brother to come up and speak for their own. I'm not their own, so I will not speak for them. But I'll speak what one of them spoke one time, which, and I knew it was happening because I knew how it was being done. Because I had gone to Uganda. When I went to Uganda, I realized a group of very young men riding high-powered vehicles. They had securities and other things. And wherever we could see it, Karibu na Mpaka, you could realize that they were smart, they were rich, but also there was something sinister to it. After a couple of days, I came to realize that they used to come to Uganda, get sachets, Zapombe, and they will flood them in the Rift Valley. There was a time Mandago cried. Mandago literally cried in the beginning of his term as a governor that these sachets zinatoka Uganda. By the way, ni kama hizi ice cream za kitambo Jex. Unajua ile ice cream ilikuwa inawekwa coloring, alafu maji na sukari, alafu mnaweka kwa freezer, watoto wanakula. Those sachets were like that. But if you go to the station at that time in Eldoret, every tout was drunk. but not much was said about it. And like now the spirited fight for all these in the central province, and in the Mount Kenya region. So I don't know if alcohol also has been a weapon to fight a community and a community. I don't know. Me start thinking that there is now a way, because it can't be this side and this side, this side and this side. There gotta be a reason why that is happening. Now, the issue of alcohol in Central or the Mount Kenya region, I think, is something that has been highlighted a lot by leaders. Fortunately or unfortunately, some of the great leaders of that region too wanachapa keroro vizuri sana. So I don't know how they will be able to fight it while openly wenyewe wanakichapa vizuri sana. So for me, that's a conundrum. But I see alcohol and Mungiki as weapons for political vendetta or political manipulation or political, basically they are political tools that now lately they are being used in our platform. Because every time alcohol is spoken of, it is not spoken in a way of rehabilitating, or rather putting it to an end and putting these people to work so that they can be productive. It is being, the undertone for alcohol is basically on a political agenda. Vijana wetu, watoto wetu, lakini sasa hawa watoto wenu wako na nini wanafanya? So Rigathi Gachagua should not come acting as a saint that vijana wetu sijui nini, ABCD, whereas even him as an individual has now an opportunity to show clearly that there's a contingency plan beyond the political plan to make sure that this is a things of the past. Unfortunately, Jex, there are things that people played with over history and they became campaign tools. For instance, the social issues in America, for a very long time, they became a campaign issues to a point that you could stop voting for a person, however cogent he was in his manifesto, if they only subscribed to one thing, to gays and lesbians. And that is how the Republicans hit on the Democrats for a very long time. Whereas when the Republicans came to power, they did so bad economically, but they were voting again because they were scaring people all the time with the social issues. The issues of migration too have been used by them to scare, to a point that the Americans who are ultra-conservative will vote for them, and we who are conservative, but also do not subscribe to that kind of sexual immorality, we vote for a people who subscribe to that because of the migration issues. Now, alcohol and the Mungiki is going to become a factor in division within the Kikuyu community. If used very well, Ruto is going to succeed to make sure that a community that for years has been able to vote together as now looking things not from an economical point of view, but from a social point of view, from a religious point of view, and from a fear factor of terrorism and branding the Mungiki resurgence. Who knows that because what Maina Njenga is doing and becoming very vocal, the government machineries can take advantage of that and start terrorizing the people of that area and blame this man. And therefore, start saying, oh, Mungiki is doing this, Mungiki is doing this, Mungiki is doing this. They had an opportunity to completely stop Mungiki from even coming up because of what we were shown, what they did to their women, what they did to their matatu and businesses. If there was anything, they had the opportunity. But if you look from 2013, 2017, people have been very close to this man, Maina Njenga. And why? Because now Maina Njenga is being used as a political tool. So yes, it's going to come to a point whereby you will never take these people away, and you're going to empower them. And what will happen is that the whole community is going just to be playing ping pong with Mungiki and alcohol, because Ruto will have found a way to divide and rule.
Now, my other question is this: what is it? Because is it that is there a fight for clemency, sorry, for supremacy in Mount Kenya? Because one moment we saw this guy by the name Mwangi wa Iria coming out so strong, kidogo kidogo then he went down. We saw Uhuru come up. So are we trying to throw in names to see what will stick, and then that is the person kind of who will be fronted to be the new kingpin? Because it seems like Gachagua has not really captured the masses as maybe probably thought he would. So are these names being thrown to see what will catch? Because someone said no news just happens. There is something that is happening that people needs probably to ask themselves is, why are we seeing all of a sudden Mwangi wa Iria wants to come up, then kidogo amepotea. Now we are talking of Maina Njenga. Is it that we are trying to find someone to replace Uhuru or to fight Gashagua's influence if he has any? What do you think is happening?
You know, the history of kingpins is a very sad history, Jax. I will give examples so as all of us will come to their own conclusion of what is happening in Central, because nobody has a clear clarity. We are all guessing, but there is a pattern throughout the country that will make you understand that kingpins don't just rise because they have positions. Positions and roles are completely parallel. You may not have a position, but your role is so preeminent, you pull the shots until even those who have those positions come and look for you and say, hey, bana, wacha tufanye, nimechoka kupigana. And Raila has played his role so effectively over the years that you realize that his name is beyond being a kingpin. Now, in my hometown, in Kisii, we've tried to have kingpins for years. Nyamwea, Sagini, a person who came close to becoming one but was never. Nyachae came very close to. In 2002, when Raila said Kibaki tosha, when Raila said that, we revolted and we gave all the seats to Nyachae, but then the presidency, we told Nyachae, you're not winning this thing. And Nyachae remained to be our kingpin. And when the NDP, LDP, and Kibaki side walikosana, Nyachae was brought in, and every Kisii member of parliament was made an assistant minister. He almost became a kingpin, but he never was. Then later on, he made his own mistakes, and during the banana and orange, and we tried now to mentor a young one who became very quickly arrogant, and through a by-election, he became a past tense. He has tried to become a senator, a governor, and is in a political dustbin. Then came Matiang'i. When I look now back, I see that Matiang'i was a powerful person. He did everything that he could, but his weakness was on how to deal with your enemies. And this is where now other leaders now have come out better than Matiang'i. Matiang'i did very well, but and now I've learned a very good lesson from Matiang'i that hata ukue powerful aje, deal with your enemies in the best way. Had Matiang'i known how to deal with his enemies, like watu wakina Ruto na wengine, Matiang'i would be very far right now. But I mean, he became a manager and he had frugality in relationships. and it was economical, and hakuwa anapeana pesa kutoka Kisii kwenda nje yoyote, and you've seen what has happened. You go to Western Province, I can't go so far. It is that song you say, why shall you kill our own prophets while we stand aside and look? If there is a community that has killed their own prophets, mpaka juzi wamemaliza Yesu wa Tongaren, ni ya Western. And I'm so sorry about it. But if you look at all their political leaders, they almost became. Now, somebody told us last time that you cannot kill the one bull you have before your heifers start mating. And that is the case for Kalonzo, that is the case for Musalia Mudavadi, and that is the case for Uhuru Kenyatta.
Now, there's a storm. Just one moment before you go to that. I wanted to talk.
Hasn't reached a point that it can mate. So it is coming, but it's a So the truth is that Mount Kenya is having a vacuum, whether they like it or not. And that is why we are seeing all these things. They were helped last time by Michuki when he guided them and he told them, mtu yoyote anataka kuongea na nyinyi, lazima ongea na nyinyi through who? Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta did a few things that took advantage of the community, and he got himself in that. Even so, he did not attain it in a way that now he completely held the community. And that's why you're still seeing him having the problems. So Mount Kenya is having problems because it does not have one leader. Thank you.
Okay. Before I go to the next topic, allow me to say hi to Blake, to Black, to the old guy. Karibu sana. Good to see you. Pole tumepotea for some days, but now you're back.
Hey, nice to see you bwana. Nashukuru.
Yeah.
Ndugu zangu wengine wadogo wangu wapya wengine, I hope you're all doing fine. Na Alex Media.
Wadogo wako wako wazima. Alex is doing well.
Ndio. Nice to see the show is back. Okay.
Sasa let me I don't know, do you want to participate
allow me to
now, or do I bring something?
Before you bring another topic, allow me to add on what Alex said. First, I want to put it clear that there is this dream that Rigathi Gachagua is having, that anybody that become a deputy president or a vice president, he can always become a kingpin in his community. I want to give instance. We had a vice president called Mudi Awori. He never became anybody in Western. We have another vice president called Dr. Josephat Karanja. He never became anybody in Mount Kenya. We had George Saitoti. He never became a kingpin. So there is nothing that guarantees him that because he's a kingpin, that because he's a deputy president, is going to become a kingpin in the central. And history also judges him. He's a one-time member of parliament, and because he was picked by Ruto, so he don't have that basis, that solid on the ground. He don't have experience in politics. He was just an administrator, and you see, even that is tough talks. He's not a sweeter. He don't know how to approach his community, because all this fight that he's doing is doing harm to himself more than the good. When you go to your community with arms, fighting them, and you just enter new, you are doing harm to yourself. So these people, they are vulnerable. The youths in Central, they are vulnerable. They don't have land. They don't have job. They don't have anywhere they are depending. And you, now that they were expecting that you are on the top, you should be throwing the fruits to them. Now you are not coming with the fruits, but now you are coming with the spears and arrows to come and wound them more. And that is why now you see the emergence of people like Maina Njenga having a lot of followers, because these people, they are vulnerable. They are looking where anybody that can hold their hand. Number two, when we come to issues of Mungiki, anything that you see that they are committing, it is anything to do with economy. Unasikia wameenda kwa matatu, wameitisha pesa. Unasikia wameenda kwa masoko, wameitisha protection fee. This is to tell you that the cure of Mungiki is not a gun and a pingu. The cure is economic empowerment. And now, Deputy President is getting it wrong. Is getting it wrong. Branding the names will not solve the problem. But solving the problem is approaching in economical empowerment. The same thing that the president is doing. I remember the president, when he was deputy president, akakuwa anasema ile issue ya Baringo, ile issue ya Tiati, ile issue ya Pokot, that Uhuru Kenyatta is approaching on a different way. That he know that those people, they need food, they need water, they need infrastructure, and that issue will be solved, that it is because of resources. But now when he enter, he also forget himself and approach it in the same way that his predecessor was doing, and he was, castigating, saying he's doing it in a wrong way. So this issue of Mungiki Rigadi is getting it in a wrong way. When you brand them drunkards and you are fighting them for being drunkards instead of, giving them meaningful engagement activities to do, you are saying arrest them, put them in jail. You brand them as Mungiki. At the end of the day, you don't have any support again. So he's doing harm to himself more than good.
Okay. Allow me now to change the topic kidogo. Okay, Black seems to have something. Yes, Black.
I may not be much an expert in matters to do with central community. I don't want to use the name of the tribe, the community from the central. In my view, I don't think they've never had a clear kingpin. I mean, in my view, I think it's always been a matter of necessity that has created someone that has led them to out of a situation. And that's the only time that they make a leader. And once they're out of that situation, that's it. Because now, when you go back from the days of Moi, they felt oppressed and they wanted out of this. And that was the making of Matiba, who at that point became their leader, so that out of necessity of wanting to get out of the oppression of Moi, they could get Matiba to lead them to salvation, maybe through multipartism at that time. Maybe Matiba angekuja ashinde. Then that did not go through well. After that, it came to what's his name, Kibaki, right? Out of necessity of the same wanting to have Moi out, Kibaki became the leader at the time. Then once Moi was out, Kibaki had no say again in that region. After that came Uhuru, the issue of the ICC. Now, kumbuka ile wakati wa easy fracas, Uhuru seemed to have been the one that was defending their community at that time. So they believed that their own was going to get persecuted in ICC. And for that reason, they got behind him as their leader. Once that case was ilipita through, aliposhinda presidency and all that, that was the end of him. That's why you see, even when it came to this recent election, if he was indeed a kingpin, he would have had a say and would have swayed the vote for his community to take all their votes to Raila, but they didn't. So what I can say is, it's all about necessity that creates a leader for the Kikuyu community to get them out of a particular situation at that moment. But it's temporary. But they've never had a clear leader, like a kingpin that would call the shots for them. That's my view.
Okay. Now, despite all this, is there trouble in paradise? Because Panyakuo, is it Panyakuo? What is his correct pronunciation? Alex is in. Alex could give us the correct pronunciation. Is it
Panyako.
Panyakuo or Panyakuo? I'm not really sure.
Panyawako. Panyawako.
Alex will give us the correct pronunciation. But he resigned, or rather, he stepped down as the vice chair of UDA, or as is it the vice chair or a secretary? I'm not sure his former position. Vice chair.
No,
Okay.
Panyako is not the vice chair. Panyako is just a vice chair for a division within UDA.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is Panyako.
Panyako.
Panyako. Okay. Good. Now he's out. Then there's another lady by the name Gathoni Wamushomba. He was trending on Twitter last week, and today he made a post. She made rather a post that amechujwa kwa WhatsApp group ya UDA kwa sababu ya kuunda ama kukaa kana kwamba he was talking different from the stand of the party in the issue of the finance bill. And of course kuna tucheche tumeanza kuchipuka tu hapa kule, especially from UDA members. Now, I don't know if I start with Alex, Black, or Omolo, but is there a storm blowing pole too in UDA? Because despite all this, huku chini kuna when the hidden stories zenye ziko huku chini zenye zinachepuka tu eventually zitakuja kuwa storm. Now, let's start with UDA before we go to what happened to Siaya today. So let's start with UDA. UDA, is there a storm brewing? Pole too.
Yes, there is a storm brewing. It is not a coincidence. When you see Gathoni Wamushomba in that clip, she went and approached her electorate and she was asking them questions. There is this bill that is coming. What should I do? You know, she even pleaded with them that, okay, now William Ruto is my boss and he is the author of this bill and he wants me to go and endorse. When I go there, what can I do? What can I say? You know, so because she's also a very calculative politician and she's scared that, you know, this wave might carry her. And this is a replica of what happened to this guy called anaitwa nani ule jamaa wa mabarua, this governor Kang'ata. That is how Kang'ata did, I think during a BBI, you know, he wrote a letter to president na akamwambia vile iko, the ground is shifting, you know, and he was humiliated, akatupa nje, lakini whatever he said it came to pass. So kulikuwa pia sijui kama utapata clip kama hiyo, kulikuwa na some kind of I don't know what meeting was that, Uasin Gishu, Eldoret kwenyewe, and the leaders there they start opposing themselves in Uasin Gishu about this housing levy and the whole financial bill. So they start attacking each other. This is in Uasin Gishu, all members of UDA. They start attacking each other, you know. So there is a brew that is coming, and not because some, you know, some leaders, they don't want to lose touch with the electorate, and they know that this bill that is coming, it is not supported anywhere. So this might divide them, and it has started now to create a crack. So this is just a tip of an iceberg. That is my opinion.
May I?
Black?
Well, I want to oppose the thought that my younger brother
Wazee huwa wanangoja, lakini umeamua kuwa kijana, it's okay.
Ni vile hii akili yangu imejaa vitu, hata naweza keti dakika mbili nisahau nini nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Anaweza sahau. Dementia inakuanga an issue.
It's very unfortunate. Sasa hiyo unatoka unakwenda kufanya kitu unasahau nini nilikuwa nataka kufanya by the way. So kwanza hata niwasalimie tena wadogo wangu Alex Media na Omolo Jakes na watazamaji wherever you are. I hope mko salama. Nawapenda nyote kama kawaida. On the issue of UDA falling apart, ama storm brewing, I say it's a no. People should not confuse freedom of expression to having contrary opinions about an issue to falling out. Whereas in a place kama pengine vile Azimio, they are forced to think a certain way and to speak a certain way. In KKA, or rather in UDA, people have been given the free will to give out and air their free minds on issues, as long as they make sense and they are reasonable. Because at the end of the day, democracy inatupatia uhuru wa kufanya vitu kama hivyo. Now, I myself being a UDA supporter, very strong UDA supporter, it's well known here and everywhere else, does not mean that I cannot have contrary opinion to some of the bill ideas in the bills that are there. That does not mean that I'm out of touch with my party. No, it just means that I love my country so much that I would love to point out the errors where there need to be some correction to perfect the errors. That's where now watu ambao wanakosea wanasema eti kwamba eti kuna falling out. No, there's no such thing. That's what I want to put out to Omolo, because even here some time back in our previous debates, I think it was right here, I would point out issues in that bill that I believe needs some ironing out. Here with Alex Media was also present here, but does not mean I don't support that.
I want to ask you a question, Bwana Black, Mzee Black.
Yes.
You talk of UDA and democracy.
Yes.
I want to ask whether is it a new thing that they just start practicing democracy, or you are talking that they have been observing that democracy since?
I need you to give me to give me some, to draw for me a picture, to get into perspective.
Okay, to get into perspective.
Yes.
The leader of UDA,
yes,
if my memory is still upright, is the president, William Samoei Ruto.
Okay. Yes.
Now I will take you to Rift Valley, because he has been the leader of the UDA party.
Yes.
There was a member of parliament who was very vibrant from Nandi, anaitwa Alfred Keter.
Yes.
Alfred Keter went with contrary opinion with Ruto concerning the SGR, and that is how he was ousted out. Ruto went and campaigned vigorously against him, na wakawekana uadui. Tunakuja polepole, there was a guy also called
let me before you go
no, yeah.
Now, was that Ruto the individual or Ruto the party?
Ruto
because you are mixing something here. You started well by saying that Ruto is the party leader of UDA, right? And then you're drawing me back to the issue of Alfred Keter when Ruto was not the party leader, and the party that he was in was Jubilee.
Listen. They were together. I'm talking of UDA. I'm not talking of Jubilee. I'm talking of UDA.
Just hold
I'm
on.
talking of I'm talking of UDA.
William Ruto was not UDA when the SGR was being built. UDA was not existing.
I'm not
just a minute. When Keter won his nomination, it was in UDA.
Thank you. That's
He's
what I'm
talking
saying.
about SGR. He's talking about
No,
SGR.
he was giving a preview, a preamble. My friend,
Yes.
a preamble is necessary.
let me put it clear. Let me put it clear. So that nomination we are talking is the UDA nomination, not Jubilee. There was a guy called Tiren. He went also contrary opinion with him, and he did vigorously with him. There was a guy called Mishra Kiprop from Keses. The same thing happens to him. So when you talk of UDA and William Ruto in a democracy in one sentence, I find it very difficult to understand.
Can I respond to that? You said it very well. Nomination. Was Ruto the one doing the nomination exercise? No.
Black. Black.
Listen. You know, you've spoken. You've spoken something.
No, but listen.
You're not giving me a chance to respond.
Because
we gave you a
don't want
chance
to
to
be
respond.
realistic.
You asked a question.
You don't want to be realistic.
I did not ask a question. I said something. He asked a question. I responded. Now he's asked a question of whatever I had said earlier on. So I was responding to what he's asked right now.
You just asked a question. Was Ruto I mean, you just asked a question and we were responding.
Then sawa, alafu akaeka into perspective that his point that he was coming up with was the issue of the nomination exercise of Alfred Keter and Mishra having lost, as their loss being as a result of them falling out with Ruto. That's what he said, right? So that I was responding to that, and that's why I'm telling
both of you are giving examples that are not equal and parallel, and I will correct you, because the issue of nomination, if it were to be done,
no, listen. I'm not. Wait. Before you miss my point, it is not nomination. Ruto went himself to campaign against those people that he believed they were his rebels. When we are talking of nomination, losing fair and squarely, that is different. But he went to fight them.
Let's go back to perspective. If we go to that, Jex, we are not going to achieve. But let me say this, Jex. When the issue of nomination comes and campaigning, Ruto was building a party from bootstrap. And if there is anything that I can copy from Ruto, when you're building a party, I will go back to what Kajuang said: fidelity, fidelity, fidelity. So if you feel like this is what you have to do to produce people that will take you, and he was very categorical even in an interview, and that is where we as Mio made a big mistake. He said, even if you're my friend and I know you're going to lose or you're not going to help me in my government, I will not take you. We should have done that too. And I think in the future, if I run a political party, I want to be a secretary general or the director of elections. And that is what exactly I'll do. But given that fact too, I think, Black, I want to tell you that democracy in UDA is not democracy. Wakati mnatoa mtu kwa WhatsApp group because he went to see his constituency, constituents.
What proof do you have that they were removed from that?
She said it.
She said, she posted in her Twitter.
Okay,
go to her Twitter.
Fine. Listen. You know, the difference, like I've just said, sisi tunapewa ule uwezo wa kuweza kubali kitu na kupoint makosa mahali ilipo. Whereas in Azimio, when someone does that, they're branded a traitor. They're branded a traitor.
Now, see where you're headed to. Can you handle the issue of her being taken out of a WhatsApp group? Look, I mean,
what's that? How is that relevant?
Coming from?
How is that relevant?
Is there a storm in UDA? We are trying to see if it's a storm or not. Why are you bringing Azimio in? And the topic is there a storm in UDA? Jex Banner. Correct us here.
There is no storm, because if
so
there
we
was
are
a
trying
storm,
to build it. We are trying to build the storm.
Listen. Now, why are you building a storm out of nothing, out of a teacup? Why do you have to build a storm?
Allow us to build the storm. And that's what Omolo is doing.
And that's why I'm here, not to stop you from building that storm.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Tony, hi. But before
hi.
Uko poa?
Niko poa, long time Paul, man. What happened to you?
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, bro. Now, Ninona Megi ako ndani, namuona wengi ambao wako ndani. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa part of the show na kututazama hapa. Now, Tony amerequest apewe dakika kidogo kwa sababu ako job. I don't know kama anakuja na topic yenye tumepita ama hii ya UDA ama anataka tuende kwa ya Siaya ama anataka tuende kwa tumeguza topics mingi cause
naguza zote kidogo kidogo, they are related. So real quick, kwa nani ametoka tena? Alex.
Ako. He's there.
So let's stop this issue of Mungiki. Is Gachagua assume mtoto wa Moi and the President Ruto are very tactical. What they are doing, they're bringing that story up to divide Central. So Central people, please don't buy that. Kenyans, don't buy that tactical. Those guys are smart. They borrowed the tactics from Trump. They're doing whatever Trump did in the United States is what they're doing. When there's an issue like now, people are supposed to be talking about taxes. Now they're bringing the issue of Mungiki. There's nothing like Mungiki. The Mungiki is the people who are being called hustlers. How can a hustler be turned to Mungiki? So please, Kenyans, focus on taxes, please. It's a tactical game. They're trying to take us away from having a conversation of why is the levy up? Why is the taxes going up? Apana, I know. No. Those are old school stories. So these guys, they're very, very smart. Let me be finished. They're very, very smart. And right now, instead of us talking about taxes, we are talking about Mungiki, and that's the ball game. Maina is reformed. So because Maina was a part of it, now they are using him because people used to talk about it. Now they are using him to take us away from having a conversation of taxes. They are very, very smart. That's the first point. The second thing they're doing, they're dividing Central. Meanwhile, they're unifying Nyanza and Western. And the game is to be able to take away the leadership from Central, which means come 2027, they will not need Central vote. And that's the reason why there's issue in Siaya. The issue in Siaya is deeper. It's a game of UDA, trying to divide Nyanza also. So they're trying to divide Nyanza at the same time, they're trying to divide Central. So when come 2027, they'll just sail through. So please, Kenyans, stop listening to these guys. Keep asking them for Mamboya taxes. They are very intelligent. These guys are very smart. They are playing with our head and we are buying it. So that headline, Jakes, try your headline. Hakuna Mamboya Mungiki. Andika headline, taxes. Hiyo story ya Mungiki wachana na hiyo ni game yao, wanatuenjoy. Hawa wanaitwa Mungiki sasa ni wale walikuwa wanaitwa hustlers. Hawa watu they are very smart. Mtu alikuwa DO kwa Moi, kijana Moi. Alafu mtu alikuwa YK92, combination ya watu ni lito. Wanatuchanganya na tunakubali kuchanganyika bana. Hakuna kitu kama Mungiki. Alafu hiyo story ya Siaya ni historia wao wanaunda. Hao Wajaluo wamekubali kupatiwa pesa. Unaona Otuoma shachotewa. Hao watu the same game they played in Central with money is what they will use in Nyanza. Na Raila better wake up. Otherwise ataachwa hapo kwa mataa. Na hizo pesa zake anakuwa stage nayo. Itabidi achotewe watu. Na organize ODM. Otherwise ODM inaenda down. Okay. Sawa, that's it.
Sawa. Asante sana Tony. Tony alikuwa amejiomba dakika mbili ananiambia ameshikika
job. Nataka kusikiza dakika moja kama mtu ana swali.
Swali iko.
Mimi nina maswali kibao lakini ni venye ulijiambia uko job.
Niulize swali mbili.
Uko na swali?
Acha tuanze na Black alafu mimi nitakuwa mwisho basi.
Sabari kijana yangu Tony Cross. Kusalama. Sasa the issue is this. Whereas I do agree that we need to have a broader conversation on this housing levy, to be specific, because ukisema tu tax is very broad. There are very many things that are taxed. There are those that tax kama kuna ile VAT kuongezwa mpaka imefanya ni 16% from 8, that's a different conversation. Housing levy is a different conversation. So you need to be specific. Now, let me narrow it down. To be specific now to the housing levy that is being proposed now, that is having an issue with everyone. I don't know if you recall that Raila is the one who had even proposed this issue, had pushed for this issue. But the only difference is that the percentage was 1.5%, but the entire thing is just the same. I did not hear anyone at that particular.
No.
Yeah, don't say no. I don't know if Jex, do you have a clip of that?
No.
I have it.
No.
I have
kindly before we discuss that, before we discuss anything, don't explain
it without the video.
Allow
Raila. Please,
allow Raila to explain
don't force us. Don't bring manipulation here.
You
You said it without the video.
Now,
you said whatever you said without the video. Had you asked for the video, it would have been better.
As I conclude, as Jex finds that video. No. Leo amesema media amesema leo ana create storm. Create storm. Now the issue is this. It is very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that I don't want to use the idea of monkey say, monkey do, because 2019 tulikuwa kuna issue ya COVID, and within that time, that is when this issue of the housing levy came about. And do you know, was it not only for Atwoli to have taken that issue to court? Do you know right now would have been having the 1.5% being deducted from salaries?
And it was voluntarily. That's what you are failing to say.
Listen,
and the PS explained it. And that is why now you're playing the politics. He said he visited my place when I was in South Africa.
If it was voluntarily, Kotu would not have gotten in.
No, wachana manene ya Kotu. Atwoli was supposed to be kicked out that time too. Remember the politics of Kotu.
Let me ask you a logical question, right? If we are being told you have a choice of deciding whether to have the 1.5% reduction in a salary or not, why would you take it to court when you have an option of saying no, you don't want to have the deduction? If at all it was voluntary.
Jex.
It meant that it was not.
Mze Black has something to achieve here. First of all, you just changed the topic. You did not ask us, and because you're moderator, tukakubali. We got into a topic. And in the middle of a topic, he wants to bring his own topic. First of all, nani ameleta an issue, akaingisha Azimio ndani. The whole issue is UDA having a storm. Now you say you are the people who do that. Now all of a sudden, Raila is the one who proposed that. My friend, we are in a critical moment ambayo we are discussing what the government is doing. Raila is not in power.
Again,
so this side shows,
if you heard what I said,
this side shows we are not going to agree.
Nilianza kusema as much as I agree, we need to look at that bill, especially the housing levy to be specific. I started with that.
Let us finish the
as much as I agree we do need to.
A storm.
Then I went
storm in UDA.
You said
one moment.
So then I asked that question to Tony. Are you aware that this housing levy had been introduced in 2019?
We know that. That's not history. I know even more. I said it last time here. If you did not hear, I did say it.
Now, very good. So you see, there are two things there. If you missed out, you missed one, and you go to what you wanted to hear. You missed to hear the fact that I said I agree.
My question.
I'm getting confused in that we have a topic and we are going out of the topic. I think if the topics could be progressive, I think we can be able to articulate issues better. Omolo had reached a point whereby I liked how we were going. Omolo started saying there was a storm. Black came and said there is no storm. I was supposed to give my views. Then we come to a conclusion. What's going on with UDA? Now, from UDA to housing, I guess it's not fair for me.
It is Tony Cross that brought
Just one
the
moment, just
tax,
one moment,
so that's why it came
one
in.
moment, Black, so that we come back to the show. The question was easy. Is there a storm in UDA? Because by the end of the day, we need to ask. Panyako, you said it's Panyako. How have you pronounced it, Alex? It's that name. Panyako comes out fast and says he's against the housing issue. And he says, this is not the Ruto I campaigned for. In fact, his words were, this is not what we sold to the people. And now he comes out and say, I think I'm even ready to step down because I think this is not the UDA I believed in. Case inasonga mbele, we come to Wamoshomba. Wamoshomba now goes to our people, tells our people of the issues, the tax bill and everything, the financial bill. And then, funny enough, anatolewa kwa group. So, kutolewa yeye kwa group, somehow it speaks something, right? Because what happens after Alex ako kwa group, Omola ako kwa group, ukichujwa na Mutembei kwa group, there's a feeling you feel, you know, there's that feeling, even if atakurudisha baadaye, there's that feeling, sijui kama umeleftishwa kwa group, hata kama ni ya kuchangia.
Si tumeleftishwa sana na ile cult ya kina fulani ile wanaijua,
you know,
yenye Alex Media aliokoka,
kuleftishwa, you know, that feeling. Kwanza admin ndio anakuleftisha, you know, you really feel so bad. So with all that, then the question came in, is there a storm in UDA? Omolo said there is a storm. Black said there is no storm. SG is in, karibu sana SG. Now I was now to give Alex, then Tony requested nimpe dakika tu kidogo because ako job, not I think umeona ametoroka, but he'll be coming. Amerequest anarudi tena akipata dakika zingine mbili. Now let's give Alex so that to maintain you, but to be fair to Black, I still have a question for Azimio, so usimind, issue tulisema ni ya kila mtu, so usikuwe na wasi, usijali.
Alex, wazee lazima wapembelezwe.
No,
next time
unajua mnamvamia bwana, I have to protect you.
Takuvalisha diaper ya mdomo. Sawa. So, you know, UDA was not formed from an entity of principle. It was a rebellion that was manufactured by its own expectation. When they came into the coalition with the TNA and URP, URP is basically the UDA anyway, the expectations were not met. So when they got into power, they got as a party, they concentrated from day one to hit Uhuru Kenyatta. And most of the people were elected or not really elected. I'm one person who believe hata hawakuwa ni vifaranga vya computer, ni vifaranga vya Kamago. They were put there for a reason. Now, the problem is when you know you bought your leadership and you see that you still have to represent these people, but your loyalty was bought before even you became, because they wanted to take your loyalty and you had to vote like a goat or like a sheep. So in this case, they were all told to vote like goats, but somehow there are people who still cannot allow the conscience to do so. And you're going to see more of it as time comes by or goes by. There are things that at the heart of all this debate, they will hit or touch the people of Central in this bill more than probably watu wa Turkana na watu wengine. So as time goes by, you're going to see more rebellion within UDA, but the one good thing that UDA did from the very beginning was that the command center is one. The leader is one. Mtu wa kusema na kufanya ni moja. And therefore UDA will survive this storm. There is a storm, but there is no rebellion. And there will never be a rebellion because they know the consequences. This is a party not like ODM that it's going to sugarcoat ama wakumassage when you start kufanya 1 or 2, 3 things. Panyako.
What is the consequences?
Oh, they will have to go. They will have to go. Ruto is a person.
You mean they're not democratic, as Black put it?
When were they democratic?
We mtafanya nianze
they are pulling me
twice the
no, I mean, somebody asked me, somebody interrupted me, so let me finish.
Go ahead.
They are calling me in direction.
You are sucking
so
all
what
the
I'm saying
from this
is,
old man.
If there is anything that I can say, whether it is good or bad, I think people need to borrow a leaf from William Samoei Ruto. We need to have something called party discipline. The so-called party democracy internal democracy can be exercised when you are deliberating, mukipeleko huko Mombasa, kule Naivasha, mufanye ujinga yenu yote, but when it comes now to the National Assembly and you know you have an agenda and you need to pass that agenda so that you can move forward, that needs to be the case. We cannot have elected leaders all the time. Wakishaingia hapa, wanaingia huku, and you keep on derailing of voting of your main issues. If you don't believe in your party and what it's doing, simply resign, seek a mandate well, and that is what's called democracy. Don't tell us democracy is going and speaking wrong against your party, but you're paying money to your party, you're earning because of your party. For me, I think we ought to reach a level of honesty. If your party subscribe into massacring people, accept that is your party. If you remain there, massacre people. Financially. I'm talking financially, not Kishakahola. I'm talking financially. But if you feel that you don't like what your leader he's saying, and he's sending Higa here, he's sending everybody so that he can make sure that this should be his signature, whatever, whether we like it or not, he has all the rights as a leader of that party to put forth what he wants to achieve in 5 years, whether we like it or not. Social security in this country, it was not something that was liked, but it was forced on people. To date, if you want to take it out, people will hit you. Obamacare was never liked, but today the people who are using it are the people who are called the Mississippi people, Louisiana, the most blue states. People could not even think of voting for this. So I'm not saying I like it. There are things that I've questioned. There are things Black has questioned. There are many things we keep on asking. Is it a tax? Is it a levy? If it's then it's not a tax. You can't force people. If it's a levy, you should allow people to accept or not. But if on a party level, you've sat kwa hizo mikutano zenu Naivasha through your party organs, you have agreed, and then you go back, mnaanza kufanya hii ujinga. Even within our party, that's why people like Tomo Jenda, all these people like anaitwa ati democratic, ikifika ati mtu kama Jalanga anaanza hii ujinga yake. We need to get out such kind of people, because we can never build parties that are strong if we keep
allow me to ask you one question.
Yeah.
This is a member of parliament that he went for the people that gave a mandate to ask for direction, because literally we are saying that we are the bosses, we the electorate. Now this is a person that she decided to went and seek
I was going to address that.
from our bosses. Now, for the example, now The people that their bosses now, the bosses, her bosses, have a contrary opinion with the boss of the party of the person they elected. So should we be punished by going against but listening to our people? That is why you want to hear.
Now, Molo, let me tell you, this is how politics works. You will never find a time, us as Azimio, we agree on everything. And that is why we go to retreats. The functions of retreats is not for us kwenda kuvaa panty na kuogelea. It is to have hard discussions that are not supposed to be had down here, so that at least we move in terms of politics, because we know we have polarity and toxicity of politics in parliament and outside parliament. So you, as a representative of these people, it is your duty, when you are in that party organ or in that retreat, to say, this is what I have said. And if they keep on doing things that are against your constituents, then there is an option of resigning and seeking a new mandate that these people who voted for you, they will vote for you again. Because now hii maneno ya kutetea hawa watu that wameenda wameongea na watu chini, lakini huku juu they go vote what they want, it should come to an end. If we tell you this is what, I agree what these people told her. And if that's what she must follow, then she must understand these people are no longer in UDA. She must resign. Seek a fresh mandate and say, me kitu, I disagree. We are parting ways. Thanks for being elected, but I can still seek a new mandate like Raila did. Come back and still continue to present the will of your people. But now, molo mcheze inakuanga ni, you speak with us, but finally when you vote, you lie to us that you spoke to us, this is your position, but then a secret ballot ikifika huko, you vote the way you went, and that is how politics goes in our country. I want somebody who is going to resign on this thing, a member of parliament, and say, hell no, I don't like what my party say. I've seen Cheriot was telling his people, wasipige kelele kule, sijui watafanyiwa nini. I've seen people in Nandi also making noise. I've seen people in Eldoret making noise. And all those people, these are regions of UDA. If that is true, it means this thing is unpopular. If it's unpopular, then these leaders ought say, if our leaders totally refused. Now, the fact that wamemtoa kwa group, it shows that she's not needed there, because his constituencies do not like the bill. If she is woman enough, resign. She'll be elected again.
Now, another question is, because you are praised
Omolo kidogo tu, si ati nakukazia. Allow me to also acknowledge the other big team still watching, na Gitasha, kina Megi, akina Geoffrey Ruto, na wengi ambao mnatuwatch. Thank you guys for still keeping watch. We always appreciate you guys kwa comment section. The guys wenye wao mnafanya tunafeel tuko peke yetu. Thank you guys. Now SG pia ako ndani. Tumpe dakika kama kidogo pia yaongee so that tusikie maoni yake.
Awashe tatu muone kwanza wakati namuuliza Alex hiyo swali yake. Hatuwezi ongea na giza. Hatuwezi ongea na giza.
So
kweli.
Yes, wacha atafute tama, atafute mshumaa. Now,
aoni hata meno kwani
no.
Mimi nakuona, watu wengine ni wazee, macho imeharibika. SG mimi nakuona kabisa.
Asante, nashukuru. Mimi ni mweusi kuliko black. Me, I'm blacker than black.
I can't see.
We cannot see you.
Mimi huku kwetu hakujagwa. Huku kwetu ni Nyandarua, hakuna stima bro. Kunanga stima.
Nyandarua mko na seneta mzuri, huyo atawekea stima. Wewe basi ndio umechelewa kumwambia. Sasa wewe ndio huko kwanza. Medu
ni mzuri wapi? Ni mzuri wapi? Na miezi 8 amekuwa tu anaongea juu ya Raila hapa, Raila there, Raila nao ati tumweke kwa pombe, sijui ndio watoto wasikunywe pombe. It's very useless. Anyway, nashukuru sana kuwa hapa siku ya leo, na sijui mada ni nini, lakini nimejaribu kusikiza Alex Media akiongea juu ya party dispute, lakini nimwambie Kenya, you know, Kenya when we talk about party discipline, I don't know anybody who has ever stood for his party, because I look at the forefront leaders. Yeah, even the even Ruto himself, Raila himself. I mean, they have been in different parties for the last 20 years. They start, others were in Kanu, they went to URP, UDM, nini nini, and I think it has always been a tall order for Kenyan politicians to believe in party loyalty, and therefore it is so difficult to say. Even, for example, right now I can tell you for free, because I charge my advices, that UDA is really getting it rough on the ground because of the many lies they have told people. Mara, they said when they put the Bible down, when they do what, these things will happen after 3 months. In fact, at the end of this month, we expected the gas of 300, but it seems it's not forthcoming because it is not the gas. It is not it is the mutungi. It is not the gesi. And therefore, we know even the mutungi will be expensive. So when you look at all those things, then you can be so sure, unless UDA 2027 or whatever time will happen for the next election, because we might not get there with the kind of problems they have, unless UDA changes the party to something else. UDA will be something that is not going to be sellable, or it's not going to be fashionable in the times of the next election. It is really losing a lot of marks. If it actually an audit is carried out, you'll find that it will be left, because even in Rift Valley, I found that there are maandamanos here and there. They are burning. I was wondering, at first I thought maybe it was Nyarenda. Yeah, as with Nani Alex Media, we have been in Nyarenda and Manyata, and then somebody told me, hapana, hiyo maandamano iko Kericho, hiyo wamechoma hiyo mashini, hiyo Kericho iko huko Kericho. Ni vile tu polisi hawakuingilia kati na kurusa tia gesi kwa sababu ni watu ya UDA. That I'm happy to be here. I support 100% the housing levy kwa sababu hiyo ndio itachangia migomo ya kiajabu ajabu nchi. So sisi kawali tunaketi tunasema continue, in fact angetoa hata 5%, so that hata unajua watu wanaenda kwa middle class walikuwa wanasema sijui sisi endeni maandamano nyinyi watu ya huko Jakaranda sijui nini. Sasa wacha hata waumie kidogo, pay slip ibaki na 10 bob, so that at the end of the day they also realize what we were telling them, that this is an economics of absurd. The economy of absurd.
Now nimeacha kwanza uogelee, but now let me bring you to the topics we have been discussing. Let me begin with the last one that we have discussed.
Let him execute that point, Jack. Let him just execute that one before. There is something that you cut him off.
I didn't. I just want him to not to forget, or rather not, let us not lose some of the points we are discussing. SG, as per you, and I agree with you that what you're supporting is correct or it's wrong. Mi kazi yangu ni kusupport kila mtu. Now, SG, what do you think is happening to UDA? The Panyako guy left. Kuna mwingine ameleftishwa group in the name of what do you call the lady? Wamoshomba and all. Is there a storm in the party?
Obviously there is. You see, let me tell you, the kind of political philosophy in UDA is the same that was there in the Moi era, where you muscle your people to think the same, like the way you a teacher expects students to behave. And therefore, there are so many people who have different feelings on the policies of this government in UDA, but they feel muscle.
Are you still there ama Nyandarua mmefanyiwa ile kitu?
Ikuisha hii.
Nyandarua wamefanyiwa ile kitu. Anyway, now let's go on. The show must always go on. Mola Mola go backstage together with Lexi. Now,
yes,
let me
ni Mezu.
I was saying
Go ahead, Black.
Nilikuwa nasema if I heard Alex correctly, he was directly supporting the move by UDA to take out Mwamushomba of the WhatsApp group by the example of saying that hata vile ametoa mfano akina Jalango, that people ought to be loyal to their parties. That's what I heard Alex say. In another words, that's what he said. That she ought to follow the party direction. That is what I heard Alex say. I think Alex is right there. He can hear me. That being the case, I don't think we should have any even a debate on that. Because ye mwenyewe ndo anasema that
but Black, everything has how it begins. Jubilee did not just break. It had such moments of not agreeing with what Uhuru was doing. Some of the bills they opposed, and that's why I would have Tanga wing, Kieleweke wing, because of what they perceived. This is not what we agreed on as a party, or when we went to campaign. Now, it's Wamshomba. The list might grow, right? The list might grow, and then the list might grow, and then they'll realize that we are out a good number. Let's form a team, and then they give themselves another name, right? It might not be Tangatanga and Keleweke as we had in Jubilee, and then these two factions become the opposing factors in the same government, like we had Jubilee fighting itself. Now, will that really be a headache for Ruto in UDA, or are you seeing Ruto putting off the fire before it becomes something else?
I don't see it having an issue anywhere.
Okay.
If anything, I think Wamuchomba may have done the right thing, but I think the problem was maybe for the whole video to leak out. The example was that of the Barua, which Alex rightfully gave an example of. But in terms of you coming when a breakup to do anything, I don't see that happening.
Okay.
You can see in Azimio unajua wanawapigana narudishia hiyo cause hiyo ndo wanasema kwamba kwetu hakuna democracy. Just the other day Jaramogi kulikuwa na ile mkutano ya kina Raila. They were refused entry, if you recall that. Just because they decided to visit the president and they decided to work with the president for the good of their constituents.
Jake, allow me to
that is being against
usiende this one as
Washa camera.
Do you know why I brought that example?
Listen,
you know when you say
wait mzee Black,
sasa hata nimalize sentence.
Ngoja nataka ndio malize zote.
Let me finish.
No,
it's only prudent. It's only prudent.
Don't use reverse psychology. We are talking of you.
Molo, it's only prudent that one finishes speaking, then
yeah, but you cannot be using reverse psychology. Let us talk of UD as entity. Wacha kuleta
I'm finishing.
Siku za parties tutakuja kwa topic ya parties. Finish without finish without using reverse psychology.
Namaliza. Let me finish. Now, that being the case, It's how can someone having done something of a similar thing call someone else non-democratic? The only difference here is just a WhatsApp group mtu ametolewa. The other guys refused entry for Jalango kuingia mkutano ya
Does
Azimio.
that justify? That justify because
Is that democratic?
So
do you qualify? My question was this now. Do you qualify to call us non-democratic? That was what I was coming to.
Now,
With that example.
Black, let me ask you a question. I don't know if you go kwa Mutembei group, eh? There are things that happen in Mutembei group that don't happen in this show, right? Like there are Omolo, you're there, I think, right? Now there are topics we can discuss there, the debates that still go on, even on the, like, for instance, we didn't have the show for like 3 days, but the show continued behind the scenes for debate team. Now, what happens when you're not in the group? Will you know what will be happening in the party? Umetolewa kwa group, right? Does it not send a message that anyone else who goes contrary to us, utaleftishwa group, and maybe itaanza na group, right? Because hata Jubilee haikuzama na siku moja, ilianza na kutoa akina Murkomen kidogotogo, ikatoa. So by the time walikuwa wanaendea akina Ndwale, it now became a habit, right? Something begins as small, then because before you know it, it becomes something big. So it right now tunasema tu ni kutolewa kwa WhatsApp group. Who knows what will be next? Yeah, so that everyone can toe the line.
And then there is a reason kutolewa kwa WhatsApp group. That means kuna mambo itakuwa wewe sasa utaanza kukuwa topic of that group in your absentia. Unaona? You don't know the judgment that will be passed against you there. You don't know the kind of treatment that you will now be given that you are not in the limelight. Okay. Another pertinent question that I want Jack to ask Black and also maybe Jack Alexi, if he's still there. We want to know two things. What will the government gain if this bill is passed politically? What will Ruto, as the president himself, achieve if this bill is passed politically, political mileage? And then on the same note, what will he lose if it eventually this bill is brought down or he withdraw due to pressure? What will he lose politically?
So if
Give
I
that
take
on
your question, does it mean now we are done with UDA? Because I still had one more question, but it's okay if you feel we need to go to something else.
I feel we are done because
But let me now give Black some degree of reply, because from Moses Swali we didn't give him an opportunity to reply. So Black, reply before we go to the question of Omolo.
So, as I was saying, to some degree, they do not qualify to call us non-democratic. Now, in my view, because I was giving my perspective as to what she did, which was correct in my view, which is to gather views of her constituents. Now, clearly, if you look at it, we in UDA, we have the freedom of expression, but that does not mean that we do so disrespectfully. You know, you can have freedom of expression and contrary opinion. I'm a contrary, give your contrary views, but in a respectful way, right? That would be productive in one way or another to service delivery of our government. You see, that does not make you a rebel. That does not make you to seem to have fallen out with the party. Now, as to the reasons why she was taken out of the WhatsApp group, I think it is best if someone from the UDA administration themselves come clean and tell us as to why she was gotten out of it. But as to saying that if there's a storm brewing in UDA, I think that's a no. Because if anything, it's only she who had she had spoken against the bill. as being the response or feedback of her constituents. But she's not the only one. I think tumesikia watu wengine valid have been talking
now
opposite of the bill. But have you seen them being taken out of the WhatsApp group? No.
Let me tell you something. Actually, the actual dance will be during the voting day if it eventually reaches there, if they don't amend the bill and then it finds itself on the floor of parliament. Then there is where you will get what we call shockers. A shock that people didn't anticipate. You remember during was it I don't know if it was BBI. I'm not sure. I think
it was one vote, 1 man, 1 shilling.
Yeah. There is one man known as the former MP for Bahati, Gunjiri. No,
Kimani
Gunjiri. He was with Ruto all over opposing BBI until it reached the moment for him to vote. While others were voting no, he voted yes. So right now, I won't be surprised, right? that some people will listen to their constituents and vote no on this bill. As much as they are in Kenya Kwanza or UDA or affiliated to the president, I won't be shocked. Wamoshomba would be one of them who has gone to his people. The people have told her no. There are others who maybe deep inside they don't have the balls or the guts to come out and ask their constituents or speak about it, but they know what they will do. That, if it happens, don't you think it will be the beginning of stormy waters in UDA?
Just to give a good example. Now, when Wangujiri did that, voted opposite, did that make him fall out with the vice president then?
He had some storm on his side. For some weeks, he had to kind of prove his loyalty. After that, he had to prove his loyalty. Because it was a shock. In fact, I remember Nyoro came out and called him a sellout.
That is what
whatever they say, whatever other people say, waliongea wakaongea, but mwisho wa siku he was still the Nakuru point man along with the current governor for Nakuru. It matters campaigning for the president, the current president.
Lakini walikuwa na vita kubwa na Susan Kika. Say the truth. They had a very big fight with Susan Kika.
But not because of UDA. The reasons were politically because he was supporting someone allegedly that, ngoja nikueleze vile hizi mambo huenda. Wewe unaweza kuwa unapigania kitu tofauti na mimi napigania kitu tofauti, but tunahitajiana kushikana nguvu, tunataka kushikana nguvu tuone vile tunaweza saidiana sote tupite. That's what happened. Na Ngunjiri alishikana nguvu na mtu mwingine who he believed was stronger than Kihika at that time, that which was wrong, by the way, because that person was not UDA affiliated. He ought to have supported Kihika, who was the same party as he, but he went against, that is allegedly, akashikana mkono na mtu mwingine wa kando aweze kusukuma yeye amtafutie huyo jamaa kura ya ugavana, na huyo jamaa akiwa anatafuta kura zake za ugavana because pia kuna nguvu zake pahali aweze kumsaidia kupata kura zake za Bahati constituency. Sijui kama unaelewa. Hapo ndo kugongana kulitokelezea. That was it. So I've just set the record straight so that you can understand what really happened. I'm just giving a summary of that.
Okay. Yeah. Now, I don't know, but some of these things, it's a wait and see. The bill is still, so that's why I'm not really discussed the bill so far kwa issue, because I know there is a day that it will be so prime. Itakuwa imeiva vizuri we have kwa show, because now there is demonstrations all over. So I'm sure soon it will be hot enough. But I'll still have.
Bill iko sawa. The only difference ni pale ambapo it's made mandatory. That word mandatory. It's the only thing that makes it being unpopular. That's it.
Okay.
No,
Sawa
that
sawa. Now
mandatory
let's bring it home closer. Now, I wish Omolo could have his camera on because sasa hii ndio topic yako sasa. Now, Omolo, if you remember, we had the so-called leader of minority in the Senate, James Angwae Orengo. He oversaw the fall of many governors who were brought to the House to be impeached. And now, you remember how he led his troop and Sonko faced the axe. The Wajil guy faced the door. Waichitu the same. You remember, right? Wambora was saved by the courts. But here is now a moment where it's not just Orengo, but here even Ruto will be involved. Today, or rather yesterday, they kicked out the deputy governor. Now, the procedure of kicking out the deputy governor, after he has been impeached from the county assembly, they will send a notification to the Speaker of the Senate. Now, the Speaker of the Senate will be notified, and then he will go ahead and notify the Senate, and then a special committee of 11 guys will be formed. Now, after they are formed, they will have like I think 7 to 10 days to investigate the matter. If they find the matter has merit, the issue will not be discussed. The deputy governor will just go home. But if they don't find merit or there is a division in the number of those opposing or proposing the removal, they'll need to have a vote. Now, there is where Kenya Kwanza will come in, the real dance. Now, there is where Azimio needs Kenya Kwanza for this deputy governor, who seems to be a pain in the flesh for Orengo in the last couple of months. There is where Azimio Kenya Kwanza will have a dance.
He is not going anywhere.
Now, if Kenya Kwanza decides to save him, the thorn will remain for Orengo until miaka tano ishe. Now, let me ask. There was a famous saying that Orengo used to say that the system or the state has a way of eating its own. Or this is how he used to, how the grammar alikuwa kuja na kizungu kubwa when he used to
revolution eat its own children.
When he used to bring some the motions to support the removal of governors, kuja na kizungu. Now is the man, as much as it's not him directly, but this is someone that is disturbing him, that somehow ametolewa. Do you think it's a payback?
First is all this is politically instigated by the UDA in that whole Siaya saga. Now,
Sasa you see what you have done. Exactly what you are telling Black not to do. Black, when I asked him about
and I wanted to say,
wait.
Just one moment. Yeah, listen. When I asked Black about UDA, he was quick to mention Azimio. You, even before you went 5 statements, you are quick to mention UDA.
It is different. It is different in this way. Let me expound it.
How is it different?
No, it is different from this way. It is different from this way. What Black was saying was bringing comparison. This one I'm not bringing comparison. This one I'm identifying where the problem is coming from. It is different. I'm not comparing.
Black was trying to identify the problem as Azimio.
No. Problem was saying that if Azimio did this, why can we don't do this? Are you getting? But now this one I'm saying that the problem is instigated by the UDA. Nevertheless.
How by UDA? Did UDA withdraw the money? Write the checks?
You know, allegations can be brought.
He brought
Allegations
statements.
can be brought.
Why
Can
don't
be
they want
made.
to introduce the issue of having an auditor to go through those accounts to prove
That is
their innocence
that is what the
or
Senate
guilty?
is. That is what the Senate will
That's
be
what the
tasked
Senate
to
will
do.
need to come
That is
and
what
do. The
the
Senate,
Senate. That is why the Senate is coming now to do. You know, to peruse all those documents, to see how it was used, how the money was withdrawn. That is the work of the Senate. Now, what we'll be interested to see is that this 11-member committee, what will be the formation? Because here, the card is only one. Which side will have 6, which side will have 5. And then you already know the direction. So what we'll be interested here to see the formation first of that team. Because if the number is 11, the one that will carry the day is the majority. So we want to see in that formation, the 11, which side will have the extra one, you know, because that is where the battle is. So the battle will start from the selection of that committee. I don't know the criteria they are going to use to share those slots, 11 slots.
always when there is an odd number, always when there's an odd number, the majority side always get the lion's share.
Of course.
So you can be assured it is a canai storm. There is where I now allow such politics. It's a canai storm that will brew between Raila, because there for Raila to succeed, if he himself doesn't want the deputy governor or he wants Orengo to work without such challenges, he will need to persuade Kenya Kwanza members to help him push him out, right? So
let me tell you, Jack. Number one, understand this thing.
If I can also add.
No, listen. When they bring such motion, it is not the end of that motion to be brought. It can be saved. It can be saved, and it doesn't mean that is the end. Orengo is a nice lawyer. He's a big time a politician. So even if he's saved, it doesn't mean that it is the end of the woods. If you continue becoming a nail in Orengo as, this thing will service again, and this time when it service, it will now come in a way that he cannot escape. You remember even now this Meru governor was saved, and now there is something that is brewing again. I don't know. They impeached is it deputy governor also? I think they have a problem with the deputy governor now. Yeah, they have a problem with the deputy governor, the Kawira Mwangaza. So it is not a problem. And this one cannot make Azimio to be held ransom that now because we want to save you this. No, that is a very minor issue for the Azimio. Whatever direction it takes, there'll always be a cure. So if maybe they are banking on that okay, now we are going to help you on this, then you help us on this, I think it will not work. They need to get a bigger one. That one will not help them. I know that was the purpose. That was the purpose and intention that okay, we are going now to hang on this one until you help us go on this one, then we can do this one, but it will not work.
But equally, if they find evidences of what the deputy governor is saying, the fire now goes up. It goes down to the governor. Now the governor becomes a man of interest.
Yeah, but it has to come back to assembly again because it has to start from assembly.
It's an interesting conversation that
yeah,
of course
it has to start with assembly. It has to start with assembly. So if that for deputy is thrown in Senate and the fire goes up, it has to come back to assembly again. Yeah.
Yes, Black. Before I come to SG, I think Nyandaro tena amehurumiwa.
It's very unfortunate that when I see my younger brothers have this cult mentality from of seeing every problem seeing any problem as being instigated by UDA. I mean, why don't you look at it from a perspective of accountability? That is a good thing that if indeed, yes, this money was taken for wrong reasons, I mean, not following the procedures as to how the money should have been withdrawn and for what purposes it should have been used for, that this is a good thing that we are seeing a deputy governor putting into accountability his governor as something positive, and you're looking at it from a political angle, then that's very sad. To an extent of saying that this has been instigated by UDA and all that. I mean, do you think this deputy governor is a madman to have just woken up and said that he basically told even for no reason? Of course, he has his own belief and he has his own proof as to why he said that. Now, if anything, I would actually call for all deputy governors to hold their governors accountable just to the same extent as what this deputy governor is doing. That's a good thing. And vice versa, the governors to put into accountability their deputy governors. This is what we need, right? Now,
no, it is not in the constitution.
We need to get to a point. We need to get not only the oversight needs to be done by the Senate, not only the Senate, not only the senator.
Executive cannot oversight themselves.
Listen. Not if you really are a patriot, right? It doesn't have to mean that unless you're given a particular role of being the person doing an oversight, that you should not do it. No. Each and every Kenyan should have the patriotism in them.
Okay, let me ask you.
Perform oversight.
Wait. On that note, there was a time that the president oversighted his deputy president, and he said there was 7 billion that were lost for the dam. But what was the reaction? So,
if he could have proven it, would have been great. And now I'm looking at it from a perspective of a patriotic Kenyan.
So
Don't have that culture mentality of.
So was that president patriotic?
If he had come out, he's a president, right? He could have come out clean and said, I have these documents and these documents to prove, and this is the court case. I've taken my own deputy president. As a matter of fact, they had the majority in parliament when they had the handshake. They could even have done the impeachment and taken the deputy president, the vice president to court for that matter. So let's not hold everything as political. Now, hii issue mtu ameenda amechukua do, kwa mfano, if at all the allegation is correct that Orengo went and took the money as it was, then he ought to face the music. Simple. And if he did not take that money, then the deputy governor needs to face the music, right?
Like I want to ask.
So the issue of accountability.
Wait, this is relating to money. This is relating to money theft. Why are we not seeing the EACC swinging in action? Because this is theft. Why is it being played politically? Why is the EACC? Because this thing has been brought to limelight, and it is actually squarely the work of EACC to act, go and do investigation and arrest the culprit. Why is EACC not responding? Why is it played only politically when it is a criminal? It is a crime that has happened there. If that is the case, that is alleged.
Again, I've just given you an example.
No, tell me why
is it not a responsibility of every Kenyan to
No responsibility of every Kenyan. We have the state organ that is mandated for that.
So ukiona mwizi akiiba mahali huwezi kuongea, utanyamaza kwa sababu polisi ndo wanafaa kuja kutafuta.
Mimi nimshike huyo mwizi, mimi nimshike kama
kuna kumshika, kuisema, not kumshika, kuisema kwamba kuna fulani
ameiba. Sasa mbona tuoni polisi akienda na tumesema? Mbona polisi
tumesema?
Omolo.
What kind of reasoning is that? Omolo, what kind of reasoning is that?
No, really. No,
Omolo, just one moment. Pause. So that we don't defend something that is almost white and black. Eh?
Yes.
Someone is asking you here. Jakes, ask
sorry, Omolo, Alex Media is also wants to get in.
Oh, sorry. Ninatumia maswali hapa nyuma ya tent na nang'ang'ana kusoma pia. Now, someone is asking you, Omolo.
Yes.
you rightfully said that the deputy governor cannot investigate, right? But he's raising matters of accountability.
Yeah, whistleblower.
Listen. Quite calm. Relax. I know you want to really remove hizo kucha za ku defend, but relax. Relax. Now, there is a senator whose sole work is to make sure before hata tufike stories za kuimpeach deputy governor, amefanya investigations zake kwanza mapema juu by the end of the day hata kwa Senate atakuwa na moment ya kuongea, aseme ukweli wake, right? Now, if the question here is, why is the senator Jakes asked, why didn't the senator investigate the concern of the governor after the alarm was raised? Why rush to remove the deputy governor when he raised the alarm of theft in the county? Because raising an alarm, Alex Media can raise an alarm and say Simbarat is stealing.
That's what I was saying.
So if he raises an alarm, why go for the victim, not first investigate? Why first remove the deputy governor? For what crime? Saying there is a why don't we investigate? If he's found to what he's saying is true, then we take action. If it is a lie, then we take action. But why take action before even investigate? That's the question someone is posing here.
You know, JK, we must understand and know the ground that we are playing in. You know, if somebody is raising a malicious alarm, that means he has ill intention. You don't have any reason to be there in the first place.
This is your deputy, for crying out loud.
Deputy can be malicious.
How do you prove it's malicious? Unless you prove it is wrong. How do you prove it's malicious? You can only prove it's malicious if you prove that those allegations are false. And that is until investigations are done. That's when you can go. At this point, what proof do you have? Let me ask you, Molo. At this point where you are, what proof do you have that's malicious?
Okay.
That's whatever he's saying is false or not false.
Allow me now to answer. Listen now. I am not from Siaya. You are not from Siaya. These are members of county assembly that they have scrutinized the matter and they have debated the matter and they have passed their resolution and they found out that the guy is malicious. Why should you support one deputy governor and fail to understand all?
Have you heard anyone from the senator?
Omolo, let me tell you something that will happen and you'll see it happening.
Have you heard the senator of Siaya saying anything about it?
We are not talking of senator. We are talking of the MCAs.
Listen.
You brought the exam saying that there's a person that is responsible for that. So I've given you your dose of your own medicine. Now the senator is the one who's supposed to do the oversight. Have you heard him listen?
The MCAs are the
what's the purpose? What's the work of a senator?
Senator, we will hear when the issue is brought to them. But the first issue was brought to MCA and they make the decision.
Just let me
tell
you.
No, we're black people.
You can translate it in a proper language, whatever he's trying to say.
Tumefika kwa MCA na MCA wame make deliberation, wame discuss, wame debate.
What is the role? What is the role of a senator? Simple. I've asked you a simple question.
Tunakuja kungojea sasa, hiyo role yao ndio tunangojea waletewe, lakini tunaongea kwamba MCA yao ishaisha na wametupatia decision. Sasa tunangojea wafike Senate ndio sasa utasema why should I?
What is the role? What's the role of? Let me put it this way. What is the role of a senator of CI, to be specific?
See, oversight.
Good. So then, if that's his role, what has he said about that case?
And I like what
forget about what he said deliberately. Forget what he said. Nataka ile official akija sasa kuingia officially kwa Senate ndio tutasikiza. Tunaongea wale MCA wako kusema kwa street walienda wakadebate in the house. Senator has not it has not reached that point.
Why do you think the senator is silent up to this point?
Okay.
I don't want to think what he thinks, but we are talking of facts. The fact is MCA they have deliberated. Why should I think what the senator is thinking? No. You are asking something irrelevant.
That cult mentality, my friend.
Which cult mentality?
Allow me to ask you a question.
Patele those ilifanya ukatoka hiyo cult mentality.
before I do that, allow me to have someone else, because if I ask you the question now, utaona kama nimekurukilia deep. But let me first pause, then, because these guys will answer what I want to ask. But I'll still ask you a question. Ni vile I want you kwanza to pause. Unajua makucha umetoa yote ya Azimio, men mpaka you're not listening to yourself. Uko defense mode. Ile deep.
No, see defense mode. Ni facts
Uko
bana. Ni
defense
facts.
mode, my brother.
No, defense. How?
Did you hear what he said?
Listening. Mzee hapo anasikiza
Umesema hivi, you don't care what the senator's work is. Yani
No, asijasema hivi. Unaona sasa? No, you are misquoting. Aliniuliza, what do you think why do you think the senator is silent? I told him that I don't want to think what he's thinking. How should you ask me that?
But I can tell you for free, if it was UDA guy, aungesema. But anyway, no. Alex kidogo tu. Alex was saying something.
You see, and this is where we go wrong. We want to play with the politics of a county without really helping that county.
Thank you.
Without helping that county. 2013, Siaya becomes a county. 2023, among the counties that I can look at that most disappointing for me, it's not even Nyamira, it's Siaya. Siaya has some intellectuals, my friend, people with money, people in Lavington, people in Karen, the Donyans of politics in our country, movers and shakers in Africa. Wild statement, the only wild statement from Kenya comes from Siaya, but if you just take a ride to Siaya, bro, I wish you should even change that name to a different name. That the president of America came from Siaya. I mean, Siaya has an historicity that when you look at Siaya and its rich history, cultural, historical, political, presidential, oppositionally, but come 2013, when Siaya became a county, they had a choice to make, but they never made a choice. A choice was made on their behalf. 2013, a young man went against Uhuru Odinga. And you know what happened in that county. I love ODM to death, but there are mistakes that ODM has done in Luo Nyanza that I'll never forgive my party. And a person became a governor for 10 years that was never supposed to become a governor. Completely messed up that county to a point that somebody can become a governor again for 20 years and never be able to take it out of a hole. For the record, now, the same person that wanted to become a governor and was rejected now forced himself to become a senator. Unfortunately. And the same person again in the Senate almost took all committee leadership until Okongo Mogeni complained and said, what's my role here? So, I mean, let's be honest. There's something fundamentally wrong with Siaya. And it doesn't matter what Siaya is or who comes from Siaya. They better wake up and see that Machakos is ahead, Mombasa is ahead, Eldoret is ahead, Kisii is ahead. Of all places, Migori is ahead. You cannot be competing with Homa Bay. You can't. So let's not play politics here. If Orengo is not an administrator, is having issues, let Orengo come out and know and say, this is what happened. He's been in politics way too long. He knows how to resolve issues. that quickness, the velocity at which they are impeaching the deputy governor is telling something that I don't like. He's a man who is a politician who has made deals even with opposition or the opposing side. He ought to know, and he has even the human capacity development to do what? To resolve issues. But the speed at which they are trying to get that man out is telling. But
Thank
nevertheless,
you.
there is also some things that Owalo is doing that he thinks that, accumulating power is something as easy, as important, more than the people of that county. If we go back now to the history again of that county, I used to say this was a media frenzy things that Tuju was doing, parading the media, and people are saying this person has done wonderful, because also the government was parading him so that he can do what? He can embarrass Raila Amolo Odinga. So what Eliud Owalo is doing within Luo Nyanza is not helping Nyanza at all again. Is making all the governments in Luo Nyanza have a constant irritation. And in the end, 4 years are going to end 5 years, and Nyanza itabaki nyuma kuliko. If there is a place that we have arable land that ought to be a food basket for Kenya, it's Nyanza, the Luo Nyanza. And now they are belittling and fighting over petty things and forgetting that there is development. So these are two people who should stop that nonsense, sit down, work for 4 years. If their marriage is not working, let it, after 2 years, they say, now it's not working, but for now they have room to sit down, work together for the people. But if the deputy governor is working with Owalo to undermine him, it's sad. But also, if it's true that Orengo is also doing those nonsense, because when we were doing the maths, it's like Orengo is withdrawing 1 million a day from that account. That's very wrong, without accountability. So I mean, we do not know the heart of the matter, and I wouldn't want to play politics with the people of Siaya because they need development. But the last time I spoke with a person that knows Siaya very well, he is a well-respected friend of mine, and most of you know him. He took a trip there, and he took a couple of videos he sent to me. So far, Siaya is doing like 10 to 20 times better than when Rasanga was there. I'm telling you the truth, Mr. Black. So sometimes in leadership, the same way unatetea Ruto kuwa, you have to do radical changes, from the last leadership. If the last leadership was totally in a mess, and you come in and realize there are things you ought to do, then we also give Orengo time to
Alex,
to do what he ought to do as a seasoned politician. But all I'll say, the people Siaya here, hapa nyinyi ndio mtachezewa. Mukifurahia hiyo siasa ya governor na deputy governor, mutalia bwana, mutakirama.
Alex,
yeah,
I think we are missing the point here. The point here is the money. Now, and despite the money, the actual thing that comes in right after pesa imetajwa ni accountability. So my issue here is accountability. Now, if the deputy governor, in his wisdom, saw it as being abnormal as to how money was being withdrawn, then I don't see a problem with him whistleblowing. Now, the question now we ought to be asking ourselves here is, can we have an auditor go through these documents, or rather the bank statements, to see if at all these allegations are true or not? You understand? Now, that is the discussion we ought to discuss, not to politicize it. And if at all it comes out to be true that the allegations made by the deputy governor, that indeed the governor had withdrawn the money contrary to what the policies or the principles of the county government of Siaya requires, then the governor needs to come out and be made to, needs to be made to come out and answer the question as to why he did that and for what purposes the money was for.
You see,
Let's not
Black,
politicize this. And if at all kama ni
hold on,
kweli
Black.
kama hiyo, let me finish. And if at all that those allegations are not true, let the deputy governor face some sort of punishment. You understand? So my issue here is whatever that comes out of this is accountability to confirm whether or not, yes, indeed money was taken out, and we know who is saying the truth or not. After at that point, then we can tell that who was trying to play politics.
You see,
right?
the problem.
But
the
that,
problem
but
here,
if we are preempting
hold
that at this
on,
point and
hold
saying
on.
that
I think it's you preempting now. This story did not start today, by the
UDA
way.
sijui nani,
This story did not start today, Black. You guys are getting this story at the last minute, and it has become a national issue because probably of the tax issue na vitu zingine. But let me guarantee you one thing. This story started a long time ago. This is something the local administration has dealt with, and the hand of Eliud Owalo is tied to it. There's politics on it too. A lot of politics. So if something becomes political, it also becomes also difficult for the senator now to come also and do his duties. As far as I'm concerned, the person who will have actually taken Orengo into account is the senator. Look what is happening in Kisii. Onyonka just did what he ought to have done. Onyonka did what he ought to have done. Iko mheshimiwa hapa bwana, ako kama deputy governor. So Onyonka did what ought you have done. You saw how he was grilling Simbarati. Some people were happy, some people were mad. But what's the work of the senator? That is his work. And I kept telling my home people, I thought Onyonka will never do this one day. But what did Onyonka do? I mean, he proved me wrong that he can really grill Simbarati, and Simbarati is really mad at that. So I think nani pia wache mchezo, and that's why I said, hawa watu wamechezewa sana. The person should never even have become a senator, because I don't think at his age he has, and people are going to castigate me, at his age, his heart is with the people of Siaya. The guy he should have like retired like yesterday, because the work that he does should be to safeguard the resources of that county. But even when Orengo himself was the senator, he never safeguarded the resources of that county. Probably what happened. He saw what happened, how money was fleeced. So he's just repeating what was done, unfortunately. So, and that is why, for me, I said that Orengo was not the right person to become the governor. ODM had contingency of people who could have become, even Tuju could have become a governor of that county, my friend. So I think the people of Siaya, wacha wakule nini siasa zao. You cannot keep on playing the siasa za opposition ama siasa za national. Mnasahau siasa za nyumbani. In the end of the day, politics is local. That is my view.
Okay. Omolo.
Yes.
Now I know you'll answer my question. The senator, do you think he's playing dumb simply because this thing, if it continues to play as it is, somehow, Raila's name will be dragged into this whole issue? Because if anyone can twist the story and say the money was finding its way to him, and the senator was was meant to be silent, because by the end of the day it's going to the family. Do you see such a scenario coming out?
First, let me put out this. I remember during the time of Kawera Mwangaza, when there were a lot of issues came up, and the senator of Meru, who is also the deputy speaker of the Senate, he kept quiet. He never uttered any word. He just left the process. There was no interest, I mean, the work of the Senate is to oversight, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the Senate of that region. So what Alex is saying, when there is a political turmoil in that county, I think it is a wise thing for a senator to just observe first and leave the matter to be adjudicated by the Senate when the time comes. Because sometimes you might end up the way Alex is saying, there is a wallow playing politics there. Now, if the senator have to bring also again his hand, it will be worsening the politics and bringing the boiling high. So the senator will deal with it when it reaches to the Senate. But what I was saying that the matter has been dealt with by the county assembly, of which they are the oversight. They are the first oversight of that county, and they have dealt with the matter. Now we are waiting to reach to Senate, and then we see the action that will be taken by the Senate. So it doesn't mean necessarily that anything that happens, senator has to, rush to it, and no, the matter will come to the Senate, and they will deliberate there. They will investigate. But my question has not been answered. Also, I said, why is EFCC not involved? And this is a theft. If it is not if it is a serious matter, why is EFCC not going to investigate? So to tell you that this is a political instigated matter, because if it is
how do you know
it does matter.
Molo. Now, do you need EFCC to come out every morning or every evening to come say that we are now investigating the matter of Siaya, blah 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 blah?
It is of public interest.
I mean, sometimes when we
should update us, it is of public interest. EFCC should update us.
Allow Black to finish. Unamkata hata kabla jamaliza.
Yeah, sababu nataka kuongea sasa. Hiyo ni question gani?
Kwa kumsikiza so that you get what he's asking you.
Unajua hii uzee saa ingine sijui kama okay, wacha maliza.
Yani you kata him before even
he is very defensive. Yani he's very
hata alikuwa anakumbuka jina impeachment. Sasa hii tu nimesikia nikikuwa nyuma asema inaitwaje hii impeachment. Hii mzee wachana inaongea.
Unajua ndio naambia sasa ananikata is because already anajua niko na ile weakness uzee ya kusahau kitu in the shortest time possible. Unaona? What was I trying to say?
But I'm
we cannot just say.
I was sent.
Okay.
I want to play it of the deputy governor akijitetea mwenyewe. But before I play it, Black, make a statement first.
Okay. This issue of EFCC, we don't know whether they have been involved or not, right? And they have to be invited, if anything. Not every allegation. Nimesikia Alex ameiba, eti EAC wanakimbia, eti wanaenda wanaangalia. Akwendangi hivyo ndugu yangu Omolo. Okay? It doesn't work that way. I think some time back we recall that kulikuwa na maafisa kila hizi ofisi, alafu serikali ilipoingia wakatolewa, ikasemekana kwamba walikuwa wanatishia wafanyakazi kufanya kazi. Now they have to wait until a case is brought to them officially that there is this complaint. But now you cannot just hear something kwa sababu umetajwa kwa TV ama kwa radio, mshakimbia timenda. Things don't work that way. You have to make to lodge a complaint, isn't it? Usipoenda kusema umeibiwa, usipoenda kusema police station umeibiwa, polisi watakuja waanze kuchunguza kwako. Hata kama kumevunjwa. You have to go and report.
Sasa Black, ngoja nikuulize. Hii issue imefika mpaka Senate. Imefika mpaka county assembly, wameidebate, wameidiscuss.
They have to be instructed.
Alafu niambie.
They have to be instructed. They have to be instructed.
By who?
Jesus.
Kametifua kivolo si haba katika kaunti ya Siaya na nafikiri kwa taifa kwa ujumla, malaki pia manaibu magavana wengine wanamtazama hatua anazopiga moja kwa moja. Amewasilisha malalamishi zaidi ya 13 katika kaunti ya Siaya
akimlaumu gavana James Orengo kwa utendakazi wake kwa masuala ya ufisadi, ikiwa ni pamoja na utendakazi ambao ni uajiri wa wafanyikazi na pia kutishia baadhi ya wafanyikazi kwa njia ambazo si halali na kadhalika. Najua ni mengi tutazungumzia kuhusu shutuma hizo, lakini kwanza kabisa nafikiri nianze na swali hili. Umepinga majukumu ambayo anatekeleza gavana James Orengo. Je, ina maana kwamba wewe na gavana Orengo hamuonani macho kwa macho, hamsikizani sikio kwa sikio, wala hamsemezani kwa lolote? Tuthibitishie kama hilo linafanyika ama halifanyika katika kaunti ya Siaya, kati yako wewe na gavana.
Nimrod, kwanza nataka niseme ya kwamba uhusiano yangu kati ya na gavana Orengo, ile tofauti sio personal,
si za kibinafsi,
si za kibinafsi. Tofauti yangu kati na Orengo ni kikazi, ideological. Mimi pande yangu napinga ufisadi, uvunjaji na uporaji wa mali ya umma ya wananchi wa Siaya. Tukianza mwezi wa 9 mwaka jana, baada ya kuapishwa, tulianza vizuri sana. Tukafanya kazi kama miezi 3 vizuri sana. Tukianza, unajua Orengo ni mwana sheria, na mimi maneno ya administration na management ninaelewa sana, kwa sababu nimefanya kwenye kampuni nyingi kubwa na ninaelewa maneno ya administration. Sasa tulisikizana na Orengo, nitaendelea kujaribu kusaidia yeye maneno ya finance, maneno ya administration, yeye akiangalia maneno ya sheria, maneno ya governance. Na wakati tumeanza vizuri miezi 3, na kwa sababu nilikuwa karibu sana na maneno ya finance, nilikuwa naona karibu kila siku vile tunatumia pesa za serikali.
Na hiyo haikukuridhisha?
Iliniridhisha miezi 3, lakini ikielekea mwezi wa 11 kuisha, nikaanza kuona kama pesa zinatolewa kutoka kwa impressed account, pesa mingi sana. Siku moja milioni 5, siku ingine milioni 10, baada ya siku 2, siku 3. Nikaita yule head wa finance kuuliza nini inaendelea. Akajaribu kukana. Nikamtisha nitaitisha watu wa EACC wakuje wachunguze. Baadaye akanieleza pesa huwa wanatoa, lakini wanapeleka kwa ofisi ya governor, kupelekea governor. Sikuamini hiyo. Nikaenda kuuliza governor. Nikamweleza finance wanasema wanatoa hii pesa na wanaleta kwa ofisi yako. Governor pia akakana. Lakini sikuendelea na hii maneno sana, kwa sababu governor ni mkubwa yangu. Na kama walikuwa wanaendelea na hiyo maneno, nilijua sasa amejua nimejua, pengine watakoma. Mwezi wa 12 hiyo maneno ikaendelea. Mwezi wa Januari hiyo maneno ikaendelea. Miezi 3, mwezi wa November walitoa milioni 46 kwa impressed. Mwezi wa 12 wakatoa milioni 41. Mwezi wa Januari wakatoa zaidi ya milioni 20. Hizo miezi 3 kupitia impressed walitoa zaidi ya milioni 100.
Unapozungumzia hivi bila shaka ni shutuma ambazo ni kali, na pengine kwa bahati mbaya hatuna mheshimiwa James Orengo au hata maafisa wa fedha kuweza kuthibitisha. Lakini kipi ambacho uliweza kuthibitisha? Nije kwa kuangalia jinsi pesa zilitolewa kwenye akaunti moja kuelekea akaunti nyingine, ama kulikuwa na stakabadhi za kuthibitisha hilo?
Mimi wakati niliitwa na assembly, nilipeleka evidence. Nikapeleka bank statements, nikapeleka zile barua mtu ya finance amekuwa akiandika, kwa sababu ukienda kwa impressed lazima uandikiwe barua kutoka finance. Nilipeleka hizo zote na nikapeleka bank statements ya hizo miezi zote.
Kulikuwa na barua zozote ama stakabadhi kutoka kwa gavana akimuagiza msimamizi wa fedha kuwasilisha pesa, ama zilikuwa uthibitisho linatoka wapi, kwa msimamizi wa fedha peke yake ama kutoka kwa gavana pia?
Sasa kulingana na sheria ya Public Finance Management Act, yule accounting officer sio governor. Accounting officer ni chief finance officer, yule mtu wa finance. Kwa hivyo governor hata hakuna pahali popote yeye
anasema. Nani anamuidhinisha huyu mweka hazina ama msimamizi wa fedha kutoa fedha, ikiwa kuna mtu yote aliyemwagiza kutoa fedha kuziwasilisha mahali popote?
Wakati mimi niliongea na yeye alisema anaelezwa na governor kutoka kwa ofisi ya governor. Saa zingine wakitaka 2 milioni, 3 milioni, 5 milioni, anaambiwa aende atoe. Na tena nataka niseme ya kwamba Public Finance Management Act imeweka limit ya ile pesa wanaweza toa kwa county.
Mheshimiwa, nimesoma baadhi ya masuala ambayo umezua hata katika majengo ya bunge wakati ukihojiwa, lakini hatimaye katika ripoti yao walithibitisha kwamba aidha hakuna ubayana kuhusiana na yale unasema kwamba haukuwasilisha ushahidi wa kutosha. Kwa kifupi tu unasemaje kuhusu hilo? Najua baadaye nitakuwa nazungumza na Mheshimiwa Kirui na vile vile dada yetu wakili, lakini kwa kifupi unasemaje kuhusiana na ripoti iliyotoka katika serikali ya county ya bunge inaposema kwamba imepuuzilia mbali yale madai ambayo ulikuwa umezua?
Kwanza nimesikitika sana na hiyo maneno, kwa sababu haki ya wananchi wa Siaya wakataza. Kwa sababu county assembly wakati nilipeleka hizo evidence, kile wangefanya wangeniita niende nifafanue. Kile wamesema jana kwenye ile ripoti yao ni ya kwamba sikufafanua zaidi, lakini sikupewa nafasi ya kwenda kujieleza. Kwa hivyo hapo naona kama haki
kulikuwa na dosari.
Kulikuwa na dosari.
Okay. So that's the deputy president.
Let me say something quickly kabla mheshimiwa hajanisumbua hapa. I think some people need to go for interview communication classes. And huyo jamaa hata kama ingekuwa ukweli nimemvutilia mbali kwa sababu ya vitu mbili. Kitu ya kwanza ameongea ni kuwa walikuwa wamekubaliana na Orengo kwa yeye kazi yake itakuwa ni na Orengo itakuwa ni. Honestly, how can you be a governor and you give your deputy to take care of the finances? The guy is foolish. Jex, wewe upate mshahara alafu mbochi yako ndio badi. No, I mean, I'm being a little bit nicer here because maybe he left his brain in Siaya. I mean, you can't say that in a national TV. The other thing is saying, nikaenda nikapata usaidi, nikaita afisa wa, and then nikamtishilia. You don't say that on TV. That's nonsense. These are so you had the evidence, but what did you do? Ukamtisha. I mean, Jex, that guy, he doesn't qualify to be a deputy governor. And if that's how he operates, he doesn't know administration and politics. Probably he knows only administration, which is okay. It's good to be an administrator. We've been some. But when it comes to politics, maybe he doesn't know. So it should be like home like yesterday, because that is how he's not being able to execute his job. He's too honest, and he doesn't know that he might be the next governor in case anything happens to Orengo. He needs politics is politics, my friend. It is psychology. Ukikuwa sahi governor Jex, lazima ujue vile una deal na hii mtu ya UDA lakini tena mzee. You have to know how to deal na watu wa UDA wazee. Alafu lazima ujue na vijana tu wa Azimio vile wanakuwa dealt with, because they are a little bit sharper na wanakumbuka kila kitu. So wacha niachie
Sasa Jake, now umeona the reason why umeona ile mambo nilikuwa nasema kwa nini EACC hawaja act, unaona. Then number 2, yeye hakuna witness, unaweza kuwa witness moja hata kotini kakuwa admitted. If this guy was sharper, angeongea kwanza na huyo finance bill manager, akaongea naye vizuri mpaka huyo finance bill manager akubali kutembea naye wakitoa ushahidi.
But you guys, you know, there's something you're forgetting, and there's something he has said very loud and clear. He's talking of things that can be traced right to the bank.
Yes.
Document, you can forge the wordings, you can say he's a liar, he's not, whatever, but those numbers, if they are followed and what he's saying is proved to be true, it doesn't really matter from what angle you look at him from. The issue
but what I'm saying, Jake, I'm saying is
listen, the issue will be that the guy spoke true in terms of he's able to showcase that truly there was exchange ama kulikuwa na withdraw from the bank, because hiyo haiwezi kuwa forged. That one cannot be forged
in the sequences which he mentioned.
Yeah, that one cannot be forged. That one is what we call incriminating evidence if it is proved. And as I've said, one of the steps that will happen, this deputy governor, he might have been denied an opportunity to defend himself, but in the Senate, he will have a day in court, or rather he will have a day to defend himself. Those documents he's mentioning, he'll have an opportunity to present them. This 11-member team will have an opportunity to verify. You know, there's what we call trust but verify. They will verify all his accusations. The other thing, the county as well will have their story, why they chose to impeach him. Now, these two must balance so that by the end of the day, if he's going home, the 11 must be satisfied that this guy was rightful, as as Alex says, alifawe impeached like yesterday. The 11 also can decide, apana, you guys were quick to impeach him, and maybe there was smoke here. So some of these things will really inform a lot. Now, my question was, and nobody seems to be answering that. Can this thing eventually can the smoke go up mpaka tukute Raila ameingishwa kwa hizi story?
It can't.
Ngoja kwanza Alex. Ngoja Alex.
Wewe unapenda kutuambia tuongoje saa yote. Si leo ngoje.
No.
Asante kwa kungojea. Asante kwa kungojea. Thank you.
Wewe ume-execute. Now, listen.
Asante kwa kungojea. Si niendelee.
Unasema mambo ya Raila, unasema mambo ifikie kwa Raila. Kuna kitu wewe na Black, you are avoiding deliberately.
No.
Nimekwambia.
Ngoja.
Okay, you are moderating.
I know you're gonna ask EACC.
Guys,
I am asking. The guy is very conscious kwamba kuna EACC hata alitumia kuthreaten huyo finance bill. Okay, mbona mpaka saizi ajepeleka hizo documents kwa EACC na EACC ndio imepatiwa meno ya kuuma because this is a crime that has committed there. Why is he avoiding that route?
Can I answer you?
Yes, do so.
And I'll answer this question. I'll answer this question with a question. Why don't we look into...
If I was to even participate in the debate, I would even ask, does it even really matter?
What?
Leave alone that.
Your house has been broken and you are saying, does it matter to involve police?
No, no. Does it even really matter? Because is it the role of the deputy governor to bring in
the question.
EACC, you know? So does it really matter whether he went or him? He's
before
the
Black says something, let me
it
execute something quickly here.
Just one moment, Alex. He's the whistleblower. It is you to prove him wrong. So it is the EACC to come and prove whether it is true or not. It is not even him. He is just blowing a whistle. A whistleblower does not go to such extremes. But anyway,
which extreme can a whistleblower go? You only whistle outside.
Bana Molo, let's reason. Let's reason with
Jex, let me tell you something.
Mm.
I watched the grilling of Simbarat religiously. I wanted to know when these are things that happened, but in a subtle way, but we never used. Now they are going to happen openly. When a sitting senator has an aspiration to become the next governor, what happens? That's a very important question. Now, what happens when the sitting senator is involved within the scandal? Now, what happens, Jex, again, when the 11-member team knows in the Senate that they've also been colluding with the governors and their case may be brought also there, how do they handle the present case so as to give precedence when the other one comes, they could have covered this one? So, Jex, don't think that going to the Senate is going to get justice. All these are politics. Simbarati got grilled proper because he refused to give the senator Onyonka not even one position, not even one contract, nothing totally. In fact, alimwacha akijilamba kidole yake peke yake. In the case of Siaya, Jex, I will guarantee you, of all that money that was withdrawn, a dog that has a bone in its mouth does not bark. Even if it wants to bark, hakuna space, bro. And Jex, ikiwa Mutembei anakulisha vizuri, it is bad manners to talk when your food is in your mouth. So this issue of us thinking that there is a committee that is able to execute on behalf of us is a fallacy. In the case of Siaya, ikitu yeni popote, because the person that is supposed to bring forth all these issues is who? Oburu. Let's say Oburu goes to the Senate and Orengo. Do you think Oburu is able to grill Orengo the way Onyonka grilled? So let's not even lie. And if it's the case in Homa Bay that the chair of that committee, who is Kajuang, amekula obviously na Gladys Wanga, na wale wanakaa wamekula ya wale wanakaa tu wamekula. Do you think atakuwa na justice to any governor who comes there? So, Jex, let's be honest to ourselves.
But there's one thing, Alex, you're forgetting. There's another point. There's another point unasahau, which is very critical. What sent Akina Sonko home was not that they didn't have people to speak for them. It is the unity of Kieleweke and ODM and other teams coming together to fight a very small group. If Orengo, I'm not saying it has reached there, if Orengo comes to parliament on an impeachment motion, I can tell you this without blinking, he'll go home. Why?
No way. That one, I'll tell you.
I can even bet with you.
I will tell you if there is anything. Jex, let me tell you.
I'll tell you for free. Don't even
No. Jex, I have thought about that. Jex, I have thought about that. The tour, and I've kept giving a reference of that. The tour of Ruto to Nyanza, which was Lied Nyanza, but it was Luo Nyanza, was critical. Behind the curtains, a lot was spoken. If we have to go back to the coalition government, There's something that Kibaki said that I'll never forget. He said, huyu kijana hata kama mkifikiria ni Raila alimweka minister for land, mimi nimempenda tu bure kwa miaka yote. So do not think that Orengo is just an entity. First of all, he's married to the mountain. Secondly, Orengo has bragged himself when he said revolution eats their own children. He said, mimi nilirepresent Kibaki, nika-present paka huyu Ruto nimemrepresent. My friend, beyond politics there is friendship, and friendships that you don't know. Sonko was errant. Sonko was errant. Sonko was a little bit foolish, and he still is. Orengo is not that foolish. The person that could have gone was Mwangaza. If Mwangaza never went, it's going to be very difficult for somebody to just go as a governor.
Easy bank statements zikija ziletwe kwa Senate, because they will be brought to the Senate, and this man will be given a chance to explain himself, which he was not given that chance to explain himself in the county, right? In the county assembly. And if these figures, because I know these numbers will not lie, and if he's talking the way I could see him talk, those numbers are going to tally with what he's going to say.
Of course, you're right on that. You're right. He's very categorical. He has said he's a person who specialized in figures.
Alex, yes. Friends or not, being buddies behind the tents or not, there's one point. Orengo and Azimio seriously sent home to many that Ruto is corrupt. Right now, he has an opportunity. He has an opportunity to have the child of your enemy on the table.
Do you know even
people? Let me finish. At least give me this one moment. At least you guys. Okay. He has.
Are you asking, or you want just to? Are you asking for? If you are asking,
I'll ask a question after. He has now this opportunity.
No, you asked for opportunity. Did you ask, or you just gave yourself?
Okay, then. Now let me just be the moderator then. Alex,
you know the one thing. Go
ahead. Okay, I only said you asked, but go ahead. I'm listening. I'm just being cheeky.
No, listen, Jake. We donate power to you. You have our power, so you have that power to ask and take.
Yeah, so that's why I'm even requesting Winnipeg.
So go ahead, Jax.
Now, all this while we have been saying Alex ni mtu mbaya kabisa, mwizi, Alex ni jambazi, and then me, who was the mouthpiece, who was the instrumental person who was used to really pull you down. Nimeletwa kwa kichinjio. I'm sure you'll be washing your hands to make sure you seriously dissect me properly. This is what I mean. If I'm not saying it will reach there, but if by the end of the day Orengo finds an impeachment motion imetumwa na imefikia Senate, and not tangatanga, Kenya Kwanza have numbers and ODM numbers zao ziko kidogo, I can tell you for free, he will have atakuwa na kazi ngumu kujidefend, a retain kiti yake. You remember what Kindiki went through? Kindiki people would tell him, you are a good person. In fact, even I remember some after vote kumtoa anaenda anamwinamia anamwambia pole sana. I don't know if you remember what they were doing. They go to apologize to him. Manze, sija kutoa juu na kuchukia. You know me na kulike. But kwa sababu ya chama, manze, pole. Nimevote hivi. I'm telling you, you saw what he did in Kemsa, you saw what he did in Kems. Atakama tu ni for show. I can tell you for free, to prove a point that he was not as a thief as they were calling him, he will sacrifice one of Azimio's, in quotes, Azimio's thief, just to prove a point. I can tell you that if it reaches there, my take, I'm not saying my take, my view, I may be wrong. I could be wrong. What you're saying, Alex, could be right, that maybe friendship would come to save him. But I can tell you, for Kenya Kwanza to redeem themselves as their fight on corruption is serious, they can choose to sacrifice one person. Look at what Uhuru ilifika mahali walikuwa wanakamata on Friday. You remember those gimmicks? Kamata. So as to one, Uprezo is fighting corruption. So my take is, if itafikia hapo, I'm not saying itafika hapo, probably hata history ya the deputy itaisha mapema, but if it happens, itafika huko juu na ni the governor now on the chopping board, I can guarantee it. I could be wrong, but I can tell you for free, Orengo could be good, he could be doing a nice job, but just to prove a point, I'm telling you, he'll be going home. Just like that. I don't know.
Okay. Unajua kitu ambao watu hapa tuelewani, ambao tuelewi kitu moja, Alex Media. I think we need to first dissect the issue that this deputy governor is coming up with, the particular account that was being debited, and that's the Impress account. We need to start first dissecting and defining what is an Impress account. You know, in a layman's language, I think Impress account, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, inatumika kama petty cash venye utumika for small vitu vidogo vidogo, gharama ndogo ndogo, right?
Correct.
Now, for those now put into context, that particular account in relation to those large amounts being debited on a daily basis, it ought to bring question marks. Understand hiyo kitu? Sijui kama tunaelewana.
No, nakuelewa nakuelewa kabisa. Totally. So, now, but what I'm okay, mzee maliza kwanza. Thank you, sahau.
Now, that being the case, now since we know what this account does and is all about, and we have these question marks of these large amounts being withdrawn every day from this particular account, then it begs the question, who were the beneficiaries of this? Because unajua kutrack the purpose, unaweza sema tulienda tukanunua vitu kama petty cash, kutrack purposes yake vile ilitumika ni ngumu sana. Unaweza andika tu pale we went and fueled, umetengeneza receipt hivi na hivi hapa na hapa, na ni kama tulinunua kalamu, and that's it. Kuiba hiyo kitu inakuanga rahisi. So now what matters now here is, what was this amount? Who are the beneficiaries of this amount? What was the purpose for this amount being withdrawn for? Ndo sasa ile swali ambayo Jex ulipokuwa umeuliza inaweza kuingiza Raila, inaingia kwa akili, inaweza kuja mtu aje aseme pengine it was the money that was being used to fund some of the maandamano. It could come up like that as a political statement, just as a flat political statement. It's possible, because hii pesa si kama vile unavyotrack pesa ya tenda ilitolewa, you actually know blah blah blah, you know. Impress account is totally different. So I think we need to start talking from that point of the Impress account.
And you know what? And that is what from your, and that is why I said on that earlier, and you totally disagreed with me. The problem is that when it comes to a point that you think you can destabilize the establishment, you execute it so well. When you said there is no storm, and I said I can cause, you stopped me, you and Jex. You stopped me from causing a storm. Now I have allowed you to bring interest. Now I have allowed you to bring a storm into us called impressed, and I've listened to you. The problem is that you just want that storm to stay because that's how you feel good. But still,
you see how you have included me in black storm.
So you have colluded. You see now Jack saying, now I agree with you. This is how we can bring Raila in on a political front. Now you hear his statement. And I listened and I knew this is how, and I know politically that's what happened. But I'm also telling you this. I know how the politics of devolution has happened. And whatever Rengo is doing, don't think Mandago never did it. That's why today he's a Senate again. So don't think whatever is happening is unique or it did not happen in other places. The reason it was never exposed is the very reason that Jex is saying that, whoa, wait. It was because of connections. And at the best, when Waiguru realized that your contacts is your net worth, he had to use the most important contact at that particular time, not even Uhuru. It was Baba, by even doing a wedding that was not supposed even to be done. Okay? Akaita huko Baba, wedding ikafanywa, Baba was happy and sanitized. Your time sanitizers zilikuwa nyingi and Baba was the biggest sanitizer. Na hiyo maneno ikaisha. So what am I saying? Well, you ought also to understand, Jex, that there is a political angle to everything, especially politicians dealing with politicians. So don't think that this is just an event or something that is only unique in a particular place. As we are speaking right now, you may find that this has awakened many governors. Now they are going back to their what? But maybe they were working like a well-oiled machine with what? With their deputy governors and what? And their senators. So it's not an isolated issue. And when it's not, you must know that if beneficiaries were senators, if beneficiaries were this, again, it becomes political. So, but again, I hear the angle you're bringing now, which is an open and a front one that Ruto may also try to use, that he can fight what? Corruption, because we saw what happened. Instead of firing the right permanent secretary, he fired the wrong permanent secretary. And he made a statement, I don't joke with corruption. So I agree with you, Jex, that can you use this because it can fit him to pass a point that even him, he doesn't condone what? Corruption. Yes, he could. I agree with you if that is the angle he wants to. But on the Senate too, you have to remember that if you start that, again now, you have opened a can of worm that in the end, utapata watu wengine pia wamejingisha somewhere they shouldn't wajingishe. These senators, if you remember somebody like Sakaja, he couldn't even vote to impeach Sonko because he was the biggest beneficiary. Jex, he was the biggest beneficiary. Ukijua the kind of contract Sakaja alikuwa nazo, Mutula Kilonzo, huyo lekina ladama mwenye anatupigia kelele hapa kutoka side yetu, yote walikataa kuvote. Why? They had. Walikuwa wanakula asali kutoka kwa Sonko. And you remember black that. So also put that on your angle, that leaders don't eat alone. They eat with others. As you think we are talking about corruption today, Ruto hata mkifikiria ati anakulanga peke yake, Ruto amekula na watu wake vizuri sana bwana. Ndio maana Raila anaambiwanga sana, wewe ndio uko na pesa, but you never use your money. So let's say Orengo alikuwa anakula na MCAs wake vizuri, alikuwa anakula na MPs vizuri, alikuwa, because MPs are not big, have not been receiving money za nini, za CDF. Let's say he was bankrolling them too. The MCAs, what happens to him? So Orengo is not a politician that has not worked with the Senate very well. He knows the process and the procedure. If you remember last time during when we had heated conversation in the Senate, Orengo sometimes could even go against the stand of ODM and his party and align himself with the other people to stay relevant. Ama ukumbuki hivyo. So I see him as a person who knows how to play politics too. And that is why he has survived for a very long time. Thank you. Mute.
Your mic is muted.
Mute.
Oh, sorry. You know, I'm equally having a cold, so najimute nisikoff on live. But even as we near wrapping up, let me ask, why do you think it is important for these guys to quickly hang the deputy governor? As in, what could be the crime? Because as much as Anna raised some issues, I think there is more than the bank issues. Alex.
Unfortunately, devolution created a new kind of corruption again. These called MCS, I'm telling you, they survive on this thing called impressed, mostly. If you look at MCS threatening governors, like Mwangaza alienda kufikiria she can survive by being thorough. It ended up banning her. She literally cried in the Senate. And when she went back, she started working very well. And she realized the biggest enemy is the deputy governor, because the deputy governor was quiet, he could have taken over. Now, for this thing to have gone with that radar speed, it tells you two things: that the MCS were in the pocket of the governor. The way the meetings zililetwa rakaraka, the motion ikaletwa, the voting ikapelekwa, and now you see everything now mahali imefikia, and the governor is sitting pretty comfortable, and the senators, like all of them, are with the governor. Watu wamekula kitu. So if the senator, who is the custodian of our funds, now also becomes a part of this gang, then there is nobody to fend for us. But you will never find a day the MCS are fending for you, because they know this is how they vote, this is how they eat, and this is how they bankroll their politics. The impressed, as Black said, in the impress account, it's difficult to be accountable where and how it was spent, but you can see the withdrawals. So I'm one person who says that how you feed your MCS, it will show on how what they can do for you. Mwangaza case was alikataa kabisa kupeana pesa kwa MCS, and she thought that being accountable is the best thing ever. She came to realize that leaders don't eat alone. And once she went back, she started working with the MCS. No noise has ever been bad. Now, the only backing dog here is the deputy governor. Why not the majority leader? Why not the leader of finance in that house? Why not any other leader is making that deals with the issues of money, from finance to accounting and everything? It's because it was institutionalized corruption. And in this case, until this person goes to the Senate, which again, I've told you, he might not get justice, our so-called Senate, for me, is the most useless thing. And the so-called MCS, while tuni jobs will created there, they don't guard or safeguard our funds. That's all I could say. It went fast because pesa zilikulwa. Otherwise, you could have seen a true debate. You could have seen the deputy governor being asked for those evidences. You could have seen the debate for the evidences. You could have seen the receipts for withdrawals now within the hands of the MCS. All these are not seen. What you see is now the deputy governor seeking now justice through the media, and hopefully you and I are able to kumtetea. But do you think you are able to go anywhere in a way tunaweza mtetea? I doubt it. So I think his goose is cooked unless the president now comes in and the people from Kenya Kwanza, as you said, to make a point. That is the only way. The same way we did to Waiguru, and we saved Waiguru even when the evidence was overwhelming. We saved this woman knowing that we did a wrong thing and we set a wrong precedence. You know that. And Malala was there for us. You're muted again.
Sorry. As I've said, I have a cough, so I am avoiding coughing while on my mic is on. Now, let me ask you. I think if it ever reaches that it's now an impeachment of Orengo, for instance, it's a statement that needs to be asked in this sense. If Ruto saves him, he will be told he entertains corruption. If he sacrifices him, it will be said it's a vendetta against Raila Odinga, because we know Orengo to be a close confidant of Raila Odinga. I'm not saying it has reached there, but what do you think would play out if it reaches there? That now we have.
You know,
how would Ruto behave in
I
this
haven't
one?
really thought about it until you have asked it now. And the first thing that has come to my mind is, I think this will be the biggest catch of Kenya Kwanza. This will be the biggest catch of Kenya Kwanza. And you know, the reason will be, Orengo has played the politics of honesty, the politics of principle, and he was sent home for 5 years. And I remember him coming to TV for interviews, and Orengo read a lot. That is the time I remember me too reading the third time, the 48 powers of the laws of power. And I remember that day he came on TV and he was speaking about it. Very cogent debate. But towards the end of that cold, Ye na Anyang' Nyong'o put a spirited fight to reconcile with Raila. From that point to now, they came to understand what loyalty meant to the politics of Luo Nyanza. Now, what I can agree to, and I can test, there is a shift of politics in the whole country. The whole country. I can't believe that I'm being represented by somebody like Silvanus Osoro. Of all people, I mean, I cannot believe that Silvanus Osoro is a leader from Kisii. But, you know, he is. So I think it is better for Luo Nyanza to start preparing for the Gachaguas and the Osoros, and because I think I see that point. For a very long time, they have had leaders of a caliber that you measure them and see very seasoned politicians. Now, if I don't know if it's gonna be when. For now, for me, it's if, but for Black, it's when. If Orengo gets to a point that he realizes that no, because Orengo, or like Kindiki, is not a person who's going to be lied to. Remember, we were told that Duale is going to be removed because Duale worked so closely with ODM and the other side. So they told him that I'm going to vote against you. And he knew before. So Orengo is a person who is going to be told, and you will know how he's going to react. Either he will start working with Eliud Owalo and be part of the rebels because he wants to be politically relevant and retire in his own way, not in this manner. So let's wait and see. But if it goes that way, I think then again ODM is going to die a natural death that is going to be so sad, bro. But until then, I don't know. But if that is the plan that Ruto has, then probably it's just going to be sad for my party, because it's possible. I've seen how ANC has gone. I've seen how Ford Kenya has gone. I've seen how Kalembe Ndile folded his party under Ruto. Ruto has killed so many parties. So I don't see how he cannot kill. The fact that they also chased him from Jubilee, as you said. So it's a possibility. And from where I sit now, since you said it, the possibility is going to 60%.
Your mic is muted.
Homa funga show. You are muting yourself.
Oh, sorry, I'm forgetting. I'm saying this is a moment that it will be interesting, because I'm looking at it from this angle. They're the ones who have kind of thrown the first salvo of striking the deputy governor. Now, this one now opens, because if you read the procedure of removing a deputy governor, an inquiry or a committee will be formed. Now, this committee will go to the heart of the issue. If in the heart of the issue it's now discovered Orengo has a case to answer, what do you think will be the recommendation of this committee? Because it is one thing I really, when it happened today, nikapata hiyo mori ya kutaka kuona hizo siku.
I think ODM has killed this. If there is anything to recall an impeachment, they rather do it before tomorrow.
Is this time? Black, what do you think? What do you think will play out? Because it will be interesting. Maybe it has not really hit the news, but this is one thing that is coming that will be very nice to watch. Very nice news and very nice debate to have here at Mutembei.
I see an exchange of prisoners, if I may put it that way. These two sides are going to exchange. They're going to swap.
Yeah, mzee hapo ndakusaidia, there will be wife swipes. Watu wata swipe wives.
There'll be a swap of prisoners, you know, like okay, you have this of ours, and we have this of yours, so make this happen for us, and we make this happen for you. I think that's what it's gonna go down to. Itaenda tu kwa prisoner exchange.
So in short, wataambiwa watu wa Nyanza wacha maandamano kabisa.
Exactly. Something.
I don't know what will be. I don't know what will be put on it. I don't know what will be put.
No, what can we swipe? What do we have to swipe? We don't have power. We don't have positions. The only thing we have is maandamano.
Orengo's issue is, you know, Orengo is the most high valued prisoner, which now we would have, right, in our hands. Possibly it could be maandamano, or it could be some policies rutulie mwache zipite. It could be anything, you understand? But there's gonna be a swap of prisoners, if I may put it that way in quotes.
So will they tell us what a finance bill, Peter?
It could be anything. I'm not just saying
Alex,
that.
let me ask.
It could be.
Why do you think Siaya? Because you mentioned several other counties. Why is Siaya? It's a very peculiar.
And you know, it makes it even more, you know, the more we are discussing it, the more I'm reading politics into it now. But also very well
choreographed. Orengo is the high value
politics.
Orengo is high value prisoner.
These are very big fish.
Getting him.
These are big fish.
Yes, getting him will
inside
getting him
inside the big fish.
Will
Inside this big fish is the brother of Raila Amolo Odinga.
I said, Jex, this, and you must know, Jex, when I said this, leaders don't eat alone. Those who've been in power. So, as you said, we may not agree into it. When you saw Onyonka grill Simbarati, the other senators agreed with Onyonka so much. And Simba was literally sweating. He came to realize that he had made a big mistake. And this moment, I think the handlers of Simba are telling him that, you know, this man is big. He holds your job here. You rather do something. Now that's why I say, now if the money trail, and we are all speculating, this is gymnastics. You know, kuna watu wako cult watatoka waseme, oh, Alex amesema hivi. But we must speculate because nobody knows the truth. Everybody speculates. If this is the situation, now we say the man has gone to the mainstream media. I said from the first 3 months, good. After that, he has worked in the most feasible environment or exposed into the most lucrative companies in the world, and therefore he knows what finance is. So when in a forensic way he looks at some things, he can tell you that this is right, this is wrong. So he can execute his own accounting and finance and go to this committee, whichever that will be formed, and incriminate the governor. Now, if that is the case, the governor will not die alone. It's Samsonic theory. When Samson was dying, he said, give me one more chance. And he said he killed more in that day, more than he killed in his lifetime. So Orengo will have to kill more people or more politicians or more politics in his last day. So Orengo will not go alone. So if that is the case, that hii pesa ilitrail kwenda hapa and somehow ikatrail kwenda hapa, politics is going to be different. Let me remind you, Jex, of something. And sasa kuna mkongwe amekuja hapa ajui hata kumute. Hata kamera ajui kuweka. Mute him. If you remember, Jex, you might be young. Hata pia mimi ni mkubwa. Hii black inakudanganya hapa. So, in 1992, the biggest scandal up to that time was Golden Bag. And we made noise, my friend. Do you know that the only person who never ate the golden bag money was Raila Amolo Odinga? Do you know that? When the money was trailed, nyumba ya Wamalwa, hiyo pesa, Muite ate that money. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga ate that money. They did not even know they had eaten that money. But through the gifts that they are gotten from proxies. Until that case, it can dissipate, because the people who are lawyers like Muite could not speak about it anymore. Go read the history of it. Moi was so clever. And there was a Kalenjin who gave a documentary. The only person we wanted to eat money from us that never ate was Raila Amolo Odinga. I wish to find that clip and give to you. And it shocked me that how people ate who are in the opposition and well respected. Gari ya Wamalwa, nyumba ya Wamalwa, pombe ya Wamalwa, golden bag money. That's what we were told. So we don't know if there is money trade now, especially, which is more easier nowadays than before. If, and I'm using the word if, because the way that guy came out, he didn't come as a politician. He came out as a clear accountant or finance officer, yes. Very open. He didn't know how to play politics. Alieka tu chakula hivi na kukanyaga. If that is the case and he has all the, Kenya Kwanza can take a serious advantage, Jex. But then we will find Orengo, and finally hiyo pesa itasema ndio ilikuwa you will find Gaucho in, Nuru Okanga in, and wifey Pasa in. Hii kitu ni ngumu bwana.
Because you see when Mackenzie issue came up, you see my point is, whenever there's such a scandal, any form of scandal, politicians have a way of making it shake their opponent so deep. You remember what happened with Mackenzie? When Raila came back, he said Shakahola, Shakahola, and the priest, the chief priest at State House. Now, if this one happens,
it's not
I
will.
can tell you for free.
Its
Ruto
issue is
will
when.
have, is it called a fun day with this? He will dance on it.
We have a high value. We have a high valued prisoner on our hands.
They take a volume.
Sisi tuko na high valued prisoner in our hands.
Nakwambia, even the media will really have a.
Have you seen those ones of, you see, aside requesting maybe for like just 2 high valued prisoners in exchange for another 100 for other 100 on the other side. As now, just one Orego will be the equivalent of I don't know how many.
As long as you don't give us Gachagua. we have nobody we want from your side, my friend. Who we really want? Just sell our jets. Who will we want from that side?
That's what I'm saying. we will give so many demands just for that one. Trust me.
This thing, if Kenya Kwanza will run out of all tricks, I can tell you for free, this is one card that will be played very
Trump card.
Yes. It will be played very. In any case, I think
that deputy governor
Kenya Kwanza
knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, and in fact, Kenya Kwanza, I think they have
appreciated. That's politics. He didn't know how to execute it.
And I can tell you,
but I'm saying, what I'm saying is, he knows what he's talking about. He knows he can back it up. Now, the politics side of it can be done by other people, not necessarily his. You understand? When being during the questioning and all that by the Senate, as long as he can present those papers, that's it.
And
that's all.
I can tell you, if there's a team in imefurahia the impeachment, it's Kenya Kwanza. You know why? Now they have been invited to investigate. Because one of the rules, one of the procedure of impeachment, a team will be formed of 11. And
that was the wrong move. It was the wrong move to impeach
I wish
him.
they didn't impeach him.
No, is there a clause to recall an impeachment?
Whoever advised Orengo to push.
No, my question is this: is there a clause that you can recall an impeachment?
From the assembly themselves, they impeach and then they call him back.
Is there a way to say like it's a mistrial?
What happens is once you impeach,
maybe during the hearing,
you notify the
have they notified?
They have. It is normally within the first day or a few hours after.
I don't think they have notified. They will say they haven't. The politics of notification will come.
I can tell you by tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have a show. I can tell you. I'll tell you.
You see, if you see the politics of
impeaching him was a mistake.
If you see the politics of these political parties, whereby Kioni goes and the other person goes, and the Sabina Nyaga goes there too. So what I'm saying is this.
What did you call her?
Well, no, I didn't. So I called Sabina.
No, the next name wasn't a good one, but anyway, but go ahead.
No, what did you hear?
I had a very bad name. I don't even know
Oh
how to
no,
mention.
no. I know what you are thinking.
Actually,
Dex,
let me even go back. I have to go back and listen to that one.
I heard what
You
I
also
heard
had
what
it.
he
no,
said.
mzee,
Yes.
we usikiange vizuri. Mzee,
Wacha
wachana
nirudishe
maneno ya
hiyo clip
mzee.
nyuma kwa nisikize what
Nimeweka
you're saying.
earphones. Hata si nimeweka earphones kwa masikio.
Let me listen to what you're saying. Endelea. Hata
Amesema
ametoroka.
ngege. Ama alimaanisha ngege. Samaki ngege.
Let me listen up and you may attend to what he has just said.
Sasa
Sabina
mbona
ngege.
mnanitoa?
Ni wewe umejitoa.
Hakuna mtu anakutoa bwana. Hakuna mtu anakutoa.
Watu wa KK wamenitoa show bana.
Mimi hata nakutetea, nasema umesema ngege ile samaki ngege.
No, mimi nimesema Sabina Chege.
Mimi nimesikia ngege.
So what I'm saying is this. If that happened in the political party, whatever there, that in the end Sabina wakasema walipeleka vitu zao mapema. So the politics of notification is going to be difficult too. Hata kama wakisema hawaku notify mapema, I think this thing is gone. So it's sad that you know, to react there, but you know, I don't think that big fish is going anyway. Nyinyi mtakula tu omena, tutawapea omena 2-3.
Sawa. Wadau, umefanya nimerudisha nyuma. You really said a bad word. Sawa. Now, guys, those who are watching, there are still many watching. Asanteni sana you guys for keeping us company. Thank you this is our first show in I think 10 days. So thank you for being part of this wonderful show. Thank you for having us back. I just love the reception and that you guys have embraced the show, that even despite our absence, you are willing to come in huge numbers to show us your support. Thank you so very much. As I've always said, we don't take any of you for granted. Those who participate by commenting, and as well those who come in live, including Nyagaka and Alex Media mwenye ako nyuma ya tent. I see Miss Onsanda Kondani, Geoffrey Ruto, Vicky Johnset, I can see you, and many, many others. Nyagaka, how are you, sir?
I'm good, my friend. I'm good.
Yeah, good to see you. Great to have you. At least Black is not feeling alone. He has someone of his age near in the show as well.
Yeah, unapotea sana. Sasa nione vijana yangu namna gani huyu Alex na Black. They are very, very smart and I wish them the best. Yangu ni kusema kwamba Alex mzee Oginga Odinga hakujua ule alichukua hizo pesa ya party ni Olengo. Olengo was his assistant. He was his secretary when they formed Ford Kenya. That was around 1990, 91, 92. So ile history munayo, Alex mzuri sana, na huyu Olengo has been corrupt for a long time. Lakini hiyo ni kazi yenu tu, muone vile mtafanya. Sisi kwetu kwa UDA tumefanya mzuri sana. Everything is working. The gentleman who resigned from Western is of course a trade unionist. So he has an agenda and he listens to the ground a lot. Lakini kama we don't force to pull the money together so that it can develop the houses like Malaysia or South Korea did, will not get to go anywhere. So let us do the best we can. And right now, Alex, kule kwingine mlikuwa mnanipiga sana, lakini hapa kwa Jex ukipotea namna hii, Jex ni mbaya sana, kwa sababu wengine tunakuja hapa ndio tujue what is going on, and when you take every opinion, that's very good because you know
yeah,
we take every opinion.
Circumstances too.
Oh, okay. That's very true. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nawaambia na wasalimia vijana yangu sana. So everything is good. Na tuendelee hivyo. The more they disagree with Uda, the better. And they just wait for 2027. Not right now. Asante sana vijana yangu.
Asante sana mzee.
Shikamoo mzee.
Sawa, shikamoo kijana yangu.
We truly appreciate your time every time una to join. Lakini swali tu kwako mzee, what do you think is happening with with UDA? Do you think there's a crisis? I know you're a supporter of UDA. Do you think there's a storm brewing in UDA?
Like what? What are you talking about?
Panyako resigned, and some guys have been saying that.
Oh yeah, the Banyako. This is going to be very hard. I mean, I can still remember in 2002, 3 somewhere around there when Kibaki took over, and he was rearranged the economy from Moi's economy, which was basically stealing or taking corruption. Na watu walikuwa wanalia kwamba we wish Moi was back. So anytime you take a new government, it is always a big issue on that. Even when Obama took over or Clinton took over, nobody supported them, especially the Republicans. And in Kenya now, if Ruto writes the taxation bill, and a lot of people don't like it, they go to Mandamano instead of not just voting for it and let that finish him. But it is not going to finish him. You ndio nilikuwa nawaambia Alex kwamba bottom up economics will not work unless you finish corruption, and we have seen how he had dealt with those people too, and I'm very, very proud of that. Na Jakes nilikwambia Uda ita rule 100 years, and the next day Legate said the same thing. So hiyo ni trademark yangu Jakes, waambie.
Kuna watu unavunja moyo bwana Nyagaka, kuna watu unawastab katikati ya maini.
Huh?
When you say that, kuna watu unawavunja moyo kabisa.
Yeah, you're not coming through.
I'm saying when you say that UDA
it was one time last time you were on, and I was just joking. I said, because what the ODM is doing right now, Rasmio, is just criticizing the government of the day. When actually, in any democracy, you have to spend 75% of your time telling the people what you're going to do, and then, of course, use 15 to 25 to criticize the government of the day. But when you see that Asmio is only criticizing, he is not telling us what he's going to do. Now, what do Kenya do? They understand. And in a democracy, that's how it functions.
Yeah. And why do you think they are in fear of Mungiki? Do you think they have intelligence that probably there's something that is brewing that will cause a storm in the country caused by Mungiki sector? Is it a sect or a sector?
Well, the Mungiki history, the modern one that we know right now, was started by Moi. And he even gave them the police details and all that, so that they can really mess up with most of the, who you started to say, who are billionaires, the Kenyattas and the like. And why did Michuki take them out? So they are really a corrupt organization. I mean, a violent organization. Who would like that? That's why you finish our Chinkororo and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why do you think Martha Karua came out strongly to defend Maina Njenga?
Because he's one of them. He agrees with the argument of the day. With the Raila Odinga, Martha Karua, Kalonzo, all those are in the same group. So, as you can see, even in the coast, they are sending lawyers, money to support the people that are on their side. Just that simple.
Yeah, because we have seen a certain trend. Any big case that is going to court, including even Jesus Watongaren, Azimio has been finding its way nowadays to the court. Why do you think they are doing that?
Well, Alex, you should tell us. He's the one in Azimio, but I would guess that they just want to grow their own brand. But it doesn't matter whether they are criminal or whatever. But like Odinga was cleaning them, like you guys were saying earlier. Even cleaned mouth. I mean, and I knew you were Uhuru. People that were very corrupt. So they live in a different world, basically, because they think that everything they say is right and everything you say is wrong.
And you have not had the chance to speak about the housing levy. What's your take on it, sir?
That's why I said earlier that they have to pull the money together so that they can build those houses. It is an example that they borrowed from Southeast Asia. All these things are from Asia. Here in America, it was the military about 150 years ago. That whoever came from the military, they gave them a house and they knew that that person would be paid or the government would pay. And he developed their housing of their own like that. But in Kenya today, they are using the South Korea methods. Everything they do is the South Korean giants. That's how they made their own money. That's how they made their own taxation. And then government has to tax itself, to function. But if you, like Kenyatta was doing, you depend on loans so that you can, run your government. That is really not a government. It will cost you more to run that government than it will cost when you are taxing your own people. Basically, you're going to need the services, regardless, the roads, the water, all that. But if you are using loans, that is very, very dangerous.
At what point do we say that people will begin to appreciate the efforts from William Ruto? It seems that everything he seems to be doing is rubbing many in the wrong way. What must he do, at least for his supporters and those who really oppose him, to feel as a sign of relief or a degree he's doing something? What must he do?
No, he should stay on that trajectory where he is and do away with corruption. However much he should, and then people will appreciate it maybe in 2-3 years from now, not right now. He should stay the course, but really deal with corruption, because the corruption is what has ruined our own country.
Okay. Awesome, Penny. I don't know if you have something else to add.
No, hiyo tu ninasema ukuja all the time, kwa sababu saa ingine wengi tunataka kusikiza kina Black, kina Alex, and make our day, because ukisikiza hizi news za America peke yake ni you are not one of us. I mean, I want to go home, period. Wanachukua nyumbani upesi sana. Yeah.
We will try to always...
You agree with, you entertain everybody. And that's what the democracy is all about. It's not when you entertain just one side and call that a debate. That's not a debate.
Asante sana, Pen. I'll definitely communicate with you behind the scenes, maybe explain one or two things. But zaidi ya yote, try to always come kwa show. We'll always try to have the show.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much, Pen. Black.
Yes.
How do you see Ruto bounce back? Because it's as though this housing issue has really, how do I put it, has really caused a stir in the country. There are many opposing, many supporting, and those who are supporting are not even loud. They're doing it behind the scenes. So it's as though everyone is opposing. So we are not really sure who is for, who is against. We are not really sure. And those even who are for it, including the MPs, some are doing it as though they fear. They're not strong coming out in support of Ruto. So how
the thing,
is Ruto coming out of all this strong?
like I had said earlier on in our previous debates, I can't recall which one was it, but recent debates, what is needed is an extensive public relation and communication from the government side in the benefits of these houses, to try and pump in as much resources as possible to try and uh, put it out there to the public, the benefits that are going to be outweighing any negative. Like, for instance, the way they're saying, sijui watu watakatwa pesa hivi na hivi, but the benefits will be far much more. That way, it will go to counter any narrative being put out there by the opposition, being led by Raila Odinga. But most of all, I think once the project starts kicking in, then from the employment that's going to come out of it, automatically it will solve a lot of problems that we currently have in, for example, matters to do with kutokujua vile kesho itakavyokuwa, yani trying to put it into a sentence. Lack of knowing how tomorrow would be catered for, because kazi zitakuwa nyingi kwa wingi. Let's say factories za simiti, they'll have to employ far much more people to work in their factories, because they'll need to work round the clock to produce as much cement as possible. That is employment. Now watu wa chuma, factories za kutengeneza chuma, they'll also have to employ a lot of people in their factories because they need to work around the clock. Now watu wa kufanya kwa mijengo watakuwa wengi. Kuna wale wa kuuza machakula, watauza chakula kwa wingi. Production, agriculture, now to keep up with this food, because a lot of it will be in demand, because people will be having the purchasing power. Watabidi pia na wao waongeze nguvu kuweka vyakula kwa wingi. The government will also be collecting more taxes on their end also. So the ripple effects will be far much more once this project kicks in. Now, I think the issue that perhaps we need to have is the government needs to come out clear in the way it's going to be structured. Like, for example, umetoa contribution yako, who's going to be taking care of this money on your behalf? For example, when you're putting in money or other contributions to your pension scheme through NSSF, NSSF is the institution which you can always go to inquire about your contributions, and maybe to go take your contributions upon retirement. You know exactly what you need to do and the process which you need to do, and where actually, which office exactly you need to go to get these pension contributions that you have been making all over the years upon retirement, right? Now, I think that hiyo ndo kitu ambacho government mpaka sasa ambapo maybe wamezembea, they have not come out openly to tell us now, in this regards to this scheme, this is the office that you're going to be going to in matters related to this contributions made to this housing fund levy. Now, that is a matter now that can only be taken care of when they come out with their PRs and the communications, which I'm trying to say that they ought to invest a lot of their resources in. Watuweze kutuhamasisha. No. If they can take care of that, then us Kenyans would be more than willing to chip in, because we would have transparent, we would see that the process is transparent, because we will know which officers to go to when we want to inquire about our contributions. But up to this point, since we have no such information on a same, because hinga I saw the PS Hinga being interviewed earlier in one of the media stations, and this is the one part he said that they are going to form under regulations upon. So you see, it's not yet formed. So see, people having reservations on that point of, okay, we already know that you want my money, 3%, but we've not yet decided or come up with a matter of how or which institution or which administration or which office I can walk into follow up on my contributions that I would have made for the next 7 years. And the only answer that he could come up with is that will be the work of Parliament. I would have assumed that perhaps when they're coming up with this bill, they would also have a blueprint of the structure upon which this money is going to be managed. So I think if the president can tackle these gray areas which I've pointed out, then it's going to come out well. But the plan in itself is good. It just needs to be furnished up on a palette, fine-tuned. That's all. But I do know that once the projects kicks in, once the above mentioned gray areas which I've pointed out are taken care of, Kenya is going to be a better place than it
There's
is
a
right now.
question that I'm yet to hear someone respond to. Why 7 years? Why not 5? Why not 8? Why not 6? Why 7? What is in 7 years that the government feels they will have achieved, either making the houses for many and many acquiring it, and that in 7 years, if everybody went for their money, there is a guarantee the money will be there. Or if everyone
Maybe
needed a house, why 7? What do you think is in 7?
maybe in the mathematical calculations, they had put up an estimate of the current numbers of persons employed, and if each can give out the 3% and the employer gives out the 3%, the total amount that they can get perhaps in a year. So then they calculated the cost maybe of building those houses and how much they can deliver per year in regards to numbers of units. Then, they could have calculated that way. So maybe that's how they came up with 7 years. That's what I'm looking at. That's how I'm looking at it.
The other
Maybe
question
that's
is,
the reason as to why they came up with 7 years.
there is one deduction that automatically goes to the government called the payee, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yes, pay as you earn.
Yes. Now, is it not that it is enough, or because in any case it has already been increased? Why didn't they consider using it as they say we have increased the payee by 10, or rather, if it was 9, we have made it 10. But this 1% that has been increased is a payee, because now that will affect everyone. It is a tax that will now build these houses. Why didn't they consider the payee?
Well, I don't know what wisdom pushed them towards not going to the payee, but I believe having a standalone pool specifically just for housing would make things easier.
But it's still the same, because money is money, whether you remove
It's not
1,000 from your
what's the
shirt,
purpose?
or just
What's
a
the
moment.
purpose
If you
of
remove
payee?
1,000 from your shirt and you remove 1,000 from your trouser, it's still 1,000 Kenyan shilling.
It
Now,
doesn't work that way.
now my question is, payee is an automatic remittance to the government. Now,
For the purposes of
for purposes of its development, like, they don't tell us they are doing roads, but because we know we are paying our taxes, they do roads, right?
yes.
They don't tell us that because you paid your taxes, the payee you gave is doing a hospital in Mathera. They just do it, right? Would it not have been wise for them just to play their cards well and work with the payee, maybe increase it even by 1% or even 0 point something percent, and then
Could they?
it sails them
How
from
could they work?
office Ulabalu.
That would work if we don't have, if we already have deficits in our budget. It means the pay itself is not enough, right?
Let me say
So
something.
they would still would have had to come up with a source of funds for this particular project, right? Because tayari tuko na deficit, despite having this pay, we cannot take care of this. So now we want them; they would still have to go borrow. So it's not possible. So I think having this scheme of the 3% could have been the only way out at this very moment, right?
So Jex, let me, I've been listening the conversation from behind. Ulienda kuwatch hiyo kitu nyuma nikatoroka kidogo.
Nilisikiza
lakini
yaliondwele sipite.
So I have listened to that man, and politics aside, on a professional level, even though he was sweating, the guy seemed to know what he's talking about. And the way he has executed the whole thing, let's put politics on the side. If it's politics, obviously I don't want it. But let's now talk about our country, our nation, Kenya. He broke it down, and I remember I wrote it somewhere, and I was so happy. For the first time, I got a public servant executing something with passion, but also breaking it in a way that is understandable. You know, how he started and how he got to the levy, for me, it convinced me without even thinking twice, without listening to many, many other things now that I'm hearing. But let me say what he said that made a lot of sense. Kenya can never achieve affordable housing because in terms of land speculation, Kenya has the highest land speculation in Africa. And I remember I even told Revolutionary the other day, and he was arguing against me, that in terms of land speculation, Kenya has the highest in the world. And remember what he said in Spice FM and other areas is, before you start building any house in Kenya, land takes 30%. 30%. Jex, that's huge. Now, we're talking about affordable housing, Jex. We're not talking about comfortable mansionettes. So if I go like me, I want to build because mimi I'm a real hustler. Si kama mzee amepata pension na watoto wamemaliza shule. Mzee can afford Lavington because land in Lavington is like 10 houses in Umoja. Land in Lavington or Karen. Now, the moment he started dealing with the issue of land, that is what caught my eye. Because when you agree with me that the land speculation in Kenya has gone way beyond and has pushed the prices of house, then I think we can have a conversation, Jex. A few years ago, where you live there, Apple Pipeline, nobody used to buy land there. You know kwa nini? Hizo trailers, mafuta na kila kitu. I remember going there one time and somebody told me land was 35,000. I said, hizi maroli, tunaziita maroli zinanipigia kelele. Wakati watu wa Lanet walitoka Mission, walienda sijui Liberia, they came and bought there. Jack, that land is not more than 15 years. It's going for 5 to 10 million. What am I saying? Once you cut the issue of land, now what he said was there are 547 parcels of land in the whole country that we have, that we are willing to give to investors. Now from there, he started articulating on how, when they gave this land in some places, Kisii and investors refused. The moment they got those land in Nairobi, all the investors came. Now, they asked themselves, what can we do to make sure that it's not only in Nairobi, but also in Kisii and other places? Now, he has executed that. Now, then he came to the issue of VAT. He said, we give you a contract, we give you land, we give you a plan, and we tell you to build. Now, we take the VAT off everything that you are going to do what? Now, the VAT, it's 16%. Syndicate, same 16 to 20%. So, Jax, we have taken 20%. Daisy, you take 30%, then the minimum you take 20%, I'm a 15%. So you, before even you start building Jax, you have reduced a price from what? From 100% to a whopping 65%. Now, as you continue, Jax, and many other things they were talking, so he gave a typical example of a house in Parklands that is 2 to 3 bedrooms, is 11 million. So if you have to pay a mortgage at the rate of 14%, which we still don't have in our country, your mortgage is 153,000 a month. But when you reduce all those costs of land, VAT na kila kitu, it comes to 47,000. Now, the 47,000 is still too much for somebody who in typically Nairobi earns 50,000. Now, to cut that cost and bring it to normality, he gave now that we need now to come up with a pool, so that in this pool, there are things they are going to do, and it's kind of, we live in capitalism, but now we chip ourselves into socialism, whereby in that pool, according to him, I'm saying what he said that convinced me. What I don't agree if are they able to execute what they have said. I have a problem with that. But the plan that they have, is it a good plan? So me, I'm talking about the plan. So he was able to convince me that now they were able to say that the only way we can be able to build affordable houses is to come in a pool. And in that pool, if all people paid this money, we will be able to start somewhere and build 200,000 units in 1 year, and also cap the interest rate at the rate of 3 to maybe 5%, because now ni pesa yenu, ni chama yenu. That is what he explained. And I said that if there is anything that I could pray that any president should succeed, is affordable housing. Jakes, in that case, if that pool is able to come together, and in 7 years, nobody withdraws that money, after 7 years, even if you withdraw. Now, where people have a problem is, why should I move from my house and I've already been paying for this house? I've been money natolewa from my account, from my pay slip, and then you tell me now to still pay as a mortgage. He said, because now we are having a pool and you are staying in a house that you are paying 20,000, why don't you pay this house for 20 years or 30 years? It becomes yours, instead of saying somebody's house until you retire, tena uende ushago. So that made sense to me, though, because most countries are doing that mortgage kind of replica. So what the PS is explaining, for me, it's very cogent and very persuasive. Jakes, my problem is, we were not able to buy laptops. From there, I don't want to quote all the way up to date. Can we have trust that pulling 3% of all our money, that's a big amount of money, Jakes. But then he explained that this money is going to, it's like a benevolent fund. There's a name he called, a corporate word he called, that the people who are going to oversee this money are not going to be, it's like NSSF sort of, and NHIF, whereby there's a board and so on and so forth. But the question is the government going to have a hand in it? Because you can't totally leave it out. The government still need to monitor it. So I think that arrangement is now where we need to gap that mistrust. Because in the end of the day, we cannot literally say no and refuse to have affordable housing. A chunk of a third of Nairobi is basically just reserved for wanyama wa pori kuishi, while a chunk of our people stays in Kibera. And there are many, many other things he explained within their jokes that made me happy. One of them is this: even for those who think they have homes, they don't have sewages, they don't have playing grounds, they don't have parkings, they don't have all these amenities that you find that are good for a community or a society, especially children, to grow up with. When we grew up in estates, we had swimming pools, we had where we could ride our bikes, we had football pitches, we had basketball pitches, we had volleyball pitches.
Ngoja kwanza. Wewe umeishi estate kuna swimming pool?
Where we used to stay, yes, those times, yeah. They used to have.
Dynasty.
No, there's nothing like dynasty that time. I'm telling you, that time there is. Uliza watu waliishi. Uliza watu waliishi hizo time whereby estates were functional. Those amenities were there. It is not now that our children.
Playgrounds ilikuwa.
All those things used to be there. If today you go to Kondele, Manyata uko chini, there used to be even social halls. Ziko social halls that were big. Instead of us going meetings there, Omega 1 used to come there disco every Friday. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm only saying the amenities we had, some people could use or some people could ignore. But right now, people really you buy your child a bicycle. Hata hakuna parking lot. Ya plot unaishi, mtoto anaendesha kwa nyumba. Na kwa nyumba umejaza kitu kila mahali. My friend, can we really have riders who can ride in France competition? So I think I totally agreed what he said, that even those who think they have affordable housing, they don't have playgrounds, they don't have amenities, they don't have nothing.
No, the plan is good.
So for me, I like the plan. The problem, the execution part, and that is what we should be talking about. Anybody complaining about the plan has a problem.
That's why I say it also, and I'm glad that you see it that way. That the issue is the plan is good. The only gray area that I found to be existing on that plan is the administrative part of the funds.
Niko nyuma ya tent kidogo.
The administrative part of the funds, like the structures that are going to be taking care of this particular pool, they are not yet set up and they have not yet been well defined as of this point. So why are we going to rush to push the bill when we don't have a blueprint of how this fund is going to be managed, right? I would be of the idea that they come up with a foolproof plan of how that money is going to be administered, then that would be great. But if anything is to go by what Hinga said, that it's all going to be upon Parliament to come up with the regulations as to how this money is going to be managed, then I don't know. But as of the plan by itself, it's perfect. It's going to revolutionize Kenya to an extent that we are going to look back and say, yes, the president did something good, despite of whichever party affiliation that you are in. Just as a Kenyan,
and the
I'm sure
best
you're going to be
part
happy
of
about
it,
that.
the best part of it is that the land parcels that they are willing to give, you are not just going to finish the Nairobi land and totally refuse to go to Wajir, Moyale, Kehancha, Busia. they want to make sure that affordable housing, since the pool and the contributors did not just come from Nairobi. So what does that say about it then? What it says is, even in the distribution of jobs that they are going to create, it is going to be nationwide. So people don't have to move from their homes. Now, that may help even decongesting Nairobi, in that watu wanafanya mjengo because Nairobi is too expensive for no reason. They will have opportunities. Now, that is now we need to come with laws, how the labor laws that are strong. This is the time for Atwoli to represent people very well without you jinga yake. This is the time to have a bill of minimum wages for casual workers. This is time to have protectionism of our industries that should not compete with foreign industries when it comes, so as we can grow our industries to the next level. It wouldn't be good that if we approve this and we start, and I'm saying if, because Parliament should vote for it and decide, because now they're our custodians. If they decide this is the way, they must also decide how to guard these industries. Because as I said earlier, Mr. Black, Mzee, one of the great fallacy of the SGR was we built a railway, but our cement industries were making big time losses.
Yes.
Big time losses. Our timber industry in Molo, went down. Our electricians were paid peanuts. We never trained more welders.
For Chinese government at the time, so I know at the time.
So the housing project must solicit local everything from labor to products, because it must benefit the country as a whole. So if the project will start at a point whereby Western, Northern, Southern, Eastern, all of us at the same time, then I think we will have equal distribution of jobs at the same time on the lower level. And I hope as we finish the houses, we'll start seeing white collar jobs. And I think the future in that industry, it will end up pushing again the homes and houses to go down, because now buying homes has become completely impossible, even in the era of Corona, whereby I thought some homes are going to go down by even 60%. Nairobi homes were still very high. So I think let's pray for that. In the end of the day, whether Ruto succeeds or he doesn't succeed, it is my country that doesn't succeed or succeeds. So,
very true.
So
now, just one moment before you guys, kidogo tu. I have a lady in the show. Hi, can you hear me?
I do hear you.
Madam Mary Odengo. Odengo. I know the voice.
Madam Maggie.
What? Now you guys,
Madam.
Alex, what have I done?
Madam, we know your voice, Madam.
Happy Memorial Day.
Nice to see you, Mama.
Yes.
I know umechemka akili huko nje. Tafuta kiboko.
Alex amemwasha huko nje bwana.
Nani amechemka akili? Mimi.
Ile umekasirika huko nje. Umepata kiboko sahihi.
Alex amekuchokoza sana.
Kumbe unajua.
Unaweza tafuta kiboko sahihi.
Unajua so vizuri, unajua naweza kukasirika.
Nilikuwa naona comments ninasema hizi sitasoma juu Alex atatoka mbio.
No, Alex Guza Orengo. But Alex, let me tell you one thing. Orengo has done wonders in Siaya. I was in Siaya just the other day.
But I said that.
No, you
I
are
said that.
siding with them that Orengo is corrupt.
Relax.
In fact,
Alex,
if you
relax.
want a non-corrupt person in Siaya this time, is Orengo. The Oduol unamtetea is the corrupt person. Okay, kama ulisema yes, you're corrupt. Thank you.
I said, Maggie is a good friend.
Alex,
I said I've gotten
Alex said
report
he's not
from
corrupt.
a very resourceful person that I respect that actually imeendelea. And I even said this, if that is true, whatever means he's using, whether be thorax or what, wacha iendelee, because Siaya has had a history ya kuchezewa for a very long time. I was on the record saying here.
Yeah.
What only I said was, when we came to the politics side of it, and they were questioning about if it's true, or if this money was this and this and this, I said now there's politics of Owalo playing there. And probably that's why the deputy governor is also part of that now. Ameingia sijui ni Kenya Kwanza. That's what I said. And we started now preempting what is Kenya Kwanza doing in terms of policy. But in terms of development, I was very clear that I hear very good report about Orengo.
Yeah.
But now when it came to politics, again, we had also to talk about what we are also hearing. So good report from Siaya is there. In fact, Nani Pia told me about that. What is his name? The other boy that is moderating from the other side. He was there another 1 month ago. He told me for the first time he could find food and place to sleep in Orengo and in Siaya, and he's very happy. That's what he told us.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
No, there. Okay, I thought maybe I misunderstood what you were talking about. It's only that Orengo, surely, I'll tell you the truth, he's done wonders. Rasanga really did mischievous things to the Siaya people. In fact, if it is to say about the corrupt person, was Rasanga. But Orengo is really taken Siaya from where it was never before. And now, even me, I could draw water from my tap, which during Rasanga's time, to speak the truth, that water I paid for several times, but it never came in my tap. But with Orengo, at least I could bathe in my shower. I could use my kitchen sink, everything. So at least there is a big change during Orengo's time rather than those time of Rasanga. And if I would say that the corrupt person here, according to what I've heard, is Oduol, because Oduol wanted everything to go his way, and Orengo actually have said no. Now, when he's saying no, the bad name is remaining for Orengo, which Orengo surely, anyway, man is attempting. I can't say he has not done anything wrong, but I don't think he's that corrupt, whereby he will be put in that basket that these are the corrupt people. Oduol used to eat with those other people, and that is why he wanted to be the lead while Orengo is following him, which cannot work anywhere anyway. Sorry to say that. Jax, Orengo is not corrupt. Black, Orengo is not corrupt.
So, but Mama, let me ask you a question. First of all, I've not said that he's corrupt. What I just said is this. This man, Odwol, is not a madman, right? And I've not said, and none of us here has said that whatever he presented is true or false. Actually, we kept it as a question mark, pending the investigation by the Senate, because at that point, when it's being brought to the Senate, is gonna put out all the documents in his favor, or rather to favor his allegations, or to prove his allegations that indeed money was withdrawn and spent for the wrong purposes. And that being the case, we can call that embezzlement of funds, right? Embezzlement of funds does not have to be ni same tu kama corruption. Unajua unaweza tumia pesa kiholela, uamue ununue magari, ufanye nini. It's just as good as corruption. You just embezzled the money. Now the point here is this: if at all in Senate he comes up with these documents, because unajua bank statements cannot lie.
Yeah.
I'm sure you hold an account and you do make deposits and withdrawals from that account, right? So when you come up with bank statement from your account, it will show whatever activities you are doing with your account. Penye ulitoa pesa na wakati uliingiza pesa. Now, if these bank statements that are going to be produced by this man Odwol at the Senate do show that indeed that Orengo did get this money, what's going to be the first thing that's going to come to your mind?
Which I don't think is very true, because the same Odwol was told to bring the bank statement he's talking about. He refused. Follow Siaya's politics than something else. He refused. That he's being played off and people are accusing him for no apparent reason. So in that case, they did not have any option but just to impeach him. And so like that.
What he said was...
He said in the interview that he's ready to bring that statement, which he had already been asked by the Siaya governors.
County Assembly. County Assembly.
Yeah, to bring the statement, and he refused. And he said that these people are playing with my mind and they are not, touching where they should not touch. Those were his words. So Odwol has got a question to answer, but not Orengo.
Okay, I think what he said was the documents. He said that the county assembly said that whatever he presented was not good enough. But let's wait for the Senate hearing.
Yeah.
Because at that point, there'll be nothing that will be there to hold Odwol from presenting whatever points that he has and whatever evidence that he has to back up his allegations.
Yeah.
Now,
but
until
then,
that point,
I don't know why, if honestly you have evidence and you bring the issue out, and you know that there's nothing you're hiding, then you're given an opportunity to present your evidence. If there's nothing sinister that you have, then you refuse. Now you're willing to give it to the higher level, but you're not willing to give it to the people that ought to interrogate it.
You already said it, Alex. You already gave the answer to that question. I mean, you gave the answer to the question that you're asking now. I don't know if you had given the answer in advance, because you said something in between your submission. That was around 2 hours ago. I have a photographic memory. You said this.
No. You see, I'm also saying something from what Mami was not there when we were talking. No.
Okay.
Even what you are saying, you said it before. I also have photographic memory, Mzee.
I wanted to quote you. What you said. I wanted to quote you.
So Mzee, don't worry. Don't worry. You didn't remember the word impeachment. Now you remember. So we are together.
I wanted to quote you.
Go ahead. But I remember.
Yes, you said something to do with he who feeds you. Something to that effect, right?
No, that's the politics side of it now that we were preempting. Remember, we after you gave your submission, But then when I wanted to speak, you told, weka your clip kwanza. So, and the good thing is that we watched the clip. And what I said was, I think the politics side of this guy is very poor, because if you realize how he's executing, and that is what Mamia said again, which I think puts him in a wrong place, because nowhere in the constitution of our country that gives duties to a deputy governor. And I think the deputy governors finds frustrations, but they have one key role that usually, I think, I don't know how they got it. Did you know that the deputy governors are the ones who oversees all the tenders that will be taken? They are the ones who sign for it, because since they sit in the assembly and the governor doesn't sit there. Did you know that, Jex?
Yes.
They do. They have one big role, but they are greedier than that. And that, you see, what made the Kiambu governor to become a governor, the former one? Because he used that position effectively. Okay, he executed it. He said this is the contract that was taken by who? By the former Kiambu governor, and that is why he pinned on him.
Yeah.
But now, I was expecting the deputy governor, and I think to come out that this is the corruptions that this guy has done. But then again, also, the good thing you say, do you know what impressed is? Then I laughed. I said, that is where he fails. Impressed is that money that is taken for daily, the cash flow for daily petty cash. So and you ended up saying that it's difficult for you sometimes to account for it.
It's true.
So
but
even
the question
for him,
was the amount was that's why.
Even for him, when he comes out with that, it's difficult to say, okay, it was withdrawn ABCD, because his duty is not on the impressed. His duty comes and remains, because the only one duty that the deputy governor has, that is because he had to call the financial officers to know what was going on.
But you see, Alex Media, if I can cut you through, it will not upon him to answer as to why that money was withdrawn from the impress account. It's the withdrawee, the person who had withdrawn that amount. Now, in this case, if it is Orengo that had requested for this, it will be upon him to respond in answering as to the purpose of this money that had to be withdrawn from the impressed account in that sequence, in within a day, on a daily basis, to that amount. What was he going to be spending that money on? It will not be upon the deputy governor to prove that. You see? So you see the burden of proof at the end of the day, after presenting
so you're agreeing with me that
will be Orengo, not the deputy governor. Understand that?
Gentlemen, one thing you are agreeing with me is that the deputy governor does not come here as a deputy governor. He comes like a whistleblower.
Gentlemen, there's something also you're not using, which is very important.
Okay.
You're not using the fact that Mama here seems to come from there, and she seems to have an in-depth knowledge kidogo of what could be happening. Now, I want us to use her kidogo and ask her this. Now, what could be the reason why we are not seeing the senator coming into play in this? Because in previous cases, the senator would either defend the governor or behave as though ako neutral but ni kama anampiga, or support the impeachment.
Niliuliza swali Omolo hakusema. Wacha nione pengine mama pengine atatujibu.
Yeah,
why the senator is silent.
What is happening with the senator?
I think it's only that the people who are impeaching Oduol bypassed the senator or the senator's office. Instead of going through the Senate, they just did it direct without even the Senate putting a hand. Because I think Oduol was thinking that he is smart, and it was found out that he is not smart enough. It's only that he wanted to put the blame to somebody who is smarter than him. who is the governor, because the trick, the game he's been trying to play is to thief himself, then blame it to the government, to the governor, and yet he's the one who has been signing all those checks and withdrawing the monies from these banks. Yeah,
Okay.
so the Senate, I
Now,
don't think he does have anything to do with it,
Guys,
because
you're
he
making
has
noise.
gone to his office.
now, Alex and Black seem to have raised another point of an external factor, that is the government factor, being brought in by the likes of Owalo. Now, could it be that's trying to stir in the jar so that eventually the real person they're going after is Raila Odinga?
Raila's got nothing to do with that. In fact, Raila is far much bigger than what is happening in Siaya. This is the national picture, not the Siaya picture. Raila is like, take example, Raila and Ruto, they're almost the same. This is like taking Ruto to on matters in regard to Washingiso. I think it will be really demoralizing that person. Raila does not know anything about that. I don't think we should be dragging his name into that. He doesn't know, and he doesn't have anything to do with that, because this is a national figure, actually. Yeah.
Now,
No, I mean, what, Mama Megi, what we were saying is this now.
Yeah.
We know the truth now of it. But obviously, politics will be played. Now, there's the political side of it. And that is what we were preempting, that it is complicated, that the person who's supposed to safeguard the coffers or to speak more about it is the senator. But now the senator happens to be
the brother,
Raila's brother.
Yeah.
And him being quiet paves in the propaganda of Kenya Kwanza to come in and start playing politics on it. So, and they will do that, obviously. While we know that, obviously, Raila is larger than the Siaya County, and we've never seen him, unless the only time he got into its nomination when he tells them, you people need to resolve these issues amicably. But beyond there, you rarely find him speaking about the Siaya County politics, except when there was the Usenge by-election. That is when he told the people to make a decision. He stayed off, and Orengo went there. So we are saying, when it comes now to the politics side of it, and the senator is his brother, don't you think now people will try to drag Raila's name in?
Maybe, but who is going to drag Raila's name in? Because this is why I'm still insisting. This is a figure who is more bigger than the Siaya County. I don't see whoever is going to drag Raila's name because of Oburu, that he will be making a big mistake, because Raila is, where he is. Oburu, yes, if you're asking me about the senator, is not saying anything, but I've told you that they bypassed Uburu's office and do this thing on their own. And the Orengo did it as a governor whom he thinks that, yes, I am capable of doing something like this. So I don't see whoever is going to drag Odinga's, Raila's name into this thing. That will be the biggest mistake I've never seen. And anyway, his name, is so much sweet to the government now, because of all that he's doing, and all the gatherings are about him. It is possible, but they are not gonna win by any chance, because the politics in Siaya is Siaya. He has got nothing to do with Siaya, and even if he can drag himself there, he will be told, please, back off, because this is beyond you. Yeah, this is just us as Siaya County. Yes, he is coming from Siaya, but he is not a Siaya politician. He is a national politician.
Now, Mom, think about it from this angle. We we have a country that has a way of dragging unrelated issues to make them related and sell the gospel until people believe it. In the event, because I asked this question, why Siaya, and then why the rush to impeach a deputy governor without even doing due diligence, even investigating the claims? And as you have said, they even rushed without even involving the senator. Now, um, after all this has played out, could it also be an opportunity for people, especially the Senate, to come now in and purport to be investigating the issues of the deputy governor, but in turn they go fishing for the real culprit, the governor? Because if you remember what happened with Sonko's case, and it was like choreographed. First, go to State House, relinquish some powers, kidogo, and then before you know it, you are out, right? So, could it be also a strategy because Raila has played hardball? So, if you cannot go for the big man, try to catch the small fish. Use ways you can find until you strike because if you strike Orengo in a way and still affect Oburu, somehow you still have affected Raila Odinga. Could you see it as a strategy as well?
I don't think there is any strategy, but if you say about, I don't, no, I don't think so. There is no strategy there. It's only that Oburu, although he was decided to be the senator in Siaya, he is always a slow guy. I'm so sorry to say that.
Okay.
Him being slow, it's easy for so many things to bypass him,
Okay.
not even knowing. And Orengo being smart, and surely to speak the truth, I know Orengo in person. Orengo is never a corrupt person. And Orengo even helping, he's the one who has helped Oduol to become his deputy. If he would have been a bad person, I don't think Oduol would have become his deputy. So he just sympathized with him. But Oduol also was going there with a motive that he's going to bypass Orengo because Orengo is rather going to be staying in Nairobi and letting him do the work in Siaya. And when Orengo now decided to stay back as a governor and do his work, he was not for it because he was thinking that this time, this should be my tenure, not this person. I knew he's just going to be there as a governor, but while I am the one who is doing the greatest jobs and could not work for him. So, yeah. So these people, and according to some of my people there, I have a niece who is working in Siaya. Oduol is just too arrogant and too rude to anything which may come. So I think let him be punished a little, he'll just go back. Yes.
So there is
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
yeah, but one thing I agree with you. You are consistent with what Oduor himself said, and immediately finished speaking. We had put his clip here. One thing he was clear of is when we sat down and we are running as a ticket. I don't know what he was thinking. He says, Orengo comes from the law background, and I come from the finance background.
Yeah.
So I thought that he's going to deal with the law, things, and I'm going to deal with the money things.
Yeah. Where does it work like that?
That's the first question. Where does it work like that? And secondly, so he thought Orengo should stay in Nairobi and continue with his law firm, or what law issues was he supposed to deal with in Siaya? That I'm asking, what was he thinking?
He must have spoken from a level of expertise, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe even
from having worked as an administrator for.
The problem with you, Nani, you like playing a lot of politics. When stop. When people are running for an office, Mr. Black, you don't expect I run for governor and you control the finances, Jakes, and I just work on my expertise, which is low. Where does that happen?
It can't work like that,
Mr. Black.
You
Mr.
see,
Black,
in county governments, if you look at it, mostly when they're running, you'd find the governor being more of the politician and the deputy governor being more of the nut
where
guy.
does that happen?
Let me try to see if I can be able to understand these two duos. If I remember correctly, rumors have it that, and I say rumors have it, that Orengo, we didn't see him so much for campaigns za Raila because he was busy defending, or rather seeking the seat for Siaya. It wasn't a walk in the park for him. Now, how did we pair Orengo with his deputy? If Mama, you have an idea, how did it come to be? Because it's too early for them to even have these fracases happening. And could it also be informed with the struggle for them also to clinch the seat? I'm not really sure. Rumors have it that Orengo really struggled to get the seat. So maybe you can clarify that, as well as shed some light on how these two guys came to form a ticket.
Yes, he struggled. That one I can't deny, because just the same Oduol is the one who was trying to tell the people that there's nothing he can do, because he was even on the weaker side when he was the Senate. Okay, Baba came in, and wherever Baba goes, everybody will listen to what he's saying, the advice, and everybody took the advice and picked Orengo instead of Bumbo. So when he was picked, he has shown that surely I can work and I can do all that is the needful just to bring our Siaya back, which he has really tried. I've even told you what I found in Siaya, in my place wasn't there before. It has not been there for almost 15 years actually. But this time I found a different Siaya, which I really thank what he has done. So Oduol, for him to suggest on Baba to support Orengo, he was aware that this one, yes, is going to be here because Orengo really took a low profile when he was a senator. And now he was, Oduol now thought he was going to take the advantage of that low profile the Orengo had taken and took him and mistook him as a slow person who cannot do anything. Now, when Orengo now came with a thorax as a governor and want to do the work and in a correct way, I think Oduol did not take it right. So this is what is bringing all these problems. But things, I think, it's going to be okay. Oduol, for me, and even the people in Siaya, let him mature up first, because
But
he's...
Mama, you have not answered the question. What matrix was given to pair? Was it Orengo's choice, or was it a political contestation that forced him to say that Jogenya, Jokanye, let's put this and this to balance this? And what matters?
Yeah, what informed
this
the
time?
pairing of the two?
The two.
Because it's very early
Was
for
it a
these guys
natural
to...
choice, or was it a political move to win the ticket?
Orengo wanted to be the governor. He vied. Oduol as well, I think, vied, but he was defeated. And then they agreed.
So, Mama, you are talking that the nomination of ODM.
Yes.
Okay, now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was agreed. Oduol, now that you have not been taken, I think Orengo you should be the deputy governor, and that is how they came about it. And
so to say,
really fought
when
for
Orengo was vying for governorship,
yeah,
he had his candidate.
He had his candidate, yes.
So, but because of the contestation within the ODM,
yes,
now there was a compromise that, look, Maja Ugenya to Oduol Jakanye.
Jalego.
Okay, Oduol comes from Alego. So they said the governor comes from Ugenya, let the deputy come, because they were both bulls that were fighting.
Yes.
So he had his support base because they also. So where did Rasanga come from?
Alego.
Yes. Koro, then they compromise and say, Koro, the Senate will go to Jobondo.
Yeah.
And which clan remained?
Oh, even us. Okay, although we have Utiende Amolo.
Usenge.
Usenge has got some. Every place has got somebody actually in the county. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what Jex was basically asking. No, Jex, now your answer is they were never paired after contested nomination.
Yeah.
They agreed that, let's not give Orengo further problems. Let Orengo be the governor. Let Oduol become. So Oduol's original idea was still to govern. So when he got to become the deputy governor, his idea was what duties do. So he wanted duties from Orengo from the beginning. And probably Orengo must have said, then I will give you this and you will take this. But basically, Orengo just wanted to win and govern the county and move on. And Oduol thought that it was going to be a coalition government, which was never. Orengo already had his team, according to what I'm seeing. So it is a pair that was never supposed to be together.
I think it is even a pair that was suggested by the same Oduol, because he knew that he was thinking that Orengo is not going to do much. He is the one who is going to do everything. And even
he banked on failure of Orengo.
So that Orengo is going to be
becomes the governor.
So that Orengo is going to be impeached, and then he takes the Ushukani.
So he never saw Orengo to come to, because what you are saying is this, because the guy says something that was very interesting.
Yeah.
That we agreed on this, which I don't think any governor with the right mind will say, you govern the money and I will govern this side.
No,
now, but at the same time, you said something interesting, that he thought Orengo will not move from Nairobi.
Yes.
Orengo will stay in Nairobi.
Yeah.
And he will be the one staying in Siaya.
In Siaya, doing the job as a Siaya governor. And then it reaches a point where he's the one who is going to lead the motion of Orengo's impeachment. You get it?
Hey, people are making
it some sense. It does.
Is there any governor who stays in Nairobi? But okay, there was that one of, was it Wajir or where?
I don't know.
There's I don't know.
There are many, my friend. There are many you don't know.
There's a county who's, I don't know if it's the deputy governor who never even lived in Kenya for.
It's West Pokot.
West Pokot.
No,
there was a deputy governor that never lived in the country.
Yeah.
West Pokot. But he's the governor now. But he's the governor now. But he had a reason for that. He had a reason.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We are just saying some weird
things. He won the elections. I don't know.
He came and he wanted to vie for governorship again.
And he won. He's the current governor of West Pokot.
No, he's not.
Is that he is? He is. He is.
He's not.
He's not.
I have interest there. I have interest
I'm
there. He
telling
is
you.
the governor.
The guy
I'm
came
telling
back
you.
to Dallas. He's practicing.
$100. Let's bet $1,000 right now live on TV. He is the
You
governor
have
right
even
now. Just
money.
forgot.
Mzee anatoa pension wapi?
Sasa fanya hivyo live on TV. Who's the current? Onyangapuo was beaten.
Simon. He's called Simon Kachapin.
Yes, Kachapin. He was the deputy governor. Now he's the governor now.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Check it. $1,000 for $1,000.
Just
right here on live on TV.
Just one moment.
Black
just one
is a machine.
moment.
Black is a robot.
No. Black. Do you want the money? Because we have won that money.
Yes.
Do you wish to send the money right now? Because the former deputy alikuwa Robert Komole.
Yeah.
Who's Kachapin?
Kachapin anaanza hivi, why I did not resign my Texas-based job. Dr. Nicholas Oyatung discloses the reason why he did not resign.
Yeah, the guy is back here practicing.
Yeah. Okay.
Back here practicing, man.
Send me.
Sema account.
Hizo pesa
Sema account. Sawa, utasema account zenu. Number 2.
Hata kama ukumbuki impeachment ni nini, kesho utasema hujui kama ulisema hivi.
Yani Alex, ndio umetoanisha mzee.
No.
And then another thing, Jex, sikiliza. Another thing, this man, he had gone to Texas. He was not receiving the salary. He said he didn't want to be part of a corrupt governor. That's the reason why he just left the county and said no, he will go back to Texas and practice whatever he was doing. He didn't want to be, and that's the reason why Onyangapuo was voted out, is because of corruption. And his deputy did not want to be part of that. Ndio maana akajiondoa na mapema from day one. Few months into after winning the governorship, akaona hapana, hapa kuna ukora nyingi governor anafanya, akajiondoa, and he went back to US. Because he had
also
principles.
Another governor, I'll tell you another governor that was out of another governor that was out of his county, like more than you could. It was Awiti. That guy used to sleep in Kisumu every day. That guy was governing Awiti for the fact. Awiti was just another guy. Yes.
Oh no.
Awiti stayed in German for 3 years. Wakati he became blind.
Oh.
What was wrong with his eyes, by the way?
I don't know, but I remember he stayed in German for long.
Sorry to say this, I used to fear looking at him.
Yeah. He stayed in German for long, man. The guy, Omabey has had some difficult moments, my friend. Omabey never had a governor. Let Wanga just do her work, please. They are enjoying having a governor. The guy slept. They don't have a governor mansion. Homa Bay has nothing.
Then what used to happen to the funds sent to those counties?
My friend, ask the senator.
Mama, what used to happen to the funds? Because these counties received equal funds to what went to Machakos, what went to Kitui. The funds that went to any other county still came to Siaya and Homa Bay and any other county over there. What used to happen?
Remained there probably as a deputy governor. Maybe has done a good job, because I've not had so much fracas or corruption links in Homa Bay. What you could hear about was Siaya a little bit, which were hidden, but nothing was really developing in Siaya. At least Homa Bay, as the person, even if he was not there, Homa Bay has really developed itself. Yeah, there is a big development in Homa Bay.
Maybe we need to ask this question even as we near to wrap up. Now, now that they have impeached him,
Yeah.
and you rightfully say that them were a pair of a negotiated ticket,
Democracy.
or rather democracy. It's a ticket that was negotiated after one lost the nomination, or rather was strong, but I don't know. I really don't know what happened in Siaya. But now, what happens? What happens from here? Do we replace him with someone from his region, or rather from his? Do you have sub tribes? I'm not sure, but for someone from his area, so that that side don't feel they have been shortchanged. How would we go about replacing him if we reach the level of replacing him?
I think that one is also going to depend on the ODM, because all these people are members of ODM. It is the ODM who is going to choose who is going to replace him, not Orengo, because I don't think Orengo has got that power to. I think that is where probably Baba's name will be dragged on, because he's the party leader of ODM, but that needs him to come in now to choose on what do we do. He's also going to throw the basket onto them. What do we do? And they will choose among themselves.
Wow, beautiful. At least I've really enjoyed, Mama, your company, and above all your sentiments. I've learned a lot.
Thank you.
I've learned a lot.
Kuna kitu ambao kinanishangaza. Poleni kwa kuharibu hii pati yenu.
Sasa unajua, kwanza tunakudai.
Haina shida. No issues.
1,000 black.
No problem.
$1,000.
Shillings. We are dealing in Kenya shillings.
Ulisema dollars.
I meant Kenya shillings.
Now, because of that, I'll have to go back and listen, just like I did for Alex.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I must have meant Kenya shillings. Like Alex made a mistake.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So that would have been in Kenya shillings. Now the thing is this. For some reason, okay, I hear like I've heard Madam here, Mama Mary, akisema Maggie, not Mary, Maggie wakisema party leader of ODM is Raila Odinga. That is a question that nimekuanga nikiuliza mara nyingi sijibiwi. Is ODM not a party just as Azimio is a party? And if the two are parties, can he be a party leader in both two parties?
Black,
because by perception tunajua tu kwamba it's a coalition, but it is actually registered as a party.
Black,
so hiyo ni kitu sijaelewa. Wewe unataka sana mtu anieleweshe.
Don't take me back and let me just abuse you a little bit that you are illiterate. Did you go to school?
to standard 2.
You did.
Thank you for asking that.
Okay, if you went up to
standard 2. Class 2.
That is going
permanently semi-literate.
No, that is
class 2.
At least you went for 1 year and again went for another year.
Class 2. So tell me.
That is why I'm saying yes. You went to school, even if you only went to nursery. You went to school. That was a school. Now I'll answer you this.
Yes.
ODM is a party. Wiper is a party. Jubilee is a party. Which are all there were so many parties which came together and formed Azimio. Azimio came up with a presidential candidate who is Raila Odinga. In fact, Raila is not Azimio leader. Azimio leader is Uhuru Kenyatta.
And Uhuru Kenyatta is the party leader of Jubilee.
Yes, because that is another party. These are parties have come together. Even Kalonzo has got his party, which is Wiper. Karua has got her party, which is NAG. And now you want to force things on Raila. You black, you hate Raila. But
No. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Let me talk.
No,
Let me talk.
no, just correcting you. I don't hate it.
Now, a party leader of ODM is Raila Odinga. Party leader of Jubilee is Uhuru Kenyatta. Party leader of Wiper is Kalonzo Musyoka. NAK is Martha Karua. Right, every party which is there has got their leader. And they came with a coalition known as Azimio. Does
register in the register of parties?
Yes.
Is Azimio registered as a party, or
Azimio
I need to understand that?
It is a coalition, not a party. Yes. It is parties joined together to form Azimio.
On paper, that's what we know, but I'm asking on paper.
It's okay, whether it is on
Alex,
paper.
maybe you can assist too.
No. Whether it is on paper, whether it is where, but the fact remains that they joined together to form Azimio. Right? That is where Azimio is. Raila Odinga is not Azimio leader, but he is a presidential candidate for Azimio.
I'll ask the same question to Alex.
Azimio leader is Uhuru Kenyatta. So, where you are, the question you are asking about is Raila Odinga a party leader of ODM or Azimio? Raila Odinga is a party leader of ODM. That is a fact. And also a presidential candidate of Azimio.
Okay, on the same question, maybe I would like Alex to respond.
Now, Kidogo, if I understand you correctly, you guys want to say that Azimio is like a house, let's say a 5-bedroom house, a 3-bedroom house. The big house is known as Azimio. Now, in it, the sitting room is ODM, the bedroom is Jubilee, the kitchen is Wiper. Because is that the picture, or because how now do we get Azimio the party, ODM? Is it the sub party in Azimio? Because there is where, when they were passing that law of political parties, I think many of us, including myself, were unable to understand how Azimio came into be and what defines Azimio. And we have ODM, we have Wiper, Jubilee lives, but it's still in ODM, or rather in Azimio. Maendeleo leaves, but because there is that contract they signed, that 3 months, 6 months, blah blah blah. So, in a nutshell, Ati Mzalendo, Alexi, explain to our old man what really is Azimio, because he seems to really not get it, and the moderator is equally having a challenge trying to understand as well.
Because in the registry of political parties, Azimio la Umoja is registered as a political party. But per se, we have been made to believe that it's a coalition, like you'd have Kenya Kwanza. But you see, Kenya Kwanza is not a party, because each party is standalone. That's why even our presidential candidates divide by UDA, which is a party under a coalition, but that's not is not even registered as a party.
Yeah.
Now you see, Azimio la Umoja, as per registered, no maana nikauliza, as per the register of political parties, imeandikwa ni political party. That's why I asked Alex to also on the same question respond on that and relate that with whatever is on the register of political parties. And who is the head of that party as per the register of political parties?
In 2013, there was a complication that was adjusted. in our political party's registration. And whatever you're asking was resolved permanently. When Uhuru and Ruto decided to run together, did Uhuru run as TNA and Ruto run as URP? The answer is no. Actually, Ruto ran for vice presidential as a TNA. Now, Kalonzo did not run as a Wiper candidate in 2013. He ran as ODM. Go get the facts right. Because at that time, we had no harmonizing criteria for somebody to run from ODM and the other person run from Wiper. And when you're given a certificate, you're given as a, I mean, there was nothing like that. Come closer now to 2017, they folded the parties and ran as Jubilee. We did not. We still use the criteria of 2013. And that's the same criteria that we have used in 2022. Now,
was there a law implemented just before the sorry?
No, you go check it. I know there was.
Before the election.
I can't remember.
In matters to do coalition, that was not. It wasn't existing, but it was made existent.
Yeah, that is why I said. That's why I said.
Very good.
That's why I told you. I took you back to history before I answer your question.
Because it was not existing. This law was not existing before, right?
I don't think you really want the answer. Whenever you ask this question, is just you're mischievous and there is something you want to bring about.
I'm trying to understand. No, I'm trying to understand.
No. I know when somebody wants to understand something and when one wants to always bring something mischievous about somebody.
No, Aman. Okay, Alex.
I was going to answer your question with all honesty, but now I'm not going to. Because where I started from, I was very candid because that question you always asked it and I've kept quiet because your intentions of your question have always been pure.
You know it's a bunch of confusion.
It is no confusion.
I asked you,
it is no confusion to some of us who understand it.
Before 2020,
had it been a confusion, I will guarantee you that some of people like Murkomen will be making a lot of noise. So you ought to know that. So there's no confusion there. It's confusion for you. But for some of us,
existing before 2021 election?
I'm not going to answer you because you are not willing to listen to the answer. You're willing to argue. Even before I finish, I started from somewhere that you could understand. Because for you, that question must come from known to unknown. But you're not willing to listen.
Can you go ahead?
How we started from 2013, how we improved it in 2017, and where we came to 2022. That is where I was coming to. But unfortunately, you are not willing. No, I'm not going to waste my time, man. I'm telling you the truth. Sometimes,
okay, fine. Whatever it is.
Yeah, my friend. Sometimes there is value in listening, especially in some few things, because that question is not only for you. There is a question for a whole country because that question has been very confusing for many people, by the way.
Now, if you have that in your head, then you would not be saying the things that you're saying because now you are responding as if it is personal to me. If you are really honestly in whatever
because your intentions are not
important to the viewers out there.
I'm not a baby to be pushed to answer questions that are malicious. And that is a full stop.
Let's come back. Let's come back to the debate. Now, we have to really answer this question because
those many Kenyans are bigger than me. Answer for their sake.
When you can't push me to lower into your level, Mzee.
Just one moment, Alex.
For their sake, not even me.
And I really understand Black. And Mami, I'll also invite you in this one. Now, Azimio is the bigger house that hosts smaller parties or bigger parties, depending on what level you want to look at them from. and that's why Karua can find herself in Azimio. But as Black is asking, how is Azimio a party and ODM still a party in one thing? Just from your own understanding.
Are you asking me or you ask?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
I think it's something which is so direct.
Mm-hmm.
These are parties which came together to form a coalition.
Mm-hmm.
And their coalition, now, they have come with a name which is called Azimio. The Azimio now came out to choose their presidential candidate, who is Raila Odinga.
Okay.
Now, Raila Odinga, it doesn't mean that if he was chosen to be a Azimio presidential candidate, he is going to resign from his party because he's been chosen as a presidential candidate to the coalition. No. He has to stay in his party because his party also is one of these parties which has brought this coalition. So the coalition is Azimio. What is Azimio's other names, if I would ask you? It is a coalition. So this coalition put together with everybody is called Azimio, while the same coalition has got its leader, who is Uhuru Kenyatta. He's not resigned yet, and you know it. So the question Black was asking, I think it's really taking me aback. And if you ask something like that to somebody like me who is...
the reason why that question is still relevant to date is...
Okay, let me ask before you say that one.
Just one moment. Kanini Kega worked very hard to replace Uhuru Kenyatta in his Jubilee's party, right? And we have rightfully stated here that Azimio is made of Jubilee and others, including ODM and every other person.
Exactly, yeah.
And these parties equally have their leaders. Now, in the event Uhuru is replaced in Jubilee, does it weaken him that he now can no longer hold Azimio, or what happens? Because he still says he hasn't yet retired. Now, if he's now partyless, let's imagine. I'm sure Jubilee issues we will discuss soon, but what happens now that Uhuru has been changed in Jubilee?
Yeah.
Does it translate to affect him in Azimio? Because those are now the challenges, right?
Yeah.
That because all are parties. Azimio is a party, Jubilee is a party. Now, Jubilee has been affected, and the chairman of Azimio is equally the leader of Jubilee. Now, when those two cards are played like that, what really comes into play in terms of Azimio and how Azimio speaks? Because I think that's why they even came strong to defend Jubilee. I saw Raila Odinga in the NDC. I saw everyone from Azimio coming in to defend Azimio. Sorry, Jubilee. Now, in the event, for example, Sabina Chege succeeds in dethroning Uhuru Kenyatta and even succeeds in removing Jubilee from Azimio, what does it say to the relationship, or rather to Uhuru's position in Azimio? Because that now, because if one cannot understand what Azimio is, the roles as well will also be confusing. I don't know if my question is making sense, but I've tried to pick things here and there.
Okay, your question is making sense. And I think to look at the brighter side of it, Uhuru is a person. When he was being elected or being put as Azimio leader, let us put it that he was put there as a person. He was not put there as a leader of Jubilee. He was selected or elected by this group as a person, just like we can elect ourselves here. Okay, Lex is going to be our chairman. It will not be that those we have elected ourselves because we are the ones who are in this panel, and yet, yes, I'm coming from Siaya, Alex is coming from Kisii, Black is coming from a different place I don't know, and you. We will have elected Alex. I think it's the same thing which happened to Uhuru. He was elected as Uhuru to be a leader of Azimio. I don't think they even if Jubilee takes off, because already some of them have taken off, it doesn't stop Uhuru from being the cheerleader of Azimio. It only takes the Jubilee who has gone to be non-members of Azimio, which also depends on how the agreement was, because I think there are some time they have to take before they take off. So Uhuru still will remain the party, is not the coalition leader of Azimio, instead of just kicking him off because the Jubilee has taken off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if Black, you have gotten that response. And as well, I don't know if Alex, you got my question, because that's what Maggie was trying to explain. But all in all, Azimio had numerous parties, and there was structures, or rather there were levels of leadership, where we even had Sabina Chege in that list. We had guys in that list. Now, in the event now they move out, and Uhuru is still left as the chairman, does it not expose him to easily be replaced, given that he lacks the bargaining chip? Because if from the elected members of Jubilee, Uhuru now only commands 4 out of 32, don't you think Ruto have succeeded in dethroning Uhuru effortlessly, even in Azimio? Because Uhuru doesn't have anything. In any case, he just comes with Akina Jeremiah Kioni, who are not elected leaders. So his voice in parliament, in Senate, or any other place is not as loud as it were. Don't you think
He's a toothless
Ruto
dog.
do you
One
see?
who can just.
So do you see
Because he has no MP.
Ruto
He cannot
succeeding?
he cannot rally any MP in parliament for anything. I mean, like the way you would want to have something passed in parliament, and you say, let me speak to Raila and see if I can lobby some of I can have a deal with Raila. We are go between tuelewane kitu katikati. Maybe I can lobby Raila to have his troops, to have him instruct his troops to vote with me on my side. He has no such strength.
I think, Alex, before you answer Jax, let me say something. At least we guys, I think we should really pity what is going on in our country, because being with the staying amongst the people who do not have any decisive empowerment, it's just a disease, because we may think that we are enjoying what is happening, but it is sickening. We are sick in our minds, because that time I'm looking for a position, or I need to be elected, and I've chosen a party. I think for me, let me use this word, kuyumba yumba, amongst you people. I think I will have been the sickest person I've never seen in my life. We should really not clap for them or be very happy that, oh, so and so has left this and now gone to this, and you are, as me or Raila is like a dog who's been beaten and this and this. Those who have gone there, at least one day, one time, I think they're gonna answer a question which is gonna be very difficult for them, because they didn't go there on their own. They were elected, and they went pleading to the people to elect them. So you have been elected, you have been taken there to take care of us, and now you've started to yumba yumba. What are you doing for your people? And again, what are you doing for this country? What is going on in Kenya is such as disease, which I don't know how it can be treated. I wish we could be like those people who are in these countries we are staying in, like the Republicans and the Democrats. You will never hear, oh, this government is gone this way, now we are crossing. Stand to where you are to make this country great. Let us not laugh. In fact, whatever we're laughing about, we are just laughing about these people who do not have any stand. Even in their morals, they do not have any stand. It's a pity. It's sickening. Sorry to say that. And thank you people so much for seeing you and letting me also speak a little bit. I will go now.
Thank you so much,
Maggie.
Maggie. Man, you
Maggie.
have done us proud.
Thank you.
Maggie,
Yeah.
Madam Maggie.
Mhm.
Before you leave, I agree with you on that. And number two,
Yeah.
just for correction, so that you sleep well.
Yeah.
I did not say Raila. I said who seems to be the toothless dog by the fact that now he commands no one in parliament, so he cannot be called by any side to be lobbied for numbers in parliament, not Raila. So please sleep well on that. Usisikirie tu kwamba I said Raila. Number two, I do agree. I do agree that yes, we have a country that is in a terrible shape, and it's unfortunate that we are the ones that voted for these particular leaders that are there, down from the MCA all the way up to the presidency. Because the problem that we look at the problem as being the president, and we fail to look at that very MCA who's the leader of your own ward where you come from. Accountability ought to start from there. Now, it's very unfortunate that we have been blinded by party politics such that since someone comes from a particular party which you support, then you automatically and instantly become blind from holding them into account for whatever services they ought to do for us. For example, you've spoken about Ranguma. Is it Ranguma? I don't know how to pronounce his name well. He was the governor of Siaya, right? But when he was the governor, We all know that he did not deliver anything. If anything, he squandered the money. But nobody said anything because at that point, he was a darling of ODM, right? And it's very unfortunate. I don't know how to pronounce their names.
You know, that's why Nani Mzee nakwambia, if some things
I don't know if it was ODM or Alcohol Independent, but point here is this.
But who said that he was nobody? Everybody kept quiet. If you had gone to Siaya or even had a drink in Kisumu or been able even to sit somewhere in Nairobi with the people from Siaya, I mean, people spoke openly.
Why was he not impeached?
That's not your problem.
Look at you. Now this is the problem we Kenyans were talking. This is the problem.
That is
now
not
this
your
is the problem.
No,
Maggie.
No. You can't force people. You can't force people to impeach somebody because it's your feeling.
Impeach him. If he's not delivering, impeach him. We need to make that.
From saying that people are not speaking about it to this, no, people spoke. Look, if you can go even back to our conversations when we were here in Mutembei before elections, if you can remember, I spoke about Awiti. I spoke about the first governor of Kisumu.
Yes,
I spoke about and many more people in other groups that we were.
Yes,
when I was at home, people spoke about the look.
And I agree.
Look,
but what did you do about it?
So that's what I'm saying now. When it comes there, first of all, you started, nobody spoke.
Because I was heading somewhere.
Now, secondly, now that is where I'm answering you that. That is where now I'm answering you rightly that there is none of your problem. And I'm not being rude. The reason I'm saying that
is this not part of Kenya?
Listen, my friend, listen. Okay. When people get bad governance in the first term, again, they nominate the same person the second time. They are comfortable because that person is in a party. Leave them to eat the party. Because they saw what happened in the first term. And that's why I'm telling you, hata ukasirike, it is past, yakimwagika yazoleke. We told these people, look at the record. Poor. Look at Awiti. Poor. Look at Rasanga. Poor. Look at the first governor, at least the first governor, it was also poor before Anyang' Nyong'o came. So we can't sit here saying, why was he not? My friend, people must learn that Machakos came from nowhere. You saw what happened. You saw many things that happen in other counties. If people can enjoy to go to a vacation from Siaya, they have money and go to Machakos because their county is not developed. My friend, that is the unique thing about devolution. When money is brought back home and it's not being administered and you people continue to vote in the wrong way, people must learn in a hard way. We can't force people.
Alex, we have a problem in our country. Now, the good example is what you brought here even. Was it you or who was it? About Waiguru was an example. We all know what happened with it, but she was cleansed. We have a problem. We have a problem in our country.
See, these are not people who are voted. Look, what makes me mad, Mzee, these were not people who are voted like on a thing. These were people who are voted landslide after failing. So I can't complain. Let them eat that failure. It's the same thing in Nyamira, Nyagarama, messed up. Totally. My friend, you go, today we are fighting for Keroka, which is in a border between Keroka and Kisii, whereas Nyamira town is totally, completely debilitated. Why are we fighting for Keroka?
And that's why I was saying, the problem is we are blinded so much with this to mekelewa kasumba ile kwamba rais na, yes, rais kuna vile ana shortfall zake. But why are we not also holding into account? I'm not justifying anything. What I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to push for my fellow Kenyans, brothers and sisters, to also look deep into that very governor that is right there.
Look, when if there is anything that has hurt me, Kenya, more than tribalism, is clanism. My friend, there's a monster called clanism that we haven't even started deliberating about. That when we come, let's say in, let me give an example of Nyamira. We have 3 major or 4. We have Omegetutu, Omogirango, and whatever. If Omogetutu, who is the biggest clan, produced how many people to run for a governorship? Sijui ni 12. But the other clan said, since we are small clans, we can never become governor. Maggie, wait, oh no, she's gone. Because we can never become a governor if we hatuna umoja, we will only put 1 person to run. Now, what happens? Tunaweka 12, wanaweka moja, wanapita katikati. Wakishapata, whether that person performs or not. My friend, you will never convince. It's like the old days, kama unasema we ni mzee. Kama ndugu yako alipata ualimu nyumbani, akunywe pombe kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni, ati headmaster jaribu kumvuta kazi, munaenda kijiji mzima, huyu ni mtoto ya nyumbani, usimvute kazi, lakini watoto hawasomi. That is the problem we have. It is bigger than tribalism. So we have refused to tackle that. We can't be able to tackle tribalism. So hata upige kelele, there's not me. I got shocked when people like Awiti got re-elected. You go to Mutembei, ukikaa Sofia, ukiangalia the lake, ni pothole kutoka juu mpaka chini. But the place that this guy is sleeping every day in Kisumu, they could not even afford building a governor mansion. At some point, there were pictures surfacing, and I want you to Google today so that tomorrow you may come and say, I don't need to talk about this anymore. There were pictures that were surfacing in Facebook and in the in the social media of the pathetic situation of the mortuary in Homa Bay. They had no mortuary. They had to bring bodies to other counties because they had no functional mortuary and they had money coming in like any other county. So the question comes in now, Mr. Mzee. Do you force these people? Do you get angry here? Why did they not impeach the guy? And they are more than you. They are smart. They are one of the best senators more than any other senator. A senator who told us revolution will eat their own. And you want to complain on their behalf here? The smartest senator could have spoken on their behalf.
And that's what I'm saying. Not that the leaders are not smart. My issue is with the people. The people, not only of Siaya, but I'm speaking about Kenya as a whole. I only gave Siaya as an example. You understand? That shida ni ile kwamba tumefungwa macho, that we only think that everything starts and ends at the presidency. That for your life to be good is the president, for life to be bad is the president when you have your government. That's what I was trying to say. Now we ought to open our minds to think deeper. That uwe governor wako, ule MCA wako, could be your everything. That being said, we need to start normalizing impeaching these people. You understand?
Okay. I understand.
That's my point.
I want
we had a governor Mombasa. They bring Chris Brown and spend 180 million on him for a night. When 180 million MP, or not MP, governor of what was his name, Kivuta Kibwana, alitengeneza nao factory moja, sorry. Yeah, value addition for tomatoes and fruits for the same value. One spent it in a night on a concert for Chris Brown, and the other one, the same amount, alienda katengeneza factory. Now farmers in kwa county ya kwenye Kivuta Kibwana alikuwa, they can take their fruits there.
Why didn't you impeach the Mombasa one?
Now this is
why
what
didn't you impeach the Mombasa one?
This is ndo maana nasema. That's what I'm telling you.
No, but hiyo sasa umesema polepole mpaka umeexplain. Lakini ya Siaya ulikuwa na why didn't you impeach him?
I was giving you an example. As to the problems that we do have, but instead of us looking at what really matters to us the most and affect us the most, and if we are to change that, we would get immediate and instant change and improvement into our lives is through the very local leaders that we have, like the governor, the MCAs. And I've just given you an example, right?
Okay.
So I think we need to remove...
Guys, just 1 second. I don't want to restart the show in Facebook. We are nearing 7.5 hours. So in the few minutes that makes it 8 hours, so that we don't refresh again the show, let's try to summarize so that we can as well rest and then have another show in the evening. We have a lot. Tukona stories za kuguza za 10 days that we didn't have the show. So we will always find a way of bringing all the content that we never tackled. So today we have tackled so many. So tomorrow, or rather today, later on, we'll also have other issues and also the main topic I'm about to discuss. So msimalize yote. I know we can talk mpaka tuanzishe show tena. So maybe nitaanza kuwaambia muwe na summary hivi so that we can even wrap up. But as well, let me take this also awesome opportunity to thank you guys for always being part of this wonderful show. Zainab Maneno, I see you. Gitash, Geoffrey Ruto, I love my country, and many who are watching and commenting. You guys are just wonderful. Thank you very, very much. We always love to have you as part of the show. So I don't know. Let me now be the guy who gives priority to the elderly. So let me begin with Black before I go to to Alex Media. So wacha leo tuanze na wazee alafu tumalizie vijana.
Kwanza asante. We were really looking forward for this day because tumemiss the debate. It's not only informative but also refreshing. The fact that we can sit here and discuss matters that really matter to us as a nation. And I know that leaders do watch our debates. They do get a view of what people out there are saying and the ideas that they can use in the administration, in whatever capacities that they are in, whether it's the MP, whether it's the governor, whatever capacity that they are in, they do get ideas from us. Because as they always say, a spectator usually huwa na mengi zaidi ambayo yanafanyika kwa uwanja kuliko wale wachezaji wenyewe. We are in diaspora. We see what's happening back home. We've seen how systems work best in the countries that we are in, and we would really love to see the same happening in our nations. For tuna debate hapa is for the good of our nation. No. Now, I don't want to say much because, like you said, kuna kesho na kuna kesho kutwa, tusimalize yote tu kwa siku moja. Yeah, but all in all, I'll just leave with one parting shot that please, it's about time that we start looking. Na nimesema mara nyingi tuangalie wale watu ambao tuko nao pale chini. Those people can make a difference in our lives instantly if they want to. If they want to, instantly. And I've just given you an example of what one governor did with 180 million in a night, and what one other governor did with 180 million in 6 months and came up with a value addition factor. that can that does a lot of wonders up to this point for his people. Kwa sasa kila mtu mfugaji, kila mpandaji wa fruits zake anajua mahali anapeleka matunda yake na anapata pesa. You see, now another example is Arati of the avocado. There was a value addition factory that was there. People now know where to take the avocado to. That is good. So if every governor can decide to do something for their people right now, believe you me, the life of Kenyans will change instantly. So hiyo tunawachana hiyo challenge.
Okay.
That's all. And thanks
Thank you
again,
so much.
Bwana Alex, kijana yangu mdogo. Leo naona mambo imechemuka. Relax kidogo.
Haya, sasa wacha tuende kwa vijana. Karibu sana kijana wa show, Mr. Alex.
So vijana sasa wanataka watafute chakula wakule.
Na unajua karibu ni sahau wazee wana madeni ya vijana. Walibet walikuwa very fast to bet.
Sasa wazee ilichukuliwa na Ruto bwana. Sasa wazee ilichukuliwa bwana.
Ulinishtua una bet and you haven't verified.
I told him, I know the guy. The guy is just here in Dallas. I know the guy. He's here, man.
Yeah, he's a neurosurgeon.
I was wondering what he was talking about. But anyway, it's nice, Jake, coming back. And thank you for being our moderator. But above all, I've always told you that we enjoy having you. We enjoying, I personally, I enjoy, you know, having a debate when you're moderating, because you bring a lot of uniqueness, and also you take a lot of heat by not giving your views and keeping them for yourself. Your blood pressure tutanunua dawa itakusaidia kidogo. But I'm taking a sabbatical leave kidogo. Watoto wamefunga shule, wakishafunga shule they requires more, sio kama hiyo wakati ingine unawapea homework wanakaa kando. Sasa hii wako karibu throughout, they are closing school for 4 months, so hamtatuona hapa sana. We must give them everything that they want.
Hawezi potea 4 months hata wewe. Who does that?
No, mahali imefikia bwana. Ukitaka mtoto wako akue kama Ruto, akue kama Sakaja, akue kama Raila,
we wouldn't ask.
Usiwezi kaa hapa kuongea juu yao. You have to go and make them.
I agree. But as well, always to name at least an hour or so, or a few minutes zenye unapatikana. All these guys, some of them are very, you know, there's one who alingia, I think like it was 4 minutes. Alikuwa busy, he even showed me what he was doing, and I was like, okay, well, ile like utapatikana.
So ule alisikia tu juu ya Mungiki akaingia. Kwanza alimuuliza swali akakata.
So yes, you could have a busy schedule, but we always value even that 2 seconds of your time.
We'll try.
We always appreciate. So how do you run away for 4 months? Who does that? How?
No, we will try. Maybe we'll run away for 3.5 months, not 4 months.
Maybe you say 3.5 days. That one is allowed. Months.
But we'll be on the chart. We'll be on the chart. You know, it's easier. But we thank. Hopefully tena tutarudi siasa wakati winter itaingia vizuri hivi. I mean tena hiyo time hakuna kazi, ni kukaa tu nyumbani na watoto wakitoka shule, so it's good. So we thank our viewers.
Twende nyumbani bwana Alex. Twende nyumbani bwana, tukaketi tukakalia chini ya mnazi.
Wezi kama ninaenda kule ndugu yangu. Uliniambia huko Kapsabet kuna kashamba, leo tena umesema West Pokot, you have interest.
Kuna Kamiradi.
Alafu tena Mama Megi ulifurahi sana, ni kama unataka kuoa kutoka Siaya. The way ulikasirika, why don't you pitch? Ni kama unatoa mwanamke Siaya.
Pokot iko na interest nake, sitaki kusema sana, but tutaongea nyuma ya redio.
No, it's a very good place, by the way. You see, when I was telling you, look, if you have money right now, be wise enough to know that if I hope the implementation part of the housing, it's going to go smoothly, as you have said. We iron out all these issues. We become all Kenyans. We support the housing issue because it was originally Raila's idea, but there are a few things that wamefanya makeups kidogo, like it was 1.5, 3%. It was voluntary. Sahi wamesema it has to be a pool to make sure that the interest rate is less than 10%. To make sure that they are built all over Kenya. Let's pray so hard that we have such kind of project that can, make Kenya great throughout. And if that's the case, all of us can afford homes in Kenya. So probably, if you have an interest in West Pokot, you'll be more happier because life is better there than Nairobi ama Coast. Huko ni kuzuri sana. So let's pray for our country. That's all I say. In the end of the day, it doesn't matter who is the president. What matters is the progress we are making. I swear to you. That's what matters.
And you mentioned Maggie, Madam Maggie, by the way, asante sana mama, it had been a while. Kabla nitupie laana huko na hasira.
Aliingia akisema nimesema Orengo ni mbaya mpaka nikashtuka bwana.
Mama Maggie, tunakupenda sana. Tunakupenda sana mama. It's just politics.
She was very faithful in following up kwa comment section. So she maybe that's what she had, and actually that's why she came in.
She's a nice woman.
Yeah, she is very.
I've known her for a long time. She's been here.
I've not had her before, but I've loved her. She's very good, open, and very truthful, which is something I admire in human being.
Ametusaidia propaganda zote nani alikuwa ameleta hapa ziliisha.
Hapana, unajua anyway, let me not speak something. Unajua there are some things you cannot push. There's some certain people you cannot just push like the way I can push Alex. It would seem not right, Now, for the respect I have for her, there is a particular level I can reach, and I would not want to pass that.
And thank you for reminding me that you don't have respect. You can push me.
No. I know you can withstand. With you, I know you can withstand some particular pressures, and I know some pressure points which some people cannot withstand. And that's why I would say there's some certain pilots I like debating with, because I know their pressure points are far high, and we can go to to an extent that's very far, but much more informative and entertaining at the same time, and fun to debate with. But there are some
I enjoy debating with Mburu. Nataka pressure yake inaenda juu kabisa. Where is Mburu, by the way?
Pressure point ya wengine iko shallow. Ukisukuma sana mnakosana. Unaona? Mtu anakasirika. Unaona?
Ukitaka usikue na pressure, don't put everything in your mind. Unasikiza, yes. Don't dig deep. If you do that, you because you can imagine every day we encounter very funny.
Wewe wachanga Omolo na yeye anasoma comments, pressure inaenda juu. Wachanga kumkatasha.
No, there's a reason why. There's a reason I post that, because you see, kuna comment inaweza tumwa inatusi mtu kwa panel.
No, I'm joking. I'm just saying that Omolo hajafikia your pressure bado. Omolo pia
both the panelists na comment section. So at a comment, so it is a difficult balance.
So mimi kama Gitasha ananitukana kila siku, lakini sija Gitasha, habari yako?
You have to balance. You don't na issue wakati unaenda kuiona afterwards, comment hazikuangi. I don't know if you have noted. Comment
no, they are not there. Just live chats.
Yeah, so if you keep the comments at ndio is what you discuss so much kwa show, it will be a disservice kwa ule mtu anakuja kuona baadaye. So that's why at times I avoid. Sometimes nakuta mnasema, Jex, why don't you do this? naona tu but nakanyangia, najua sasa even if I do it it won't really help because mwenye atakuja aone hiyo show hatajua what I was dealing with. So you just, at times I love the comment guys because they know how to solve themselves. Kama kuna kujibishana watajibishiana hapo, wakudefend atadefend, wakuoppose ataoppose, na wajisummarize. So they are very, it's an awesome team hapo kwa comment section. Na kuna watu wanakuwa like Gitash, one day I would want to have him at least hata nione sura tu.
Haezi come.
He has never missed any show and he's always there, and at times he's the last person to comment.
Ni mtu wa reggae. Ukiweka reggae hapa ataingia.
I really appreciate from the deepest part of my heart because they really support.
Unakumbuka Olo? Unakumbuka jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Olo?
David Olo. David Olo is a good friend of mine.
Do you speak with him till?
Not really, because I think I lost how I would get in touch with him. But
Olo was really a keyboard warrior, man.
He had a way of kuzima watu wote wa UDA. He had just,
I know.
he used to block them. He used to block them and delete them.
Olo together with another good guy known as Ayaga and Jamamia Kaito Rupia. Those guys were just fantastic. They were the guys who are making the show interesting in one way or another. But anyway,
Jeff, watoto. Next time, thank you. I'll be missing in action, but we'll catch up.
Back. So let's keep up. We'll have all these shows coming up. So you guys should be tuning in. Poleni for the few days. It was nothing intentional. Things happen, and but by the end of the day, we come back. You dust yourself and you come back stronger. So we're back.
I need to appreciate, just a minute. I need to appreciate some of the soldiers that I fought with here. I've never done that, and I hope they would forgive me for that. Gitash De, Geoffrey Ruto. There's another guy, he changed his name Arab something, but that was not his name previously. We went through GG, and there's so many that we were in the trenches together, and I want to say that sijawasahau, and keep up the fight. It was a good fight.
Okay.
Asanteni sana. Mason Sanders, asante pia pale ulipo. Yeah.
So good morning, good night, good evening to whoever is watching. But thank you for tuning in to Mutembei Live. This has been a show. This has been your one and only host, Jakes, the moderator. We do this every night from 10 p.m. and you can always catch many other programs, videos, and any update on all Mutembei platforms. So do this. Like, share, subscribe, be part of the larger Mutembei family. We love you guys. Thank you for being part of this awesome experience. Gitash and the many who are commenting, asanteni, goodbye, God bless you. Till we do it again in the evening, simwena time poa. Bye bye.